TV, certainly the best.
When you check your time now, the only time when the time your research will tell you now, go to now, daughter o'clock. Time for our program, so they call the daughter the heart of the matter. I always remind us of that man is if you put your eye well for ground, you go open ant. Not only open ant, you go see the heart of the ant. So which matter I want to look today? Which ant heart we want to look today? Now the one we say concern security for our place. We don't say now government say they try, some people say government they try, some people say government don't they try. For now they don't get any person when we sit down when we say they secure that if not a big man, if not a small man, if not any class of people now if you say they say they very, very open to this thing. As a call be now, say some people they talk and the other they say the way don't they go now, you go so rich ministers body, you go so rich governors body and the rest of them. But we for Nigerians, we always they pray to make any bad thing not happen to our leaders. When they make bad thing not happen to our leaders, now the poor man is going to happen to. My name is Thomas Ado. So welcome to our program. So we call daughter. And this matter when I just talk about. So now people they want to say we know so they head sharp well for this kind of matter. Now they carry they come and they come talk to us. We get our friend and brother when they be saying now inside court they always the day. But the interest it they weller for inside the matter when we say concern Nigerian politics and the quality of life for Nigerians. And the name now. Emmanuel Obakbolo Esquire, welcome to our program.
Thank you, sir.
Nigerians,
good afternoon.
Thank you. I got our brother here too. When we say, if you're into when we say you want to make you ask God, no, sir. Welcome to our program.
I agree plentifully.
I agree to.
Now do well.
Before we start, my daughter you say today now a birthday, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
The best I go drag a come up for they carry hand, they go out. Therefore, drag a come up.
Thank you so very much. We thank God for life.
So, if we look at now, they celebrate and all of this time. They celebrate in birthday today, and so that they celebrate different things. Even celebration matter, they happen well before, but the blessed the drums of celebration, it don't they reduce now because of the matter when we say it concerns insecurity. I want me to take out from there.
The thing they say insecurity, within our constitution talk, Nigeria Constitution, section 14, subsection 2B. Talk say the primary functions, duties of government now to give security to life, the people and their property.
I see that for the welfare.
Yes.
For the people.
Yes.
But I want to ask you before you go far. You sure say that part for the constitution we're not going to remove them now. When we say government, they tell us say everybody wanna go take care of themselves.
Government don't.
Government was supposed to take care of ourselves.
Have they even said so that everybody should go and take care of themselves? Yes. If they have said so, then they should give us gun.
The
thing they say, we they go. You know when government fail, government will begin to look for excuse or excuses. So the way we our own be now, government know say them don't fail, but because they pretend say they never fail, they come they try make them carry the security matter to rob everybody. Now the government wey they talk say security na everybody problem. The government say still talk say make people not get arms, make people not buy weapon. So if you say security na everybody problem, and you say make dem no get gun, you say you no go license gun for anybody, how dem wan take on fight the insecurity? Na their hands dem go use, or na stick and catapult na the government wan make we begin to dey use. So the thing be say government by itself know say e don fail, na make government dey shift that responsibility dey come meet the people. But I wan take this opportunity to say not be the people hand that security dey, na government hand, because if government no fit guarantee security, no fit give security to the people, then no need for us to get government. Na banana republic na we dey live.
Me no to tell that one, tell me no. Maybe na only for that republic. Me I no deal with you for that one. But make we look am seriously. For time when we say we say government dey try wetin dem fit do. We use our brother when we say they come retired Major General Abubakar Rabe, the kidnapper kidnap his wife. Before notice that happen, say the man die, and government swing into action. Before notice that happen, don't enter inside, but the next day when we say yes, don't bring the wife come out and all of that. You know if you say government is supposed to clap hand for that kind of message them do.
Now I don't know. Yes.
You don't find there before.
Greeting all the too much.
Okay.
They try. Don't be say I did discuss with one soldier man which day, not just one. And I say, what is happening? Is it that soldiers are not well equipped, they are not doing it? He said, okay, the truth of the matter is that if you know what the soldier people they do, you will commend them. That all this media publicity will be like say, now the one way bad, now they bring out. He said, if we tell you, give you video of the successes soldier don't get, you will commend them. I agree with her to an extent. But now the way it affect you. Exactly. So that is why people they talk like that. Yes, they are trying, but they need to do more. It good make we sit down, review what we don't do, review how we do them, think of how better we will do them, so that this thing will reduce. Because it's not reducing. Crime has become a big enterprise, big business.
Especially this kidnapping.
Yes. You know, they see how those boys they display money, millions or billions of naira. It's going in. It's a big investment. So Nigeria, if you open one business for a road now, they see people they buy things. Other people will go open near you because it's making. That is what is happening now. So the government need to sit down.
Without one, sure. So some people talk and say, if say government takes time, give approval to that kind of business. When we say we know they see people when they do and they catch them. People when they do and they shame them.
Not be say they know they catch them.
No, because if you look at them now, you get what you go talk for here now. If you walk outside now, somebody will come and go hold you.
Yes.
But these people, they when we say they go do these things, they'll collect the ransom, collect everything, display like you talk just now for social media and all of that. They go show their faces. They will threaten government and the rest. Yet nothing different.
Catch one recently where they say now TikTok guy. They catch him. I hear. I don't see him. Now the point is now they are talking about state police. I just want to know that one. It's part of this thing that is bringing all these things, but it's not enough. I've been advocating this matter for a long time. One of them where I talked many years ago is this forest guard, which I hear now they are doing. Because long ago I don't talk and say, if you want to combat this bandit, let there be people who are in charge. Then they inside bush, they comb our forest, arm them. That is their work. You can build houses inside there for them.
Or maybe tent.
Arm them very well, so they know. So before anybody enter, they do anything, it go dey hard. Now that one is gone. The next thing they talk, whether anybody like it or not, make we allow us carry arms, whether they like it or not. So people say, people going to kill people. When the killing way they happen, they not pass that one. Let everybody. If you are coming to my house, you know say I'm armed. You go think twice. Or if I dey drive, you won't stop me for road. You know I'm armed. You will think twice. So now government cannot protect us. Give us what it requires, make we protect ourselves. That's what me I look at.
Okay, make I come to you as a lawyer. You see, the federal government say through the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Fagbemi, he talk and say what they say that they prosecute over 500 terrorists.
I read it.
Okay, so they prosecute them. But if you go to the north, they rehabilitate over 720. But they put them back into the society, integrate them. I want to find out now different law now you be say we get for this country. When they be say one side or the federal government, I be the state government can't get part of the federal government. When they be say yes, the federal government now go say this na terrorists, then they try them. Other people just say, no, these are our brothers and sisters. Don't forget what they do. They rehabilitate, they bring them back into the society. I don't know what will be the legal implication for that kind of thing. That's one of the reasons we may call you.
The legal implication be say, we get anti-terrorism act.
Okay.
And now only some states don't domesticate them. When I say domesticate, means say now some states don't make them to be their own law for the states. Like Edo State now, Delta, Akwa Ibom, and some of all those states for southern Nigeria, they don't take them. But I want to tell you, say, Ogasado, most of the states for northern Nigeria, they never domesticate them. They only they pretend. And this kind of insecurity we will see today, come make I agree with what General Sani Abacha talk in 1995, where he talk say, anytime you see any insecurity way strong like this kind one, will be the terrorism, kidnapping, and others that will last more than 48 hours. He say government get hand inside, and I agree with him because others are the one that they grow up. By the grace of God, my papa na soldier. I be picking where them born for barrack, I go for barrack. Out of 36 states for Nigeria, I follow my papa live for 34. So that will tell you say I be real Nigerian. And when I dey grow up those days in Gombe, in 1987, I be small pikin at the primary school. I remember one group of militia group came up. They called them Metesine. That Metesine, the day they started killing people, they started killing. 2 days after, Babangida come tell the commissioner of police then Bauchi State, because that time Gombe dey under Bauchi State, say if in 24 hours they not kill the head of Metesine, bring the body in here, say he go remove her. Ogasado, they get that man that same night. They killed Metesine. Metesine is the name of the man. Then he called his group Metesine. Right. So, and that was the end of that thing for Gombe. I witnessed another one again in 1991 for Bauchi. I witnessed another one in that same 1991 in Kano. And you see the way then, now under military day, it not the last 24 hours.
But the government...
But the one we get today...
They do say...
Today, the one we get...
This sometimes they kill people now. So they enter that place, they show the short video, and they got to make boo for there. You go see and for there, even if you don't see the people when you see the kilo.
Oh, that's how they.
You go see and say like that.
Oh, that's how they. This is the way the government know they try. Like I tell you now, last week here, the governor of Borno reintegrated 720. The total number we don't integrate for this year from January to today, now 3,000. Person will kill person. Destroy things. You destroy that man, kill the man, take the last man, then you can't say you the integrator to that same society where you don't destroy. Then what is the effect of our law? It shows say this law what we talk about. In Nigeria, though, sorry sir, in Nigeria we know say that dual legal system we get. Okay. Like the southern part of Nigeria get what we call criminal code. In the north they call it penal code.
Yeah, which means maybe one country now.
No, now one country.
Why the country use different law for different people?
Now the British people cause her. Now then you know the British people, most of the things what they do to favor one side. Okay. But today, now we they see the suffering so. So the truth is that some of all these things where they see so, politicians get hand inside, and they also get religious flavor. Okay. So because of that religious garnishing wey we get, when some people they hide under, you know, when people won't do bad for black man land, they know say black people that we are so religious, they go hide under religion to do their evil. Right. Now we they see so wey dey happen for Nigeria, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria. So the thing we dey experience today, even when the law say do it like this, so people dey hide under religion, because if by the time you talk say no, this one you begin to condemn some of all those things, they say e dey condemn our religion, before you know another thing go happen, just like we saw what happened to Deborah that time for Sokoto. So because of that, everybody come dey careful make you no talk about any religion. So make we just accommodate ourselves based on our religion. But the truth is this, we should first of all know say before we belong to any religion, we are first Nigerians. So we must speak with one voice as Nigerians, condemn anything and leave religion out of it.
You talk just now, you say one of your brother, when you say you talk with one soldier man, say if you know what is soldier men they do, so you go marvel, so you go see they try. But no, don't forget, say you get where some soldier men they go, they say before they reach there, where they go there, they come out there. And the call say they get what they call an order from above, make them no good do. If they say they do, here they try. Not be the same soldier man will say they try. Not be that they get order from above, say no go deep, no go this place.
The level where me I did now, you know, be everything I did take as being true.
Okay.
I will read, I will look at because there are a lot of, they will call information overload. People just come up, say all manner of things. You don't even know which one is correct. Now, let me go back to the issue of amnesty and all that they are doing.
Okay.
You know, some of these things, like you said, they are politicized. Religion,
they bring the grammar conduct.
they put politics inside them. Religion matter day. For Niger Delta, if you remember, we had issues for Niger Delta many years ago when they kill people anyhow. And then at the end of the day, one president came, I think it was Shehu Musa Yar'Adua also.
Yeah.
They now came up with what called amnesty.
Yeah.
And everybody that were involved then, they were reintegrated, provided they surrender into the system. Now, they are the one doing it that side. So how are you now going to tell them that you will not also
Give them that
amnesty? That is the matter where they. That's why you hear all those amnesty issues.
But that one, but that one for federal government that time now, not be states. The federal government.
It's federal government. There's no way state. Then all the states are operating under the federal. They are in the same country.
Now they talk so if one of the operate under the federal, how come some go they talk say make we they try for federal level, other go say make we they give them freedom.
No, but there's nowhere they are not trying anybody. I'm going to be frank with you. There's no way they are not trying anybody. Okay, but the truth of the matter is that there may be some selected people who have decided to say we don't want to do bad again. Whether it's both federal or state.
We get the one when they say they reintegrate or into the society. Some group, I think for Borno before, yes, one of those states. When they integrate them into the society, less than a week when we say they do, they commit the same set of people.
They have
commit worse havoc that the one we say they fail to do when we say they carry the go. So how can we trust these people?
Thank God they will have a lawyer here. There are cases of people where judge grant order say release them, even government. They come back to society, commit the same crime, and they carry them go back. It dey happen. So it varies from individual to individual. Okay. We cannot generalize that.
Okay, from part of Sokoto State now, we don't hear now say some of these groups they don't take over some local groups.
Yes.
Say before you go your own farm, and then you come
you pay some royalty.
You come okay if you know a royalty you call them, but you go pay tax to them before you say you go. If you don't go come back, or maybe the pack of okay this one never pay tax before let them go. This one never pay, you know that kind of a thing. So how we go to talk and I say government not do for that place again? I be still stand, but that time we just say we don't get governments now. Banana, say now is the call
Banana Republic.
All of us don't chop banana, they go. And so now I want to find out because if for Sokoto State now, some people they go there before you go find you go pay tax. At a point, over here, say you get some kind of state, there's some area they will put their flag.
Every time.
So if they see all those kind of this or those kind of a thing, you feel say governments they get control over those people.
No, and I can tell you say government no say dem no know wetin they do. They don't lose control. You know now we dey talk of Sokoto. Before this Sokoto two states dey. One Niger State. Niger State get 21 local governments. At a time for that Niger State, the bandits, the terrorists, they control 14 local governments. They put their flag.
Out of 21.
Out of 21. They give the governor 7.
National Assembly.
And in the same that Niger State, you will see the governor, they sing, on your mandate, we shall stand. You will see the governor, every time they go Aso Rock, you don't know what the governor they do. So, that one now, with the talk of Sokoto State, not the new thing for us. So, the Borno State where they integrate, there are some local government now in Borno, about 3 local government, their flag is free there. But they say that they will integrate them. So I don't know whether the government, when they finish integrate them, they bring down their flag, I don't know. But as I tell you so, that's I do, the flag they still dey up. Now this Sokoto where they talk again because the new Niger State people can't tire, people can't lose focus, people can't say you know consign us, like them in consign. But the truth is this, na Nigeria. So we consign all of us because anything will happen for any part of Nigeria, now all of us now it happen to.
But the thing when you don't do now, people don't look as normal thing. You know, understand? People just look at it, look at what they happen as normal thing. If you wake up in the morning now, either you hear for radio, so they kill people, they kidnap people.
You know,
you watch television, you go see and there, you newspaper, anywhere, now the same thing you see. somebody say you go surprise say one day you just pass say no here say they kill somebody you know here case of insecurity and all of that say na the new normal na be that one we go find out what are the new normal after this break when we come back we we'll open the line we go take 1 or 2 calls before we say we go round up because this today program message na World Cup period I be this one so we go take a very short break when we come back we'll take 1 or 2 calls after we go see the ball they won't play stay with us not go anywhere. We don't come back and we see the matter when we say concern security for our country, Nigeria, and the one we see it concern insecurity now we see what they look. And if you look on just before we go to a break just now, we talk some kind of things the one we say they concern all of us and all of that. But I want to find out from us the time when what will be the motive of these people when we say do this kind of thing? What is there for their mind? Because if I say what is there for their mind and they do. Because they hear that I not be Hausa man or I know they hear the language they speak, they say Boko Haram and they be. See they don't want Western education. You understand? And now if you go anywhere, they go for Oyo State, they kidnap everybody ready for school. They go for Chibok, that they kidnap everybody for school. Now they kidnap for school, how they go. So much so now people they fear to carry their children go school. So much so now they close schools them. And the government in its own wisdom now for Edo State now, it close some schools for Igara. You don't understand?
And you open them again.
Okay, but for your own wisdom too, you don't send policemen and vigilante across almost all the schools that when they feel say yes, they're vulnerable to this, especially the whole of that Edo North and Edo Central. For your own now, you know, say people don't they gain ground, so as we say, you they fear to carry your pikin go school, no not to the apple, and they fear to carry my pikin go school, and say yes, they don't want Western education. No sure say they get grant.
No,
waiting they want. Now
they get grant.
So now waiting they want. Now they get.
Yeah, you don't get grant already. But
before you carry on, before I tell be our friend, I beg you to be part of the program. Quick call the number 080 77. We'll display the number there, 080 77 77 03 00 080 77 77 03 00. Even 1 or 2 calls, we'll take them before we say we carry our kayak come up for here.
So what we are talking, we say the whole thing don't dey dimensional already. They don't get too many leg. Look at what happened for vegetable market last week. That will not be Boko Haram people now.
Nah, they say now this thing now. That's our business now.
So what we are saying that the thing don't expand. We are facing act of terrorism by these Boko Haram people and their allied. We are now facing other dimension of it which have been localized. You understand now? Not be so that one day there and this other one day. That is what we are saying now. So why not we filter the two? Find a way to deal with this while we are dealing with this about this national issue. I call this religious war national issue. But all these ones where they kidnap people up and down here, they are not religious.
That one not be the business when they say.
That be the business way they inside. Being an imitation of waiting they happen for the other side.
Okay, they take it to the next level.
Exactly.
So for your own now, how it will be now? You know, if you say these people when they call it Boko Haram, whether it's soldiers, now bandits or whatever, say that they gain upper hand. Don't forget to use that number. With expect your call, me you call it.
You know, say politicians they get different style where they take they get wetin they want.
Okay.
During Obasanjo regime, we remember that time one governor where they call Yerima come, he say na Sharia for Zamfara State.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, all of us found out say that Sharia when they bring for Zamfara State na political Sharia. Even the man himself now go Egypt, go marry 8-year-old baby, call her wife. The same man where they talk of Sharia. So me, I don't want really conclude now. Say the thing is tied to religion. But wetin I know be say the politician, the Nigerian politician, can come under religion to get wetin he want, can come under politics to get wetin he want, can come under kidnapping as we dey see today can get wetin he want. Because some of the kidnappings wey we even dey see, you go know say government na their boys na im dey do am. The government dey pre ten d say they no know anything wey dey happen. And that's why.
For Edo State government, they do wetin dem fit do.
Yes, Edo State government in terms of crime fighting, I give am to the governor.
Okay.
Yeah, the governor dey try. But the thing be say most of them, even when na dem be the chief security officers of their state or chief security executive, as the one wey we dey call them, of their state, they not really dey behave like executive. They dey behave like people wey dey wait for everything wey come from Aso Rock. But then when they wan collect security vote, they no dey tell the people say the security vote is for all of us. Then when e don reach the time wey they want us say for security, they go say security is for all of us. So you see say the major problem wey we get for Nigeria today na the politicians, particularly the governors.
Hello, good evening. Good evening. Hello. What will be your name? Where they call us from? Okay, Blessing. Call again, I beg. Blessing, call us again because this is your line. Blessing, it's not clear at all. Call us again. Only your call. Now, we take. We know say we take at least one call before we say we come out here. So you say something. So
the governors don't really fail because the truth is this. Everything wey dey happen today for Nigeria na for the states dem like dey happen well. And the governors dem dey go tell you say, oh, I no fit control army, I no fit control police.
So where that one come live with state police?
No, at least let's experiment. It may be the capacity of the police we dey in Norwich.
Okay.
So the state police now will have, and maybe at the end of the day we have local government police.
Okay.
That will now be at the grassroots.
We got street police now. All the vigilantes don't be
well, maybe we'll strengthen them because not be only day gone they will do this wahala.
Okay.
The one will happen for Benjamin. They say even police were there near there, they drop their.
No, that's not correct. That's not lie when we see the talk.
Well, that's what I heard.
We see the video and everything before the drive come and all of that. People get CCTV.
No, I watched it. Yes.
But you said the person where police were through.
No.
So now
this is part of the lie where they talk.
So now when she talk, I say overload of information.
Yes, that's it. Information overload.
No, sir, I'm again. I hear we end it.
No, we
try. Friend at all.
You try.
Russian.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Now do well. I beg you, know they keep yourself very well.
Okay, thank you so much. But the next one we will say again. My name is Thomas. I don't forget to man when tell woman say sit down where you know what in the sea. Now good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio earlier, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds. And from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
Perspectives, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because we do respect to women. I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different.
Okay.
That's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media, and that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as love. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of control. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' codes.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your classmates that are married.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said,
Yeah.
majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words.
Such as?
The part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No, take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand?
Yeah.
You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal
decisions.
decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and
control. Yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand?
Okay.
So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Control, okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
Them, okay.
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word control, we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's really the problem.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, you know, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, you know, making his submission before I interjected,
Yeah.
he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism because I've met a lot of ladies like that now,
Okay.
and I think I currently have one as a friend
Okay.
that I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you
As
are.
you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself out.
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with Churchill, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with Churchill, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With Churchill...
Okay, with Churchill. Okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt.
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking. Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real. Although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored.
Okay.
That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there.
Okay.
She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she has a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
Their relationships.
their relationship because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing see
Blessing see
you.
you, okay.
Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
Don't have any business being in a
As a young
relationship.
lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening legs or somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
She has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? Okay. She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
Material investment. You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Superficial reasons.
Well, is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you will break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochiagu for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
joining us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. Our guest today is a chief. Of course, you may know him, you may not know him, but I'm sure if you've been following all the happenings in the entertainment industry, particularly Nollywood, you definitely will know Chief Iyobosa Legama, Fellow Directors Guild of Nigeria. He was the inaugural chairman, Association of Movie Producers Edo State Chapter. He's a legend of Nollywood, Hall of Fame Nollywood, producer of the iconic movie Anini Siege on a Nation. He's an actor, producer, director, scriptwriter, cultural ambassador, and has been in the industry for 51 years with his craft. It's a delight to have Chief Henry Iyobosa Legama with us on the program Icons today. Chief, it's good to have you here.
Beautiful to be here again.
I mean, you call me Chief. I was expecting to see all of those cultural things that most chiefs would wear, the long beads and the regalia and all of those. But all the same, it's good to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here.
51 years in the industry, Nollywood. How would you describe the beginning of this journey? Was it something you always wanted to do, or it was a happenstance, a coincidence? Were you born with silver spoon, diamond spoon, bronze spoon, or a wooden spoon, just like me? Or maybe without no spoon at all. Without spoon at all.
I am Chief Emmanuel Zeko's son.
Okay.
And I will tell you, I come from one of the very rich families from this past. And we are wealth and royalty, you know. So that's my background.
And so which means you were born with diamond spoon?
All the spoons. Yes. My being in the craft or in the art has never been a mistake. It's been deliberate. Though for my education, I had no art-related courses at all.
Interesting.
I have degrees in engineering, electrical engineering. You know, I have never done one art, course in any university. You know, but I grew up in a home where art culture was very prominent. You know, like a Legama son, we had a very big Ewudo, courtyard in the house where every weekend we used to have comedians come in, the old stock comedians, those ones who speak Benin, the Rainbows, there's Obidodo, this one was the cripple, Chief Dele Nye, who was the head of the character of Uganda. So they used to come to the old man's courtyard those days, weekends, to perform. So that thing stuck. And when I got to the primary school, and I had this Mr. Shola from Ife, a young Yoruba teacher, he was a primary school teacher, and he introduced pantomime, like this drama without language.
Okay.
And the thing that I got attracted, knowing where I'm coming from and seeing this too, And we started doing drama in school, and of course in the 70s, 72, 73, we started the NTA. And we started the Junior TV Club with Keto Kichime, So it's been like that all the while. But we got to a point where I was supposed to graduate or go to school. My parents insisted that you must do engineering.
That was the thing there. Whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer.
And in my house, my eldest brother read this course and he had a degree according to my parents. My eldest like that.
You must follow that pattern.
Until he got to me, and my point now was engineering. So I was made to read there even when I didn't like it. So I just read the thing, gave them their certificate, and continued.
With your passion.
Now, in Benin those days, we had the likes of Akin Kiru,
O.J. Ben, Risky, Martimilion, Olu Obaseki, Sam Loco, that route of actors and practicing actors. So I had the Professor Rosa Sarai, Professor Oyila was smaller. These were all actors in this town.
Professor Ewosa Osai, from a
fantastic actor.
VC in Ayo. Wow.
Yes, fantastic actor. Professor Oyila was another fantastic actor. So we're all contemporaries in this town, and those days it was the passion, not what you can make from it. We used to take from my parents and all that to sponsor programs, because we're doing school runs, we take drama to schools those days, in Midwest, to Bendel, to Edo, So it was not, we will probably invest like 50, 20, 200 naira for a school run.
Yeah.
And you end up making like 15 kobo. And about 12 or 15 of you are going to do that.
It will go around.
Are you going to share? So we just buy crush
and
drink it together.
I'll be happy.
By tomorrow morning, you're the first to get to rehearsal because you are already, looking forward to doing the next one.
Interesting.
So the passion was great, and it developed, our craft so much because we were all talented in our own different ways. Then there used to be this cast master. Was my father's tenant on forestry. They sent him to one of these Eastern blocks those days to learn puppetry, cartoon and puppetry. So when he came back, he created a whole different line for me, from just stage work, So that was what attracted me to television, apart from the Nigerian, where we had the Junior TV Club those days in MTV to NTA, So we started doing television productions, and of course I would go do guest artists with the Arts Council then. And the Arts Council was a complete theater ensemble. Band, drama, dance, complete, up to textiles making, So I will abandon school and spend more time in the Arts Council premises. So I was honed properly, the performance was imbibed in me, and I became who I am today. I have never practiced engineering one morning. Apart from service days. Till tomorrow I have not practiced engineering one day. I can even tell I don't know where my certificates but I feel complete every time I'm doing this business.
So how did your parents react to this?
Initially they didn't like it. They didn't like it. When my father saw, we went to like 6 countries in Europe, and the newspapers cuttings that I brought, I showed it to my father. He looked at it and said, well, this is still nothing.
He said what?
This is still nothing. It should be. He wanted me to work with ROEB.
Rural Electricity Board.
Yes, that's what he wanted. He wanted me to work. I went twice. And ROEB gave contract to Com Davis, one electrical contractor there in Benin. They made me carry pole. They were down, they were just wearing that upper mission, upper Lawani, and Com Davis had that contract. They made me carry, what we call the insulator, border, up a pole, and I dread height actually. So I got halfway, looked down, looked up, I said, okay, this is not for me. This is not for me, But when I'm on stage, I can climb up to 200 feet and not feel it.
Interesting.
So I feel complete every time I'm doing any calculated business.
So what would you say was your major breakthrough? Okay, maybe before we talk about your major breakthrough, just give us an insight into when you had your first stint in a major movie as an actor. With all the trainings, all the indoctrination that you had.
That was about 79, 80. NTA had this drama production directed by David O'Reilly, and it starred Smart Ekweku and Martin Miriam with Felice Odia, then one lady, Jet Amata's sister.
Okay.
Mena Adbata. And I was thrilled with the script. That title, I remember, was called The Prejudice, TV Playhouse then. And They made me play a student. I got stuck with that. So every week that we were rehearsing for the TV players, I would want to have a bit of that. So that was how I got broken into television, you know, properly.
Okay.
And now I could star as an actor on that. And then I went to give food to Chief Robert Ogunde when he came to do, when they were creating the...
As a famous magician?
Yes.
Okay.
It wasn't a magician.
Okay.
It was a proper thespian. He was a true actor and musician. You know, he wasn't a magician. I don't think he even performed that, you know. But in his ensemble, he had all those kind of fire eaters, people who, you know, so he had a complete theater, raw theater, you know. So he was the DG or the head of the national federal government asked him to create a national troupe. Because the Chinese national troupe just visited, you know.
So we wanted to replicate that in the country.
And they were 415 on a stage.
415?
Yes, the troupe, the ensemble was 415. So the federal government wanted that replicated, but they said, okay, make 200. So Ogunde went through all the states, doing auditions and all that. And, you know, the Ogundes were very close to my family. My immediate sister is married to one of the sons. You know, they're in the U.S. now. He's the only one who didn't practice act in the family. Okay. He's a child career, he's based in the U.S. now. You know, so, you know, my mother used to make his food because his food was different. You know, aforiro, amala, or cornmeal. So I used to take him to him at Plaza, not Plaza, what do you call it, the hotel where this thing is now by the NNPC, the South African hotel. By Sapler Road, by after, you know, the...
Is it Motown? Not a
Motown
Hotel.
Hotel there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you have Protea today.
Protea, yes, that's what I was trying to get. So I took food to him, and I saw he was casting for a stage production, I mean, for a film. And I said, I can't do this. He said, but you don't speak Yoruba. I said, if you speak it, I can speak it. He said, okay, come. So I went with them to Ososa. I was in Ososa for 1 month.
Oh.
That was my first break into the film industry.
Interesting.
So after that, I contributed scripts for Things Fall Apart.
Chinua Achebe?
Yes.
Wow.
You know, you must situate your script for the production. If you are adapting the script for film, you must have what we call cliffhangers on. The cliffhanger is what will make you want to see the next episode. So those were not in what Chinua Achebe wrote. Those were the things we added. Added them somewhat, but they were cliffhanger.
Yeah, to keep that
you know, you must keep the suspense. So you want to see what happened. Yeah. So I was able to do that. You know, by 73, I was already writing script for MTV. You know, I wrote Ike as a small boy, 73. Ike no Gokonomagula, I wrote that in 1973. You know, so that's how it's been. And until I started doing my own thing, I did the Trials of Ekwase, I shot Modion, I did Agmanima and all that, until I now did, I shot Talini. I tell you how it started. I was in the club, Benin Club that time, and very late in the night, Charlie Temple challenged me, say, you guys, you just drink and be useless, you know that. Look, my uncle, the police officer, that's Charles Dawsa's uncle. Okay. Charles is my cousin, by the way. Okay. Late Charles Dawsa, Charlie Temple, my cousin. You know, challenged me and said, you guys will just get drunk and get home and sleep. I said, look at, people are doing productions. Somebody shot a Unity. Somebody wrote, I said, I've even written the script on Anini. He said, go sit down. When will you have the time? From 5, 6, you are here in the club. You don't leave until 3 a.m. and all that. I said, I had it. And Victor Giwani, Partnership Investment, was there. He said, if you can do it, I will put money. I drove to my house that night to get the script, brought the script. By the time I got there, Victor, Temple had left, but Victor was still there. So I gave him the script. The next morning, he called me and asked me to come to Lagos. On the Monday, that day was a Saturday. So Monday, by Sunday evening, I was already in Lagos. Monday, I went to his office in GI. Lo and behold, he gave me money to shoot. I mean, I brought 16 stars from Lagos and lodged them in Benin for 1 month.
In shooting Anini?
Yes. You know, I went to the police, got special permit from Tunji Alapini, who was commissioner of police here. You know, we used to play golf together and we became very close friends. So when I told him what I wanted, he gave me 40 guns, but unserviceable guns. They gave us 2 policemen to guard those guns every time we go. So we chartered the vehicle with the guns inside, and we had the 2 policemen inside. One of the policemen gave me one small expo. I said, do you know we can service this gun? And they start to fire. And I said, okay. He told me how much I paid.
And you serviced this gun?
They serviced the 40 guns.
And they were actually firing?
I bought 22,000 black bullets. That was what we used for Anini. At the end of the shoot, those guns were returned to the armory and it became the gains of the police.
Wow.
You know.
Wow, wow, wow.
So, and you know, I took Anini to his period, to his time, his setting. If you see all the vehicles used, were the vehicles used at that period. Police uniforms, number plates, and all those. So those are some of the things we don't even bother about anymore these days. Because of AI and technology.
So that would be one of your highest points in the industry, shooting Anini as a boy?
Yes. Financially, no.
What do you mean financially? No.
I
mean, you got sponsorship. The movie had reviews.
It was not a financial success.
It wasn't a financial success. Why?
Because you see, my executive producer is a financial guru. You know, a businessman who will invest. He was a stockbroker, so he will invest, and monies must come almost immediately, because he has his own range and period for investment, you know. But as a filmmaker, I don't have that. I make films and let it run its course. So we got New Metro in South Africa involved to actually market Anini.
Okay. Okay.
You know, but they were dragging their feet because they too are not settled, you know. They were supposed to deal with us instead of Silverbird. It was when they missed our deal fell through that they now hooked on to Silverbird, who became their distribution in Nigeria. Otherwise, Anini was supposed to be the very first movie for distribution with them. You know, New Metro is a South African company. They own MTN and all that.
Okay.
St. Maurice, the cigarette. Yeah. They own all of that. So, 8 months after production, Anini was not coming out. My executive producer got impatient. So he started all sorts of what they took me to court and all that.
Oh, really?
So I was forced to now give Anini to Onitsha marketer.
Now that's what killed the viability of commercialization.
The man gave us check. 5 days after I gave him, but he called me, I went to Onitsha, he gave me a check for 1 million naira. I brought the 1 million naira to Partnership Investment. They said, am I mad? If I must bring money, I must bring, first of all, my investment.
What was the total investment in Anini?
Partnership's money, Victor Gilmore's money in Anini was 3.4 million naira.
At that time?
At that time. And my own personal investment was about 1.9. You know. But I tell you, I appreciate what Victor Gilmore did in my life. It's actually the start point for my life as an actor, as a filmmaker.
Okay.
You know. All the clout I enjoyed today was from that movie in me, you know, and he supported it through and through. You know, we only got messed up with the marketer, the Igbo marketer, who is usually who they are. You know, he will print 10,000 copies of Anini. He will print 2,000 copies of Anini and put in his shop. He sells his 10,000 outside the shop, distributes around the country. Every time you come, you still see 2,000 copies. Oga producer, he don't move market. He don't move market. You will count, he's still maybe 1 or 2, you will move 1 or 2 or 10.
Meanwhile, he's making lots, selling lots
all over the country.
My goodness.
Before we released Anini in Nigeria, we released Anini in England, in the UK.
That's piracy at its highest peak.
The marketer was pirating himself. He wrote on the jacket in the UK, not to be sold in Nigeria.
Meanwhile, he was selling in Nigeria.
He was selling in the UK. That particular cover, the jacket, he wrote, the one that was selling in the UK and Europe, he wrote not to be sold in Nigeria. Meanwhile, he had released with a different jacket in Nigeria. Myself and Victor were inside. We were not making money. He was making all the money. Though the man is mad in Onitsha. I didn't cause that. Maybe karma, you know. Victor saw that jacket in the UK and thought I had released it in the UK. And I was telling him no money.
And then he took it to court.
That's how we went to court. You know. I'm sure he looked at it and said, okay. He actually realized I was completely innocent. We were both victims.
Yeah.
He let the case slide. You know. That's how it's been. But thank God for Little Mercies. It gave me my first, in fact, in the whole of Nigeria, my film, Manini, got the highest nomination, AMA Award, 2006. Highest nomination, 9 nominations,
Wow.
1 movie,
Wow.
you know. And then Sitengi, and then of course awards started coming in all over the world. I was invited here and there, you know, to festivals and all that. And that's how we became who we are. And since then, we've done so many.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. If you just join us, the program is Icons, and it's reaching you on independent television. Our guest here, Chief Henry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, scriptwriter, director. In fact, the man behind the famous and iconic movie, Anini, A Siege of a Nation, or A Siege on a Nation. And the interesting story behind that, I think that many didn't come from that movie. My goodness. It just shows to you how piracy has really impacted negatively on the movie industry. Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Henry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, scriptwriter, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood. Legend Nollywood. Former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us when we'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on independent television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
Da Barracks, as well as Owola and Akube streets in Ulia Quarters, Benin City, are calling on the Edo State government to urgently address the persistent flooding affecting their communities. The residents say blocked and poorly maintained drainage channels are responsible for the flooding, which recently submerged homes and damaged property worth millions of naira. Patience Usaogiwa has the details.
Heavy rainfall has once again left a trail of destruction across parts of Benin City, with homes, filling stations, and business premises inundated by flood waters. A visit to the affected areas revealed drainage channels clogged with sand deposits, refuse, and overgrown weeds, restricting free flow of water storm and causing water to overflow into surrounding properties. Residents whose homes and businesses were affected lamented the loss of valuable property and the disruption of their daily economic activities. They appealed to Edo State government to immediately embark on the desetting of drains, channels, and clear all identified blockages to prevent a reoccurrence as the rainy season intensifies.
The problem is that the gutter has filled up. Government need to help us because we are suffering.
I've been here for the past 4 years now. I have not experienced it before. It was seriously devastating. All my materials, my documents, my system, my computers, everything was submerged in the water.
I was able to raise some of my things up before it gets to the counter.
Once rain fall, even station cannot save well. Motor not fit enter our shop to do. The erosion is too much for here.
The residents also advocated the establishment of an environmental task force to ensure routine maintenance of drainage infrastructure and enforce compliance with proper waste disposal practices.
Any small rain wey just fall now, we no go get peace. Now so we go stand for inside rain or inside water until both people wey dey throw away dirty, both shit and everything. Now so we go dey inside until e go dry. E no be like this before.
The sand don overfull and the erosion dey pack sand come. Now so they carry am down to barrack side.
The residents maintain that regular desilting of drains, improved environmental sanitation and stricter monitoring of waste disposal remain critical to tackling reoccurring flooding menace. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Away from that, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawari Igbenedion CFR, the Esama of Benin, has congratulated Agarase Idubo, a distinguished patriot and respected elder statesman, on the occasion of his 71st birthday. In a statement issued on behalf of the House of Igbenedion, the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawari Igbenedion, described Agarase Idubo as an accomplished and highly regarded personality whose commitment to service, excellence, and societal development has earned him widespread admiration and respect. The Esama of Benin noted with pride the numerous achievements and contributions of the celebrants, commending his dedication to nation building, hard work, integrity, and selfless service to humanity. He fondly recalled Agarase Idubo's long-standing relationship with the House of Igbenedion and prayed that God grants him continued good health, happiness, strength, and many more years of fruitful service to humanity. In more news, member representing Ovia Northeast, Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Omosede Igbenedion, has joined the campaign train of the All Progressives Congress APC chairmanship candidates for Ovia Northeast local government area, Mr. Christopher Urubusa Erimatoy. The councillorship candidates ahead of the July 11 local government election. Patience Usaogiwa reports that the rally attracted top party leaders and hundreds of supporters from Okada.
The APC campaign rally in Okada witnessed a massive turnout of party faithful, community leaders, women and youth who gathered to mobilize support for the party's candidate ahead of the forthcoming governorship election. Among dignitaries present were former Deputy Governor of Edo State, Honorable Lucky Imasuen, and the member representing Ovia Northeast Constituency 2 in the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Andrew Uzame.
We are here
Addressing supporters, Right Honorable Mosede Binedion highlighted some of her constituency intervention in the area, including the provision of a transformer to improve electricity supply in Okada. She also reaffirmed her commitment to facilitating the dualization of the Okada road from the junction to enhance transportation and economic activities within the constituency.
It's important that the road is opened up and we have a wider road that will be safer for everyone that's plying the road, and also it will help to open up the townships as well too as you're driving along.
The federal lawmaker urged residents to sustain their support for the APC while commending Governor Monday Okpebholo for his efforts in addressing security challenges across Edo State.
As you can see, as we say, Edo is shining. Indeed, the council will also do the same. By the grace of God, Edo people will experience the dividends of democracy and rapid development. The council also have to take it upon themselves to try and see how to clear areas that were used as hiding places to ensure that Edo State is very secure, and I know that that will also complement the efforts of the governor.
Also speaking, Chairman of your Northeast Local Government Area, Solomon Odenwigie, appealed to voters to turn out in large numbers and vote for all APC candidates in the July 11 council election. The APC chairmanship candidate Christopher Eriamiatoy, alongside councillorship candidates including Endurance Osawe, popularly known as Parasco, solicited the support of the electorate, promising responsive, inclusive and people-oriented leadership if elected. From Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
In another report, His Royal Majesty Ewai II, Oba of Benin, has convened a crucial meeting with community heads known as Odionri and youth leaders known as Okaigili from communities across the Benin Kingdom to address the growing security challenges in Edo State and the country at large. Journal Morua reports that the community leaders gathered at the Oba's Palace for the crucial meeting.
The meeting focused on strategies for complementing government effort in combating insecurity, particularly crimes such as kidnapping, armed robbery, court-related violence, ritual killings, and other criminal activities threatening peace and development. Addressing the gathering, Oba Ewari II commended the youth leaders of the various communities, Okaigili, for honoring his invitation and urged them to remain committed to maintaining peace, order, and security within their respective communities.
Yes, sir.
Also speaking, the Akenua of Benin, Chief Osaigbo Samoye, conveyed the directive of the Oba of Benin instructing the Okaigili to establish 5 or 10 member advisory committees in their communities and report directly to Chief Ima Iyase on security matters. Some of the Okaigili who spoke at the meeting expressed appreciation to the Benin monarch for the initiative and pledged to work closely with relevant authorities to tackle insecurity and criminality in their domains.
This message, we appreciate it, and we have interest on it about the concerning of the protection of the community.
Attack our Oba. We want the government to support us to protect our quarters.
We all will put us together. We will need the government to empower us so that we can secure our community.
The meeting also featured the paying of homage by palace chiefs and various groups who offered prayers for the continued peaceful and prosperous reign of the Oba of Benin. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
With Nigeria grappling with economic challenges, rising insecurity and emerging public health concerns, stakeholders have stressed the need for strategic interventions aimed at boosting national development and improving citizens' well-being. These issues form the focus of discussions on the breakfast program this morning, aired on ITV. The report filed by Zainab Mohammed is presented by Oluwafemi Fariola.
In Benin, the Director General of the Edo State Tourism Agency, Lady Vivian Elabo, identified tourism as a critical driver of economic growth and diversification. She noted that increased investment in the sector would stimulate local economies, create jobs and generate sustainable revenue for government at all levels.
Like the Gele community, we have white sand in that community. So once we open up that space, we are looking at a beach there, so we can have a tourism zone. What does that also do for us? It opens up the state completely. And the tourism sector is very fertile in Edo State, and there's so much that we can do.
Joining the program virtually from Abuja, National President of the Association of Medical Laboratory Sciences of Nigeria, Dr. Kasmi Ifeanyi, highlighted the vital role of medical laboratory sciences in disease surveillance, diagnosis and response efforts, particularly in the fight against Ebola and other infectious diseases.
Over 70% of clinical decisions of any time is predicated on data generated by medical laboratory scientists. Over 70% of revenue deriving in the health sector is derived from the services rendered by medical laboratory scientists.
Meanwhile, from Lagos, the Impact Monitoring and Learning Lead of the Nigerian Jubilee Fellows Program Initiative, Dr. Chiedu Nwankolo, spoke on efforts to empower young Nigerians through skills development and access to meaningful employment opportunities. The editor-in-chief of the industry newspaper, Chief Godi Ofose, examined the growing challenge of insecurity in the country. He emphasized the need for collective responsibility, stronger collaboration, and a united national approach to addressing security concerns. Oluwafemi Fadayola, ITV News.
Now, teachers and students in schools located in vulnerable and remote areas of Auchi, Isako West local government area of Edo State, have commended operatives of the Edo State Security Corps for their sustained efforts in tackling insecurity and safeguarding lives. The commendation comes amid growing concerns over incidents of kidnapping in parts of the area, which had created anxiety among residents and disrupted normal academic activities in some schools. Edo North correspondent Anthony Igbano has details.
Speaking on the impact of security presence, the assistant headmistress of Usogu Primary School, Mrs. Gideon Comfort, said the deployment of operatives from Edo State Security Corps Isako West sector has significantly improved safety around the school's environment. According to her, teachers and pupils now carried out their daily activities with greater confidence, knowing that security personnel are on ground to respond to potential threats.
And with the teachers, the children of this school, we are safe. And we don't have any fear.
Also speaking, a student of Comprehensive Secondary School, Miriam Abdulatif, and the Vice Principal of Auchi Arabic Secondary School, Mr. Mahmoud Ismaila, noted that the fear of kidnapping have previously affected the morale and concentration of both students and staff. They, however, expressed satisfaction with the increase of security patrol, saying the visible presence of operatives have helped in restore peace of mind and encourage regular school attendance.
In a very, very bushy area. Some of them have been here throughout to take good care of us.
This kidnapping and bandits, parents are afraid, but vigilantes are always with us and we are in a safe hand. That's why we're always writing our work.
Responding, the Isako West Sector Commander of Edo State Security Corps, Mr. Lawan Aliyu, reaffirmed the command's commitment to maintaining law and order across Auchi and surrounding communities. He assured residents that the Corps will continue to strengthen surveillance and patrol operation to ensure the safety of school children, teachers, and the general public. Mr. Aliyu also urged residents to maintain security consciousness and support ongoing effort by providing timely and useful information to security agencies.
Security in everywhere, and by the grace of God, I believe the children here in the school here, they are very safe for insecurity.
Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
Now with that, we've come to the end of ITV News at 11. I am Chuku from Nanya Digwe. Thank you for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best. In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us to live in. Today on the program, I guess, is Dr. Tabusaid Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us, he wasn't being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to share about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. The way you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about? Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trisent Osteo, which is now Trisent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking, I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my line now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? He said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I've worked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow. Yeah. You don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. So I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy. So how do you access the building? How do I know access it? So I said, okay, I will construct a staircase to that building. From outside. You can see determination. Wow. I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. It became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA. But that would leave you with nothing. That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. He said 500,000 at your age. What will you do? How will you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money between. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, it's used iron, really bah. So they do the staircase. We had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, "Sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you." Wow. And he accepted your advice. Accepted. And my sister told me, "Don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it." Yeah. So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished. So it's like from zero. I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were? I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are full pro service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them off pain, and we have brought people back for us. Like referrals. So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the video was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was, a lot of reactions here and there. That was cool. Talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you, all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life? First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my reverend, Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I'm sure it's not bad. Okay. I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain, they just go, over the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite, that are sustaining you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent's Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was based in non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened. That was COVID-19. So COVID-19 spanned into 2020. Yeah. And like I said, I had been known. When we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened, and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down. Yeah. There was a lockdown. There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonium. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. I was paying money for it. Even like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. The joy of doing it. That fulfillment. That fulfillment. But people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Their immune system was already going down, going low, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed. Until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this nurse sitter in my office. So I did therapy on them, on that chair, that nurse sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. So they come back. they do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming. Okay. We started doing therapy on stroke patients. Manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. There. Yes. So, I don't know. Right from time, when they don't want to work, I don't know why. She now left. So, I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask you, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary, I'll attend to you now. They will see the director, he's around. They say, okay. I say, okay, let me take you to the director, you go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Trisent SC. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered? I think yes, I can still convert you. I'll convert the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside, I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes, we're going to have the secretary. I've not seen one yet. One is not yet. Another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. On the other section came. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there. So your office now became my house. Your house? Yes. Interesting. I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, stressful, expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I wear it, next morning I wear it. But I need you to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you go to the office first, you pay for the table, you get the accommodation, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your 2 pants and one trousers and 2 shirts that when you wash today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dried iron for the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I washed those things, keep iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the office because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So I'm the back came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking the door. I shouted, who is there? They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. What I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they will know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually come in. So they broke in and broke in and broke in. They didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then they came to my rescue. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still worked in that place. This happened in Yaba, in GRE.
Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosait Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's a wrap on Icons, the program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You'll be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, now, very good morning to you, and you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokugi. Yes, I'm not always alone on this program. I have my co-anchors right here in Lagos, right here in Benin, and of course in Lagos and in Abuja. Wilson Marshall is right here with me in Benin. Wilson, a very good morning. I don't know if it's a Blue Wednesday.
Speaking, I don't like this combo. don't just
it's good, you know. Coincidental.
It's a wonderful Wednesday morning. Thank God for the gift of life. It's good to be alive. We're all happy, despite the fact that sometimes in our country get to realize that many parts are not really happy due to, you know what now, the security situation and all that. But here in Edo State, I can really heave a sigh really because Mr. Governor, Senator Mondo Okpebholo, has chosen to take the bull by the horns with what he did last week, just to prove to Edo citizens that definitely things will get better. Things will get better in terms of security challenges, but they should extend it to the hinterlands, the so-called soft targets where people really need protection and all that.
Okay, yeah, we understand that we are not going to be resting on, all attempts in the states. I mean, we saw the Oba of Benin yesterday, 2 days ago, and all that, calling on traditional leaders in Edo State to ensure that they do the needful to, handle the issue of insecurity.
I said that, was it a week or 2 weeks ago, when I said, look, if it's to go use the African science, go ahead, use it. Because it doesn't really matter as long as we have results. We have those forest guards right now. We have a Edo security network. So people are like saying, look, you just can't face this bandit bare-chested. You have to go out there. You have to have some back ends, Maybe that's just, maybe the other was like, look, we have to call on the ancestors and the rest of them. It's time for you to show your workings, show that definitely the ancestors can protect, and of course, unleash curses on those that really want to or are heaping misery in those states due to the activities of banditry, kidnapping, you just name it. I'm just praying that takes positive effect in the sense that at least these people, they'll have the fear. They don't have the fear of God. I know they have the fear of God, but they'll have more fear when the ancestors, so to speak, right now are involved. So kudos to the Royal Father. He has taken a bold step. Let's see if others in those states will follow suit.
Okay. All right. So like I said, we are not alone on this program. Lagos and Abuja is also with us. So when we get signals from them, definitely. All right. So Lagos is right here, Patricia. Yeah, Patricia, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Evans. It's good to see you. I heard you all talking about the banditry and kidnapping in Edo State. It's becoming alarming, but honestly, I must give kudos to the Edo State governor who had taken a bold step to fight banditry and kidnapping, terrorism, and whatever name they call themselves. I mean, we all see how far he has gone in fighting this banditry and kidnapping. He has gone so far by even demolishing the houses that they use for the kidnapping, should I say business or kidnapping error, because it is an error in our society. I don't know where that came from, and it has to be, tackled immediately so that it doesn't escalate more than what it is right now. Anyway, from Lagos this morning, we'll be looking at insecurity, national insecurity, a collective and national responsibility. We're not going to be leaving it for the federal government alone again. I mean, because it's getting out of hand. I think it's a thing that we all have to come together, put heads together, and see how we can fight insecurity in Nigeria. Evans.
All right, so that's it. All effort must be on, the saddle to ensure that we fight insecurity from all ends. So Abuja, when we get signals from Abuja, we'll bring Abuja into the program this morning. And in Benin, we are going to be looking at something different. I mean, in the face of, a persistent economic crunch in the country, we're going to be seeing if we can see other alternatives, to keep our nation, our economy back to, back on gear. I mean, the issue of tourism has always been something that we've looked away as a nation, whereas we have so many tourist attractive centers in Nigeria. I mean, here and there. So let's begin to think how the nation can key into tourism, Wilson.
Yeah, if you bring it down to Edo State, you get to realize that we have so many tourist sites, in the sense that if you come to Edo State, go to Edo North, Kukuruku Hills. People want to see the wonders of nature, but that particular sector has been marred because of security challenges. You come down to Edo State, it's a wonderful spot too in Edo State. You guys come over here to, like, you know, visit one or two places. You have the museum, you have this Victor Wifo Museum, also you have the Yogbazu, you have so many places you can really go to really experience this fineness of nature that brings about tranquility and calmness. Yes, it is an avenue that we can really exploit to make money for Edo State. But you know the situation. Who want to come around when they are scared of being, you know,
security issues.
Yeah.
All right, so Abuja is with us this morning. Abuja, good morning. Good morning, Abuja.
A very good morning to you, Evans. How are you doing and how is Benin?
Fine. Benin is fine.
All right, so in Abuja here, so much to talk about. You know that the president just inaugurated the task force on prevention of Ebola. Ebola is currently ravaging DR Congo with over 1,003 cases, out of which 254 deaths have been recorded. And you know, Nigerians, we travel a lot, and we are to an extent vulnerable to having that disease imported into the country, and that's why the president set aside 10 billion to fight the prevention, to ensure that Ebola is prevented from entering the country. But however, in that task force, there are some professionals that are not part of it. For example, when it comes to detecting of disease, surveillance, as we know, you must have it tested, and to test it and give you an accurate result of what the sample or sputum that have been analyzed, you need the medical laboratory scientists. But in that particular team of task force, those were not there, and there are some other persons that are not there. The states were not carried along, except Lagos and Rivers. So we'll be looking at how that will pan out, even if that the federal government has disbursed about 21 million naira to every state of the federation, including the FCT. Another 21 million will be coming their way, but the central body needs to be tightened, and that's the crux of our discussion today.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Joseph Kade, for that. So we'll take a short pause now so that we'll join the corporate trainer in Oyota Nusahai for a segment. Please take it a stop. Inuagata Nosaha is my amiable name. So delighted to come your way one more time and add premium value to your day. You know, we have been on the series of different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics, and we have looked at the coercive leadership style, the authoritative leadership style, the pace-setting leadership style, the democratic, the coaching leadership style, and what have you. And this morning, the focus is going to be the application of the democratic leadership style in a government-owned hospital. And the democratic leadership style is a kind of leadership style that is all-inclusive. It gets contribution from team members. It enables participation. If, for example, there is a deliberation on an issue the team or organization is facing, the leader will give room for every team member to make idea contribution to that issue. And so at the end of the day, you know, the democratic leadership style ensures that there is quality decision that is arrived on at the end of the day. The democratic leadership style ensures quality decision. It promotes innovation, it promotes creativity, and it is good for the team. But remember that the essence of this series, which is different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics, is for you as a leader to know that this is the right leadership style to apply in this scenario or this situation. And immediately, goals are achieved, or immediately that the situation changes, or there is a shift, of that scenario, you should also know that it is time to shift leadership style, to transition from maybe coercive leadership style to authoritative leadership style, or to pace-setting leadership style, or to democratic leadership style, which is our focus this morning. And I've just told you that democratic leadership style encourages participation, and it's all inclusive and ensures that people make contribution, people are able to bring their idea to the table. And so when a leader, in a democratic leadership style, upholds that kind of leadership style, it is for the good of the team, it is for the good of the leader, and the system is just moving from point A through B, to its next level of growth. And this morning, like I said, we are looking at the application of the democratic leadership style. And the case scenario we are using to look at this is using the democratic leadership style to improve outpatient waiting times. Using the democratic leadership style to improve outpatient waiting times. Now, this is a case scenario. Patients at a government hospital consistently complained about spending over 6 hours before seeing a doctor. Rather than imposing a solution, the hospital administrator invited doctors, nurses, record officers, pharmacists, laboratory staff, and reception personnel to a planning workshop. This is what the democratic leadership style is all about, bringing everybody on board. It's all inclusive. Each department identified bottlenecks and proposed improvements. The team jointly agreed to introduce staggered clinic appointments. So instead of just telling everybody to come at a particular point, let's say 9 a.m., you feed some people for 9, you feed some people for 10:45, you feed some people for 1 p.m., you spread it out. That's staggered clinic appointments. The team jointly agreed to introduce staggered clinic appointments, digitize patient records, create a fast-track system for elderly patients, improve communication between departments. Now, this was the outcome of this democratic leadership style application in this government-owned hospital in this case scenario. Within 3 months, average waiting time fell by nearly half, and patient satisfaction increased substantially. That is the beauty of the democratic leadership style, that enables, everybody to make contribution to resolving, issues in the team or in the organization. Now, let's look at some, discussion questions on this scenario, some reflective discussion questions. Number 1, why did involving employees improve outcomes? Why did involving employees improve outcomes? The answer is that employees closest to work often possess practical solutions. Now, the people that are interfacing with, the patients, the customers, the people that are on the shop floor, they are the ones that actually understand, how things are going out there. And when you bring such people to the team, you'll be able to get quality decision, because why? The people that are involved in the job are, making idea contribution and innovation to the team. The second question is, what workplace dynamics were strengthened? And the workplace dynamics that were strengthened is collaboration was strengthened, trust was strengthened, accountability was strengthened, and at the end of the day, it improved ownership. That's very important. And the last reflective discussion question on this case scenario is, when might democratic leadership become less effective? As a leader, it is very important you understand what I'll be reiterating. It is not a one-size-fits-all situation when it comes to applying different leadership style. It's saying, when might democratic leadership become less effective? And the answer is that during emergencies requiring immediate decisions, or when excessive consultation delays action. So during emergency, democratic leadership is not very effective. You need to just give a do as I say instruction, and that is a coercive leadership style. The coercive leadership style is a command leadership style. It's a do as I say leadership style for resolving crises, for managing emergencies, and also for attending to matters of serious indiscipline. So know that, okay, this situation, let me apply leadership style A, like democratic leadership style, just like this administrator did in this government-owned hospital. But when situation changes to crisis situation, to emergency situation, then you need to apply the brake pedal
on democratic leadership side and possibly shift to the coercive leadership side. So the lesson at the end of the day is that democratic leadership encourages participation and generates commitment because people are more likely to support decisions they helped create. I believe that lots of value have been added to your day-to-day. You want to connect with me, send your questions and inquiries. inuarata@gmail.com is my email, INUAGHATA. inuarata@gmail.com. Send your questions, send your inquiries, and then we'll build a better workplace for ourselves. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. And when I return, I will remain the amiable Inuarata No Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Doing this alone, I am with Dr. Victor Ohai. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Good to see you today.
So we're going to be starting with the Punch newspaper, Doctor. And the major headline says, state policing, Senate votes today as Tinubu transmits bill to National Assembly. And on the up part of the newspaper, Nadeco rejects Abdusalam's claims on Abiola military rule. That can be found on page 7. And when you go down, you see that the security chiefs split over expanded powers for governors. And also we have the Senate set for historic vote as Akpabio rules lawmakers. President sends constitutional alteration bill seeking creation of state policing. And on page 27, that's a big one too, U.S. blacklist Nigeria firms over ISIS funding. And then we go down to the newspaper this morning, we have Nigeria spends 5 times more on debt than health education. That's a report. And we also have police intercept 47 sacks of military uniforms in Lagos. You can find that on page 4 and 5. And on page 3, we have the adoption fair, or your NUT reject school resumption. Doctor, let's start with the state police. Senate votes today.
Okay, this vote was supposed to have taken place yesterday, but obviously they said because of, in honor of one of their colleagues, that they were putting it forward. This has been long in coming. For a very long time, we've been talking about this. I think it's very important, and I hope that they put all that they can into it and that it finally goes through. Because, I mean, sometimes if you don't try something, you feel if you've not tried it, maybe that would have been the solution. I'm hoping that at the end of the day, state police will bring some form of relief. But the fear people have always had about it being misused, it's important to be able to say what the state police can do, what the federal police can do to curtail abuse of power and the territorial overlaps, you know, in terms of functions.
Well, Doctor, still on the Punch newspaper, we have U.S. blacklist Nigeria firms over ISIS, still on insecurity.
I'm very happy about that, and I'm waiting to see what the government will do, because 3 BDCs, Bureau de Change, were listed among the companies. I don't have the full details of the other companies yet, but usually we have a tendency to cover up, maybe because there are powerful interests behind, you know, some of these funders of terrorism. A list was sent earlier on. No consequence here in this country. There's no consequence for bad behavior, which is why impunity persists. So I'm hoping that now that the U.S. has released its names, that the government will take the cue, call these people to prosecute them, because there's evidence, you know. So if the U.S. is blacklisting them, what is the Nigerian government doing? Condoning them? You know, how can you? Because all these terrorists that are coming, where do they? I mean all the kidnap funding and all the monies that they receive, who banks them? Who collects them? Who changes them? And all of that. You know, when they bring these big sacks of money, it's not manageable until you reduce them to dollars. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I mean, you can hold $100,000 you know.
Yeah, just in your pocket.
Yes, in your pocket. It doesn't look like so. So let's see. We'll have to wait and see how it turns out.
We hope federal government takes
the cue and
do the right thing
and prosecutes or follows up on these companies. We want to know them.
Still on insecurity, Doctor, we have police intercept 47 sacks of military bag uniform in Lagos. That's scary.
When they're not busy taking a gunja, the police can be effective at times. Yesterday, on my way here around the toll gate, I saw old toll gates. I saw the road safety intercepting a big lorry, an articulated vehicle, huge one, that was completely covered. You know, they stopped them there near their office and all that. And I thought that was good, because in the midst of all this, you know, when there's so much, then you want to say, where do you want to begin to search? And criminals, what they do is, they'll hide what they want to inside one of those things and then cover with so many things. You would think you are carrying bags of rice. If it takes 10 days to search through, they should do it, because today is uniform. We have been seeing bullets, you know, we've been seeing guns and all that. Now uniforms. So when somebody stops you on the road, you are no longer sure whether the person that is stopping you is a policeman, a soldier, or a fake person who is just wearing this uniform, you know, under that guise. And a lot of people have been kidnapped, a lot of people have been victimized because of things like that. Now imagine 47 sacks. Can you imagine the number?
Doctor, so just before we go to the next newspaper, I'm going to ask a question that I think Nigerians should be asking at this time.
Yes.
Where do they get these uniforms from?
Well, obviously, a tailor made them somewhere, whether they are manufactured.
What about the fabrics?
The fabrics? Fabrics can be sourced from the open market. I don't think that's a big deal, really.
Oh, Joe, I thought it was a private thing.
Well,
just restricted to the barracks alone, or to the police people alone.
No. I mean, the materials you can get camouflage where you need that. You can get the materials. Although the police camouflage, the bluish one, but these are military uniforms. They're green. Army green. You know, so that is very, very common. You know, it's very common. I don't think that's a problem. So what they've simply done here is that they are trying to you know, give people these uniforms to be able to. There's no pure motive for this. Let me use the language pure Nigerian.
Okay, Doctor, let's move on to the next newspaper, Daily Sun.
Yes.
The major headline there too for Daily Sun says, "Fight against terrorism. U.S. names Nigerian, 2 others, 6 entities as ISIS financiers." That's a big one. And then on the bottom, we have El-Rufai opts for 1 case submission, loses bail, no case. Anyway, concerns over federal government's failure to implement local government autonomy, directs funding 2 years after Supreme Court nod. Okay, Doctor, no case. Let's look at Rabiu Kwankwaso. Rabiu sacks cooperation from partners to fight violent extremists. UK pledged support to curb internal regional security threats. It's been security. So let's look at El-Rufai, sir. Let's talk about El-Rufai.
Well, that is what his lawyers would advise, no case submission. Okay? He would want to advance a case of victimization, that the government has nothing against him. But it's like you plead guilty when you go to court. Are you guilty or not guilty? And then the case is opened up, and then you have to prove that beyond reasonable doubt, if it's a criminal case, that is guilty. So I think that is where that is coming from there. And we'll have to wait and see as things unfold over the coming days and months, and that's in the case of Desiani, maybe years.
But Desiani is free now.
Yes, she is. Yes. So it will take a while, because it's not going to leave it. It's not going to stop at the originating court. It's going to go to the superior courts, right up to the Supreme Court. He will argue his case.
Okay, Doctor, let's move on to the Guardian newspaper this morning. U.S. sanctions, the same, insecurity threats, and page 6. And then we also have LASG Partners firm on 600 million megawatts power supply.
Sorry, before we do that, I just wanted to mention something on the Daily Sun. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine.
On that Daily Sun, something caught my interest there. It said U.S. names Nigerian, 2 others, 6 entities as ISIS financiers. What is scary about it is that we're not talking Boko Haram here, mind you. Okay? We're not even talking about local terrorists. We're talking about international terrorism. ISIS, which is like the global enemy of anything that is seen in the world. And there's a Nigerian, 2 other 6 entities as ISIS financiers. It gives cause for concern. Well, let's go to the next one.
It gives us cause for concern, and we hope that the federal government, makes the people known to the public. Yes. Okay. So we're still on the Guardian newspaper. Still on U.S. sanction exposes terror financing amid growing security threats. We've talked about that, except if you want to enlighten us more on that. State Police Akpabio pledges swift passage as Senate reviews Constitution, that you can find on page 6. Edo Monarch orders native doctors, water priests orders to curse kidnappers. I want us to talk on this, Doctor. Do you think this will help?
Okay, it's been said that if you tell people to swear on the Bible or the Quran, they will do it. They just feel because they believe that God's judgment is slow. It doesn't. But tell them to swear on Ogun or any of those traditional things. I promise you, they will be scared. They will be scared. They'll be very, very scared. Well, there's a lot that is that is part of our tradition here that seems to work. When I say work, that can invoke fear in the fear of God in the lives of people. I like the fact that the Oba has taken this initiative, and I hope that many more traditional rulers and, if you like, community leaders around the country do the same. Just invoking or ordering native doctors, water priestesses, and others to curse kidnappers. Let us see how it works.
But if the kidnappers are from Edo State, they will understand how that works. But if they're from outside, I don't think they will give a damn about
you're
that.
You're getting it wrong. It's not about it. It can deter the Edo people, but it will inflict, if it is effective, because the devil also has his own power. So you're using the devil to fight the devil, or you're using how do I put it now? Traditional means to fight those people, because those ones rely on traditional protection as well.
True.
So you're going to be using traditional means to fight traditional means. The protections that they get are traditional. So they don't have to be aware.
Okay.
We have heard cases about where people put brooms in their houses. When a thief comes, the person will carry the broom and begin to sweep until the owner shows up.
We need more of that.
You know what I mean?
We need more of that.
If whatever it takes, it has come to a stage now where it is whatever it takes. Because honestly, we have appealed, we have cajoled, we have threatened, nothing has worked. So if this will make them go mad, if this will make them begin to fight themselves, if it will make them begin to sweep Benin clean or wherever around the state. I can't go to my village right now, but I don't come from a village. Fuga is a city. If it will make me go that again. No, but there are only 2 cities in Edo State, Fuga City and Benin City.
I see that.
Yes. So if it will make me go, if it will make me feel more confident to go home, by all means do it. Honestly.
I want to give kudos to the Edo State Governor, Governor Monday Okpebholo. We see how he's been fighting this. He's actually been fighting.
Because you cannot, there's no meaningful development outside security. Everything you do will be useless. You can't construct roads because you may be attacked. Contractors will not feel confident to deploy. You understand? People cannot. What can you do? Outside, farmers cannot. They can't go to the farms.
Well, okay, we hope that works. Let's leave insecurity for a minute and go to politics. NDC emerges main opposition in Edo as APC PDP lawmakers defect.
Wow. Okay, so I like the fact that you can get an alternative. And what this simply means is, and you know, when you have leaders in a party who have turned it into their property over time through tradition, and then young people and other people with ideas want to come in and do something, and you say no because you want to entrench your son or your in-law or your loyalists. You know what I mean? People have to find an alternative to ventilate or to manifest. So these new parties, I like the fact that they're there as an alternative. And this is what this suggests right now, that if it's like you're in a company and you cannot be promoted, there's a ceiling because the old people there will not go. Everybody. So the best thing to do is just, as we use in telecoms language, you port. So that I got diagonal progression. You know, you move diagonally so that you can come back to the top. If you want to go vertically, you are blocked. You know, so it's okay. It's healthy.
So you say it's a good move.
It's healthy for democracy, yes.
Okay.
Can we look at Lagos State Partners firm on 6,000 megawatts?
Please go ahead, Doctor.
Yes, I like that because public-private partnership, I think, is the way to go. Government alone may not be able to do it. 6,000 megawatts will do a lot. Lagos is a major industrial center. I would say major because in Ogun State you have a lot of industries as well. So we need this partnership, public-private partnership, so that we can generate electricity. If you add 6,000 to even the national grid right now does not produce 6,000 megawatts. Okay, so if Lagos alone can get this 6,000, it will free up electricity for use, you know, for industrialization across the rest of the country. And I hope other states take the cue, and that we can move forward with it.
Okay, Doctor, we can quickly take the Vanguard newspaper. The Vanguard newspaper, the major headline there says, U.S. cracks down on Lagos-based ISIS financial BDC operator.
Who cracks down?
U.S. cracks down on Lagos-based ISIS financier BCD operator. And we also have on the top of the newspaper, Tinubu writes Senate seeks constitutional backing for state police. And that's a major headline. And then we also have Lagos explosion, police dispatch particles to Abuja for forensic analysis. And we have local petrol production hits 48 million liters. Federal government says that. Then we also have Makinde imposes 16-hour curfew in 10 Oyo local governments over security concern. Doctor, this crackdown, it says, is Lagos-based ISIS.
That's if we didn't talk about it, we would have talked about it. I really wanted to. The fact, you see how close to home this is? We have always looked at it as if it's in the north. It's so far away. When I say in the north, it's part of Nigeria, but when you say it in the south, you think, is there a problem? But look at it. The main financier is in your backyard.
Here in Lagos.
You know, here in Lagos. And it could be your neighbor. Where I live was where Evans was living, in Magodo.
Yes.
We didn't know that the biggest kidnapper in Nigeria was living amongst us. You can
on the main Magodo Shangisha Road.
No, not the Shangisha. No.
Inside Magodo.
Inside Magodo.
Wow.
Inside Magodo.
Wow.
You know, so when I look at that, so you never can tell. That gentleman next door to you could be the person. And that's why this is a fight that we must all take. We must take seriously and not take lightly at all.
And we just hope the federal government takes it as seriously as you are advising.
We're watching, and we'll see whether this one will be covered. We're watching. And the U.S. is watching, mind you. Go ahead.
Makinde imposes 16-hour curfew in 10 Oyo local governments. Do you think that could actually help the situation? Because the teachers and the children are still in the bush.
Okay, so there was a story we missed earlier on about NUT refusing to
resume in Oyo State.
In Oyo State. I agree with them, because the truth is, we must use every means necessary. There was worse during Jonathan's time. Every means necessary to drive home the point that these people cannot continue to remain in captivity. If we allow Chibok to go the way it did, this must not go the way of Chibok. Okay? The issue of curfew, for me, neither here nor there. Curfew will work where there's violence, where people are fighting each other. But in terms of insecurity, kidnappings, most kidnappings are done in broad daylight. They're not even in the midnight. Although sometimes people will attack institutions, or so they come in the night and carry people. But curfew, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think that's really the solution. It appears to be under siege right now, Oyo State, but so is the rest of Nigeria.
Okay, Doctor, let's quickly look at the top of the Vanguard newspaper, hardship. Yes. Civil servants demand 400% wage increase. Can this work for us?
When you demand wage increase, let me say this. There was a time when you could afford to buy a car for 1,000, even under 1,000 naira, when it was still naira in this country. Today, you cannot buy a brand new car for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 million. Okay, maybe you can get somewhere at 10 million.
A good car.
Yeah. I'm talking about brand new car. What I said under 1,000 naira was also brand new car. You understand? Okay, at the time, 504 from 3,000 went up to about 5,000 and all that. So it's not about how much, it's the quality of the money that you have. Okay, so you increase it by 400%, the salary, and then inflation rises by 800% or 1,000%.
That won't work.
It won't work. We need more practical and more pragmatic economic solutions to our problems. I don't know if this government has that.
Well, we hope the government listens and actually solves most of these problems for their citizens. We come to the end of the newspaper review this morning. Doctor, thank you as usual for making us understand the newspaper. You know, when you grab a copy now, you read, you understand better, because Doctor has analyzed most of the stories on the front page. Thank you so much. We'll go back to Benin for the continuation of This Morning on ITV.
All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television This Morning on ITV. Yes, I did say we're going to be looking at the alternatives as, ways of making more income into our economy system. And of course, one of the alternatives we're looking at this morning, it's looking at the tourism sector. And we understand that the tourism sector can create amounts of jobs so that you would never expect. All right, so as we are with the guest this morning, Wilson Obansha is right here with me. Now, Wilson, in the face of economic crunch that Nigeria is going through, little wonder to what extent can we harness the tourism sector into our experience right now?
Well, as it stands right now, it's just for us to go out there to invite some persons, a group of persons or individuals who want to spend their time studying the terrain of Nigeria, to look out for the places that they can go just to have that particular feeling with nature. Then it used to be Jos, way back when Jos was very, very peaceful. We talk about the hills and all that, talk about all the companies trying to, have their headquarters in Jos. You have many, I wouldn't want to, start mentioning brands way back. Also, you can take a look at also places like the western part of the country. Yes, when you talk about the hills, talk about the Federal Capital Territory, the rocks and the rest of them. People want to see those particular features that really make them to connect with nature. If you come down to Edo State, you know the story so well. Kukuruku Hills, you have in fact, many places, natural spring, natural stream. Everyone wants to have this connection with nature, hence the essence of tourism. You got to realize that Nigeria do have this potential to enhance this particular sector of the economy. If you take a look at other countries of the world, you can just go on and on, Greece, Italy, their mainstay is in the tourist attraction. You understand? You go to places like Colombia, they're known for the drugs, but right now they're beginning to delve into a particular aspect also of tourism because they have this site. You go to Israel, Yes, they have wonderful sites. You go to Saudi Arabia, UAE, they can show you one or two places that resonate with nature. People want to see it. But you know we have one problem.
Yeah.
I don't want to dive into that, but we have one major problem.
Yeah, which is security. Yeah. Because, somebody said that if we really want to fix our tourism sector, the first thing we need to look at is to handle the issue of insecurity in the country. Now, you talked about Obudu Cattle Ranch, and of course you talked about the Kokoroko Hills. Fortunately enough, that's where I'm from, and that's where you are from too. Now, I remember those good old days in the 80s. It was a tourist attraction, places. Tourists came all over from the world, all over the world, and of course they saw the Obudu Cattle Ranch, and they saw places around the Kokoroko Hills. Then, of course, we even have the Okpekpe race, which is somehow sparking activities, but we've noticed that recently that tourists have also found that they can actually come to Nigeria, come to Edo State and see what the Okpekpe race is all about. But the biggest challenge that we have as a nation is insecurity, because the truth of the matter is that there's no tourist that wants to go anywhere that is not secured, because the security of life is paramount to every person. So I think the government of the day, in as much as we are trying to look at tourism as a better alternative in trying to handle our economic crunch, we should first and foremost talk about how to keep our society, how to keep our environment, how to keep our state, and of course our nation, very, very safe. Now, I understand that the governments are not resting, the local governments, state governments, and of course the federal government, but I think we really need to think about it in a better way so that we can really get our tourism back on track. Now, Edo State happens to be one major place that Nigeria can never forget. Now, when we talk about the issue of tourism in Nigeria, now the most glorious Igwe Festival. A lot of persons are yet to really know what Igwe Festival is all about. You ask some people, they tell you that it's one religious, and of course maybe something that has to do with fetish activity and all that. But people that really know about the Igwe Festival, they'll tell you that no, there's nothing fetish about the Igwe Festival.
It's part of our culture.
It's part of our culture. It's part of who we are as a people. As a matter of fact, if you come to Edo State, you've not learned about the Igwe Festival. It means that you've not come to Edo State. So that's just the way it is.
Yeah, but sadly, even when we have this protection on the tourist side, so to speak, on the tourism side, the roads leading to that particular site, how protected are these roads? You get to hear cases of people being kidnapped, taken to the forest. That sends this kind of a negative chill to a potential tourist. Maybe he's been listening to us right now. We don't want to come down to maybe Benin City, maybe come down to Nigeria to take a look at this tourist. And because of this something, the nature, will I say, the circumstances surrounding these places of interest, nobody wants to risk it. And we are bleeding because we just cannot get it right in terms of tourism because of security challenges. You talk about the Kokoroko Hills, maybe peradventure, but you said, protect a particular area. The hills are well protected. What about the roads leading to the hills? You talk about, Obudu Cattle Ranch, right? Protected area, protected terrain, but the road leading to that particular terrain, how protected is it? How safe are these roads? Nobody wants to come, so they want to come do tourism. They ended up in the kidnappers' den. God forbid, nobody wants to risk it. So what is Nigerian government willing to do? Because tourism right now is the mainstay for so many countries in the world. Everyone wants to see sight. They want to, reconnect with history. They want to know what happened to this city, that city. Everybody wants to see things, archaic in nature, that still affects our future, even our present. They want to know. But how would they want to, come around knowing fully well that the road that leads to this particular places are like, death traps, so to speak? Yeah, you move out, they'll be like, hey, move your car into the forest. Hey, you move out there, oh my God, hello, we've come to so person, here's just related to you, bring XYZ amount of money. Nobody wants that, so that is what is really killing tourism in Nigeria. The fear is palpable. Nobody wants to risk it. But to be you, Evans, we don't want to risk it.
Why will I risk it? Why will I risk my life?
Like the pain.
You talked about the forest. Now, we're even supposed to know, we're supposed to even know that the forest are supposed to even be another tourist center.
Yes.
I remember those good old days in the late 70s, 80s and all that. Now, we were told that Sapele, the forest around Sapele region in Delta State happens to be one of the thickest forests in the sub-Sahara region in Africa.
Yes.
Because the kind of trees we had in Sapele in those good old days,
mangroves,
the kind of hybrid plants that we have those days, wide plants that we had those days in those forests, we probably could not have had them elsewhere. So that goes to show that the tourists in Nigeria, the tourists in the forest in Nigeria, and of course the forest in parts of the country ought to be another tourist attraction. It has to be another way of making revenue into the country. But those forests are places that nobody wants to go to.
Because right now the forests are being used as a heaven for bandits, for kidnappers, for terrorists. Who want to go there?
Yeah.
Who want to even say, okay, fine, potato to the teeth, let's march into this forest for sightseeing? Who would want to risk it? So we have potentials dying because of insecurity, and I wouldn't want to blame any tourist that wouldn't want to risk his own life coming to this particular area because of what he or she has heard, what he or she has seen. Everybody wants to be safe. Even if they're so crazy about history, what we're crazy about seeing things that happened in the past, nobody wants to risk their present or their future being held captive. Nobody wants that. So that is what is really killing the tourism industry. It also have grown more than this. Now, if you take a look at other claims, you heard about Libya, where some persons that are like, cuckoo upstairs, just go to a tourist resort center, open fire. What the government did, they was like, release heavy detailed security around those tourist sites. Upon in Libya, Algeria, even in Morocco, we have issues like that. When talk about international saying they protected their tourist center. To the extent, before you get to that place, series of searches just make sure that everyone there is safe. But can we do same here in Nigeria? Can we do same here in Edo State? Paying premium attention to security. If the places of tourist attraction are well secured, the rulings to that particular place that are well secured, I'll tell you, the tourist industry, well, I say the tourism sector of the society will bloom once again, because right now it's been covered by this insecurity. People are being scared, afraid of reconnecting with nature because of what they heard. Remember what happened some years ago where XY, the director of Amazon, was kidnapped and abducted. That really affected tourism in that particular area until he was released and security restored. Nobody wants a repeat of that. No. This is what we're talking about, our tourist sites. How protected are they? The roads in a particular area, how protected are these roads? I mean, that is what our guest is going to throw more light on, because right now tourism in Nigeria is almost at zero ebb because of what is happening in the country.
All right, so you see that the issue with tourism, it's kind of multi headed, in the sense that it connects all the aspects of our lives. Now, take for example the hospitality business, which is a huge part of tourism. Now, Nigerians like politics. We like elections and all that. Now, you can take for example, Ekiti State just had their elections. You can imagine. Well, I don't want to make reference to the APC chairman that said he was only in a hotel. And so the point the point I'm trying to make is that that's election in Ekiti State some few days ago. If they tell you the amount of money that came into the state through the tourism sector, remember we are looking at the hospitality business.
Are you going to call it tourism sector occasioned by the election?
Yes. So that's why I said that tourism has a way of connecting almost other sectors. You can even talk about basic infrastructure such as roads and all that. Now we identify that security is a major challenge in the tourism sector in Nigeria. Now, Wilson, I also want to let you know that the lack of good basic infrastructure, such as roads, good roads, such as power, all these are problems to the tourism sector in Nigeria. Because the truth of the fact is that if we don't have good roads, now we are approaching the in the Western world, we're approaching the summer period. In another few weeks from now, July, August, and all that, it's summer period. Now, the Western world, you know, the white people, they like to leave their places, and they look for where they want to go to. So if you come to places where you don't have the good roads, say for example, you are a tourist in Nigeria, you landed in Lagos or in Abuja, you want to go to Obudukatu Ranch, I mean, the roads are not there. You want to come to Benin to see the great palace of the Oba of Benin, and the roads are not there.
Yeah.
You know, you want to see the great moats around the Benin. You've read it in literature books and all that. You want to come and see for yourself, and the roads are not there. So you see that in as much as we urge the government to ensure that our societies, our state, and our nation is secured, we also need the government to know that developing the basic infrastructure will also, you know, harness the tourism sector, you know, in our country. That's what we're saying.
Well, I'm not thinking about it. Let's take a look at the funny part of it. You know how these bad roads could just be a tourist site? Let's get to see if let's get to see if people get a complaint about like, you know, true. They'll come to people listening. Look at this. That's move over to want to go some basketball. Oh, really, man? This is really, really bad. You could just no. That is unenlightened. No, all the same, like what you said. Good roads matters a lot. The place, the roads or the route that leads to these particular tourist centers, how are they being taken care of? Because I wouldn't want to risk my life saying that, look, I want to come to XYZ to know what happened in the past, to see this great mode, to see XYZ, and the roads are not properly tarred. You get to that place, get to see hold up, you get to see large portion of the road destroyed by ravaging flood or whatever is being come. Maybe that could just be a death trap for, God forbid, bandits to just hop in and just grab you and take you to the forest, God forbid, because everything is connected. You talk about the hospitality sector. Yes, it is connected. You talk about the tourist sites. Yes, they are all connected. The road also, the nature, everything we're talking about, they are all connected. And right now, we are in the rainy season in Nigeria. Yes, over there, moving towards summer. But right now, the rains are upon us. So what are we really doing to make sure that we have this traction, or what I say, this attraction for tourists to come to Nigeria, tourists to come to Edo State to really have fun?
Okay. Yeah. All right. So big question. Winston, perhaps we'll leave that for our guests this morning to explain and also tell us, you know, what the Edo State government is doing, because we need to localize some of these issues so that we can really understand it better. We'll take a short pause now so that we bring our guests into the program this morning. All right, thank you one more time. We sincerely apologize for bringing our guests, you know, slightly behind our time. And we did say that we're going to be talking about the benefits of tourism in our country. I mean, in the face of financial crunch, economic financial crunch in the country, what alternatives can tourism give to us? Now, this morning, we're so privileged to have Lady Vivian Elabo. She's the Director General, Edo State Tourism Agency. Madam, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Edo State.
And of course, thank you so much. Winston Omasha is also here with me. Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Welcome.
Madam, you know, let's look at, you know, the financial crunch that we're going through now. A lot of persons are of the opinion that tourism can help us salvage the situation. So what's your take on that?
Absolutely. Tourism is very important to our economy because it's a multiplier effect. There is no sector across Nigeria, across Edo State, that tourism does not affect, from security to housing to hospitality to the food that we eat to the market woman you know, out there, to transportation, to the aviation sector. Tourism is very important, and what tourism does is it opens up the economy in a way that, you know, it creates jobs for our teeming youths. It helps us, you know, increase our IGR. How can we do that? It's, you know, by making what we have, our history, very attractive for people to want to learn about it, for people to want to see firsthand where this history took place, is opening up the economy in a way that investors are, willing to want to come and put their money in. So I'll give you an example, like the like the Gele Gele community.
Yeah.
We have white sand in that community. So once we open up that space, we are looking at a beach there, and obviously that area is very open, is very close to the seaport. We also have the coastal line running across that zone. So we can have a tourism zone. What does that also do for us? It opens up the state completely. You understand? Then, that will also help the youths in the states to be employed, hospitality sector, people who want to, build hotels, they can come in that space as well. Those selling food, transportation, is a ripple effect. Both direct jobs and indirect jobs, including our engineers will be gainfully employed. So to take tourism very seriously is to ensure that our people's lives are changed. Is a wealth creation sector, and that way we are in control of the state and how much is coming into the state. We are talking about $1 billion sector, which we cannot afford, to take for granted.
Okay. All right. In Edo State currently, how is the tourism sector doing?
The tourism sector is very fertile in Edo State, and there's so much that we can do. So when I first came into the office, the first thing was to see where we are, and I realized that there was so much that needed to be done. There were so many reforms and policies that we needed to bring into the sector. I started to partner with a lot of agencies and ministries. The first agency that we went to partner with was waste management. We want a cleaner Edo, we want a healthier Edo. So we went to partner with them. And what that does, it helps the space and the state look very beautiful, very attractive, because what the eye sees is what people naturally want to buy into. And it was also important for us to start to take cognizance of the number of flights that are coming into the state, and also what is the crowd, what's the traffic. So if we are able to have the numbers that are coming in now, how do we change that?
Okay, because of time factor, because our time is fully spent, we need to go to Abuja. We just need you to give us the next 2 minutes so that we'll wrap it up now. You tell us what Edo State government is doing, you've said that, but we want to look at the issue of security, which is a major problem. Insecurity in the state, and of course the lack of basic infrastructure and all that. Now, are there current, programs that the Edo State government is putting in place to boost tourism in Edo State quickly?
Absolutely. So the first thing we are doing, we put together a summit, to address various issues in security, to ensure, to discuss the economy, to discuss investment opportunity, that the state is very ready for investors to come in to bring in their money. We're also looking at, exhibition for our galleries, how our galleries doing. So we have seen that the galleries can do better. And that's why we're having this summit coming up next week, Monday and Tuesday. We're looking into the fashion industry as well, because we know that both the young and the old, everyone is into fashion. We all wear clothing, and so we want to give our people a advantage position where the outside world is seeing what they're doing. So there's so many things that we're doing in terms of policy reform, in terms of regulating the sector, in terms of standardization. So, I know that we don't have the time.
We have the time, Abuja is on standby right now. We have to go.
We would have loved this discussion to continue, but we need to go to Abuja now, where Joseph Kadiri is on the standby. Madam, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let's take a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
You're still watching This Morning ITV from the Abuja Network Studios. We'll be looking at the Presidential Task Force against the entry of or importation of Ebola, which of course we all know that 10 billion naira has been earmarked by the president, and that taxing has been inaugurated. But what is the role of medical laboratory scientists in all of this? Because we know that when it comes to the issue of outbreak, surveillance, testing, the medical laboratory science has a huge role to play. But if they are not part of the task force, what is the possibility that it will see the light of the day? What means is that the possibility of ensuring that samples that will be tested, blood or fluid or sputum, will have the accurate results that, of course, physicians will work with. So I have with me to look at this issue the president, national president of the Association of Medical Laboratory Science of Nigeria, AMSO, Dr. Kashmir Ifeanyi. A very good morning to you, Dr. Kashmir.
Yeah, good morning, Joe, and good morning, our listeners and viewers.
So let me just quickly get your opening remarks concerning the initiative of President Bola Tinubu to, inaugurate a task force, give them a huge amount of money to ensure that Ebola is not imported into Nigeria.
Yes, the initiative by Mr. President is quite commendable. It's proactive, and it sits fittingly with national health security. And what therefore is national health security? National health security is simply the sum total of the measures that a country puts in place to be able a country puts in place, proactive measures put in place by a country pursuant to its capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to infectious outbreaks or biological threats or any public health emergency for that matter. And so what the president had done following the ravaging impact of the Ebola outbreak in DR Congo, which in a couple of hours could spread to Uganda, and was already attending a mortality rate near 50%. Because in that particular time, 13 samples were taken, and out of the 13, in a given surveillance outing, 8 of them were positive, and of the total number that were infected, close to half that number had passed on, dying as a result. Of course, you know that Ebola is very, very prevalent, as it were. Ebola is very prevalent, as it were, in DR Congo. They have had several episodes of Ebola, including the very last one that happened that still ravaging that country. And very many countries, even though it was declared a public health emergency of international concern by the World Health Organization, our country, speaking through the focal agency for international health regulation in Nigeria, the National Center for Disease Control, did profile Nigeria as low risk, but that's not to say that we should have laid down our guards. And so for the president to have thoughtfully, proactively voted resources for us to deal with the issue of preparedness for Ebola, it's quite commendable. But
right.
From where I come from, and where I come from, there's a saying in where I come from that it is only the sluggard that prepares for war at the drum of war. We are supposed to have built systems. We are supposed to have built
fluctuation in the network, but I'm sure it will be.
Infrastructure were put in place. Some semblance of public health facilities were put in place. What happened? Why did it disappear totally? It disappeared totally because what people do in Nigeria is they look at the situation and they create business out of it. I just hope that this particular 10 billion is not a creation of business for boys, because the appropriate professions, the appropriate professionals, the relevant healthcare professions are not represented in the tax team that has been set up to manage these resources, to provision public health infrastructure, systems and processes for preparedness for the Ebola outbreak. But when we are dealing with outbreak, we should be holistic in our approach. Isolating Ebola and bringing 10 billion, it is just like what happened during COVID. We also brought 10 billion. Joe, you can remember the controversy of 10 billion for vaccine, which of course she's still the one, which the permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Health, threw the lead in a public hearing in the National Assembly. And so our concern is that the president are taking the right step. However, we have started with an approach that will lead up to a failure.
Okay.
Will lead up. Yes.
Yeah, we really don't hope for failure, and that is why we actually have you to discuss, advise, so that we actually achieve the aim for which that money, number one, and then the task force is actually set for. So now, tell us, who are the appropriate professionals to be in that task force so that Nigeria would not fail in the prevention of importation of Ebola into Nigeria?
If you listen closely to my definition of national health security, I talked about a nation's proactive capacity to detect. If you come into the health sector, the only profession trained, developed, designed, and trained to detect disease, to detect outbreak, is the medical laboratory scientist. Detection. If you go to any standard reference document defining medical laboratory, it will tell you it is the healthcare professional that perform analysis of body fluids, tissue, such as blood, urine, etc., to detect, to diagnose, and to treat and prevent diseases. So, if the intention of the 10 billion is to detect, diagnose Ebola should it happen, help in the treatment of Ebola should it come to the country, or prevent it in totality from coming to the country. And in the composition of the task team, you have eliminated willfully, deliberately, medical laboratory scientists. It is designed to fail. And let me say this, the Maputo Protocol of 2008, where heads of states and ministers of health met in Maputo, and they said to speak to a nation's health system, the sine qua non is to strengthen and expand the medical laboratory capacity of those countries. We have continued as a nation to take steps instead that are contrary to the Maputo Protocol of 2008. We have consciously continued to underdevelop, consciously continue to weaken medical laboratory capacities in our country. And that is why we have continued to be very vulnerable to all and sundry emerging and re-emerging diseases and outbreaks. Until we get it right by positioning medical laboratory in the scheme of our healthcare system, Nigeria health system and health indices will continue to rank at the lowest step globally and will continue to rank at the lowest step within the continent. Joe, you know, we have hovered around 186, 188 out of the 192, 94 enclaves and countries in the world. Within the continent, we have hovered around 48 out of the 54. And do you know the shock? The shock I must tell Nigerians today is that our per capita spending in health is more than that of South Africa, is more than that of Egypt, and these are within the first 10 countries you see. Nigeria is not within the first 10 countries, whereas our per capita.
Okay, so now, since you have laid the basis of how a country should position or constitute its surveillance or thing to prevent disease outbreak, especially during the 2008 Maputo Declaration, do you think there is a possibility to reconstitute the task force? Because we have seen that that task force has so many clinicians, two permanent secretaries of health two commissioners of health from 2 states, Lagos and Port Harcourt. We've seen, of course, in the FCT, Dr. Fashawe also represent like a commissioner for health in state, because she's the mandate secretary for health. And then the NCDC DG is represented. We have also seen, WHO is there. We've seen the permanent secretary, admin of the villa, and of course the entire team is chaired by the chief of staff to the president. So what is the possibility of reconstituting that task force so that it will not feel like you have pointed out?
If you look at the composition of that team, it fits properly with my first allegation. I am alleging that this 10 billion team committee, it seems to me as money for the boys.
It may not be for jobs.
Allow me to finish.
Okay.
Allow me to finish. This is a global public health emergency. I respect the person of the chief of staff, but the last I checked, he's a lawyer. The last I checked, he's a lawyer. So when we have international disputes that will go to IJC, who will chair the committee? A consultant physician or a consultant pathologist or a consultant medical laboratory scientist? Let us be careful. Let us stop playing Koso with the life of Nigerians. A committee of that nature that do not have a reflection of relevant critical healthcare professionals in its composition will not serve the interest of Nigeria. Healthcare is not about procurement. It's a lot more than that. A disease of public health emergency of international concern should see us parade key clinical care professions. And like I did say, in the entire team, there is no medical laboratory scientist. It is a problem. It is like you have a crew, and you do not have a pilot. That is what we have. The crew is incomplete.
Yeah, but the clinicians will always tell you that they are the pilots when it comes to healthcare.
No. You see, like the healthcare sector, like the built industry. Who is the lead in the built industry? The architect. Who actually builds the house? Civil engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. I don't know whether what I'm saying makes any sense.
Yeah, you're making a point.
The physician is not trained to perform laboratory testing. The physician remains a physician. He only treats patients deriving from the clinical laboratory data provided by medical laboratory scientists. And let me say this, over 70% of clinical decisions of any time is predicated on data generated by medical laboratory scientists. Over 70% of revenue deriving in the health sector is derived from the services rendered by medical laboratory scientists. Over 70% of data required for public health policy and planning derive from data provided by medical laboratory scientists. Over 70% of data required for electronic medical records derived from data provided by medical laboratory scientists. And so, that is the truth and that is the picture, incontrovertibly so. Let us stop playing with Nigerians and their life.
Okay, Doctor, now let us just ask you if you are to advise how the 10 billion naira will be used. Can you tell us the modalities for its usage?
So let me also give you information. In terms of huge resource spending, well, I told you that our per capita spending for health is higher than that of South Africa. Now let me ask you, is our health ranking higher than that of South Africa and Egypt? We don't even rank where they rank. We rank at the bottom.
So what is the challenge?
Hold on. Talking about money and spending. Talking about money and spending. Nigeria has been spending. Have we been getting value for our money? No. If you want to do a PET scan and you have cancer, you're required to do a PET scan. Are you aware that there is only one place you can do a PET scan in Nigeria, and it's in Lagos, and it's in private hand? And how much is a PET scan? One of the very sophisticated ones is around $1 million. $1 million is in the neighborhood of 1.5 billion. Am I correct? Do we have it? Is that not less than 10% of what some states collect every month? So, the point is not in spending. What we're actually doing is squandering. I just referred you to a public hearing in National Assembly where the current permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health blew the lead about an intention to divert 10 billion voted for vaccine production in Nigeria after COVID. We had Ebola 2014 in Nigeria. 12 years down the line, can you relate with any of the things we put in place in public buildings regarding the water, sanitation, and hygiene, the WASH program, and hygiene programs? Can you find any? If you go to Kigali today, Rwanda, all that they put in place during the last Ebola outbreak are still there. They yet maintain social distancing. The hand wash machines that are deployed in public places and public buildings are all there and functional. Those hand sanitizers and wash hand points we mounted in Federal Secretariat and other public buildings, are they not in relics? There is something fundamentally wrong.
Okay, Doctor. In the coming days, if you have to put a timeline or a time frame for Nigerians to begin to see the benefit of the money that has been allocated, which you have, said few things about, what will it be? Because in the airport, we are supposed to be seeing hand washing facilities. We are supposed to be seeing the thermometers, handheld thermometers, even or a more sophisticated thermometers in public buildings here in CBD and elsewhere.
Brother Joe, let me come in here. How much did we budget for health this year in Nigeria? I'm sure it is not less than 500 billion. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Go and check. Yeah. So why are you expecting a transformation with 10 billion? We budgeted for health this year over 500 billion. Last year the same. 2024 the same.
Yeah, but it is the release that's the problem. Last year's release is 5%.
Let us not go into that discussion. You are expecting a magic wand a transformation with 10 billion naira. Now, I was saying something earlier on. I stumbled into a program where the federal government had procured well over 380 molecular testing machine, and they have distributed it across some states, and it is collecting dust in some private healthcare centers. The people there don't even know what to do with it. Why did that program end like that? No medical laboratory scientist was carried along in the process. And so you bought equipment, PCR machines, you threw them at primary healthcare centers. The one that is working is only managing to be used for school tests. A machine that can be optimized to test so many of the diseases, to test for so many of the diseases that are responsible for the outbreaks we have in Nigeria. That is what the machine, that PCR can do. And it is not happening. I want to appeal to the President and Commander-in-Chief. He campaigned on the Renewed Hope agenda. When he came to this, he operationalized, so to speak, the Renewed Hope agenda for the health sector. Very laudable blueprint. I want to appeal to him. We want to see these things translated to reality. I want to appeal to him to take a second look on the composition of that team and infuse in the team a medical laboratory scientist of his choice who is well-rounded in infectious disease, who understand the language of infectious disease and public health, who can move samples from the field to laboratories, produce data, and give meaning to the data. That is what we're saying. I don't expect the 10 billion to do magic when 600 and 500 and 400 and something billion annual budget in health has not done any significant transformation. If we have that resources, I will deploy training that first line healthcare profession. How many will it be? Are we going to deploy that in buying cutting-edge laboratory equipment? And if we are buying it, who among the tax team is conversant with that kind of equipment? There's no member of the committee.
Okay, before we go, our time is flying really fast. It appears you are not worried the Minister of Health did not make that list. Why are you not worried? He's the coordinating Minister of Health and he's not on that list.
I take you back to my opening intro. I am alleging, I'm not saying I'm sure, I am alleging that this is just a job for the boys.
Doctor, I disagree. This is something that, of course, we know is happening. It's happening around, and Nigerians struggle a lot. There are people who...
You justified my allegation by informing the public that the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health, Professor Muhammad Ali Party, is not in the list.
Yeah, because you have listed many professionals, including medical lab scientists that are supposed to be there, and then you left out the #1 chief health officer.
No, hold on. Ali Pate is there by proxy. You just told me 2 commissioners of health from Southwest Nigeria. Those commissioners of health are
South, one South, one Southwest.
Good. The 2 of them are members of Nigeria Medical Association, where Pate belongs. They are physicians, colleagues of Pate. So, by extension, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Health is fully represented. We are saying that when you are speaking of infectious disease, pandemic, epidemic, outbreak, are you the medical? You are.
At the time I want to round up the discussion, the network is...
I said, if you can hear me, Joe.
Yes.
I said, if you are speaking about pandemic, epidemic, outbreak, infection, disease containment, prevention, dictation, surveillance, and you exclude willfully, as is the case with the Ebola tax team, you are just calling for a party preparedness for public health emergency containment, prevention, and dictation. You cannot fly the plane without a compass or a rudder. Medical lab remains the rudder for public for disease outbreak.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much for your time. I am sure the relevant authority have noted your point, and we hope that that tax team will be reconstituted if it's possible with Mr. President. Everything is possible with him, and then have the appropriate professionals in the tax team. Yeah, we can have even members of various health associations, the NME, the AMSU, the nurses, the geographers, and so forth and so on in the tax team, so that the 10 billion naira will not be frittered away. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your time. We hope to see you some other time.
God bless you. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, so we now move to Lagos Network Studio for contribution of the program this morning on ITV.
Continuation of this morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. I'm Patricia Uwemu Gabriels, and of course in the house I have Dr. Victor Ohai, my senior co-anchor. Doctor, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning again. Okay, this morning we have a big organization here who is going to be discussing with us what it is all about. We have the Nigeria Jubilee Fellows Program, NJFP2O. And then we have, let me read through what they are before we continue, introduce our guest here. So today we'll be discussing the Nigeria Jubilee Fellows Program, NJFP 2.0. The Nigeria Jubilee Fellows Program, NJFP, is a national flagship youth employability initiative of Federal Government of Nigeria, funded by the European Union and implemented by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. The program connects qualified young Nigerian graduates with host organizations across the public and private sectors for structural professional experience, skills development, and career growth. Joining us this morning to discuss and make us understand more of this organization is Mr. Chidun Nwokolo. Mr. Chidun Nwokolo is the Impact Monitoring and Learning Lead, UNDP. Mr. Chidun, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's great to have you in the studio this morning.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Doctor?
Yeah, I find this really fascinating because, just before I go over to Mr. Nwokolo, the federal government has been talking about creating about 3 million jobs or so, and this seems to be one of those initiatives, and I think that's why a lot of people should really take note, and it's a good thing that we have someone who can speak to it.
Doctor, before you go on,
yes.
I honestly want to, since the federal government is involved in this, let's quickly start with a question that I really like to understand before we go on into the major questions. What makes it different from the NYSC, since the federal government is involved?
Okay. So thank you for that. So the Nigeria Jubilee Fellows Program, again, like you mentioned, is a youth employability initiative of the federal government and is implemented across the 36 states. Now, going to the question of what makes it different. So the NJFP particularly gives you access to pre-screened young graduates. Right. So what it essentially means is that the entire vetting process is a very stringent process. Right. So you get into the system, you're subjected to computer-based tests, you're required to also more like submit a video pitch, and then afterwards there is a psychometric assessment that is also conducted. Now, the idea is neither a pass or a fail assessment, but then it sort of gives us insight into your personality, you know, your work skills, work case scenario, you know, and all of that. And then you'll be required to complete a CV builder. So the process itself, you know, you could see that the screening process is a bit tight, and then we're ensuring that we're getting quality young graduates into the.
So obviously it's very different from NYSC. Doctor, please go ahead.
I'm tempted to say, it's when you say quality graduates, it's more like graduate people who have been better prepared, not necessarily quality, because it depends on where you're coming from. If you are brilliant, but you did not go to a place where you have the opportunity to be readied or prepared for some of those things, but it's never here nor there. So anyway, so let's get down to it. Although you've tried to say it, but just give us a deeper insight into what this Nigerian Jubilee Fellows Program is about, and why was it created in the first place?
Okay, so the Nigerian Jubilee Fellows Program, I would mention again, is a youth employability.
You have said so.
All right, you know, by the federal government, that is funded by the EU, and then implemented by UNDP. Now, the idea is to create a platform, right, where young graduates are connected to jobs, you know, in the public and also in the private sector. You would agree with me that most oftentimes than not, you would have employers say, you don't have the required experience. We can't take you because you don't have that experience. So again, the NJFP is now becomes that platform that connects these young graduates. So look at it as plugging the gap between the learning, you know, and the earning. Look at it, plugging that gap between the learning and the earning, connecting young people across jobs. The end goal is for these young people to become employable.
This is an apprenticeship program.
Look at it as an internship.
Internship program. Okay, it's more like an internship program.
Most times when you say apprenticeship, maybe you
think it's a connotation,
not really, but it's more like maybe in the Tibet space, in the professional skills. I mean, it's still the same.
It's a class C. You will not understand. It's a Benz thing. I want to sticker like that. So you will not understand. It's a Benz thing. So we know, we understand. Okay, you mentioned why it was created.
Yeah, it was actually created to
bridge.
Okay.
When was it created? Before I go to the next question, I'd like to ask.
The program, the conception phase of the program was around 2020. You know, in the administration of former President Mohamed Buhari.
Okay.
And the program was launched in 2021.
Okay.
Right. Up until now, the components that we're currently in is, of course, like I mentioned before, funded by the European Union. But there is a much broader conversation, you know, at the time, around 2020 or thereabout, where the idea was to place 20,000 young people across jobs, right, over the next 5 years. So, I mean, typically ended last year, right? And part of that conversation is now where we had the EU come in and say, you know what, we're going to handle these components, right? We're going to take a component and, you know, contribute some kind of seed funding, right, to help you implement. And then we'll continue to also get other development partners to participate, and also the government counterpart funding that would help drive it forward.
Okay, Mr. Chiedun Nwokolo, who is eligible and how can interested applicants successfully apply for this?
Young Nigerian graduates are eligible. Young Nigerian graduates. Of course, you have to be under the age of 30, and there is also more like a cap on the year of graduation. So you must not have graduated earlier than 2022. And of course, you must have also served, or you have a letter of exemption, right, from NYSC. And most importantly, you have to be unemployed. I think we cannot emphasize that enough, because we've seen also, I mean, implementing over a period of time, chances are that we've come across individuals that.
So if I was working, I can.
They want to say, you know what, maybe side job, side hustle. You know, let me keep this one.
No, so I can resign from my job.
No, please, we do not ask you to resign.
So we're looking at all the scenarios.
Please do not resign. It's a structured 12-month placement program.
Oh, just 12 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Please do not resign your job.
And you can't have it as side hustle?
If I'm working,
you cannot.
Wait. If I'm working in a Yasikina shop, and I think this will better my life, should I not resign and just go for this?
So again, I mean, the context really matters in this case, right? I mean, as an individual, definitely you understand the context, and you know essentially what is going to happen.
Okay, no, let's not overflow.
And I want him to explain to Nigerians how one can apply successfully. You haven't mentioned that.
Sure.
The website.
The website, we have a portal, the portal, the NGFP portal. Just please one portal, www.njfp.ng. Same portal for the host organization, same portal for the fellows. You can get onto the program, get onto the portal, it gives you direction on how you can continue and then guides you to the entire program.
Can you say it once more so we can hear?
www, please. Young eligible.
No. They will get it wrong. There are 3 W's. You remember the guy from FRSC? It's not WW. Can you give them the correct one? That was fake.
www.
Good.
NJFP.ng.
Say it again, please.
www.njfp.ng. And then you get on there and then start the process.
Thank you.
And it's as easy as you have just said.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So I've heard you talk about organizations. So what types of organizations can participate in the NGFP, and how do they apply?
Organizations that operate or play within the private and the public sector space, you're free to.
Do they have to be of a particular size?
So I will get to that, right? Yes. Essentially, if you're an organization that, of course, you would have to meet 3 minimum criteria.
What are they?
You must have a meaningful work experience that you want these fellows to participate in, right? You also have to be available to mentor these young people, right? So these are the things that that has to be in place. And again, very importantly, the conditions, the workplace conditions must be very suitable.
Must be like you, eh?
No, not really.
Not really. Some people may be qualified, but the way
not really.
You're wearing white now, it's looking pure. They look like it's unattainable. So let more organizations fully qualify.
Not really, doctor. But again, as an organization, of course, one of the things you need to be structured, right? You need to be structured, and then you must also. As typically all organizations in Nigeria, you are either mentoring your employees, your staff, you are providing a conducive work environment for them, and you are, of course, you would have a meaningful work experience, for your employees to participate in. So that's essentially what we're looking out for host organizations that hope to participate in the program. Now, in terms of size, well, even a small business can be structured. Micro business, to an extent, can also be structured. But again, those are the things you as a business, you need to be structured. First of all, you need to have a meaningful work experience. What exactly will these young people be doing for your organization in terms of contributing to your productivity, and all whatnot.
Okay, let me quickly ask you a question, sir.
I'm trying to differentiate something
on this. Before you go on, sir, so he could just answer it once. What about some NGOs? Can they stand on your platform, or can they work together with you?
Absolutely. Yeah, organizations. Again, if you recall earlier, I had mentioned we've built an extensive database of young people. As of last count, we have over 40,000. So we did receive over 450,000 applications into the program. Right? And currently, what we have now, more like if you look at it as a conversion rate, we have over 40,000 vetted young people that are seated in the pool now, pre-screened, right? You have access to their psychometric assessment reports. You have everything about them. So yes, platforms, NGOs, civil societies were free to leverage on the platform that we currently have.
Fantastic.
Okay. Yeah. So many employers may be interested, but are concerned about costs. How does NGFP model work, and what benefits do host organizations receive?
Yeah. So for the host organizations that hope to participate, right, the NGFP model is essentially doing one thing: reducing the cost of hiring. I mean, you would agree with me that cost of hiring is over the roof. Again, you would also have to, factor in a lot of other things when you're looking towards hiring. So what the NGFP model is doing essentially is now giving host organizations access to these pre-screened young people. Right?
For free?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to use for free. Right?
No, what I mean
reduce costs. So what I mean by reduce costs is that these young people, of course, will participate and will be in your organization and also have paid a stipend of 150,000 naira. So again, what it essentially does is to take off that that burden, that overhead cost, as of that period. I'm sure if you're looking at 150,000 for the next 12 months,
that's something.
Million, that's essentially something you could sink, back into your business.
Very true.
Grow, right? So essentially, that's what the program is doing, right? Give you bright young minds, right? Pre-screened. You have access to the reports, then you can also, sort of help build them. And then most importantly, even as a host organization, you are contributing to building the national workforce.
But is there any financial benefit to those organizations?
Oh, no, not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment, yes.
Okay. Chidu, I know Lagos is important. Why is Lagos important to NGFP? And what role can state institutions, businesses, and development partners play in expanding opportunities for young people?
Lagos. I mean, Lagos is the commercial neighbor of the country. So again, what it means is that almost all economic activities, sort of flows to Lagos. It would also interest you to know that about 10-11% of the total vetted fellows we have in the pool reside in Lagos.
In Lagos.
I mean, I'm sure it's something that the data we all play around with, and for some reason, Lagos happens to always be in the center of the conversation at all the times. So yes, it's Lagos will play very important. It's central to NGFP and will play a huge important role in ensuring that young people, of course, get placements in organizations that are here. Also, we could have the MDAs that, of course, whether they are state level or federal level, but then they are in Lagos, will also contribute in providing, meaningful workplace opportunities for these young people. So yes, Lagos is super important.
Okay, so the European Union is providing funding, supporting a federal government initiative, looking at creating jobs, not just jobs, but meaningful work experience to prepare them for, So, but what role is the UNDP playing as implementation partners in the NGFP, and what support do fellows receive beyond workplace placement?
Yeah, I think it's already, we've emphasized on that. So UNDP, of course, is the implementing partner. So what it means is that the engine behind the implementation of the program is the UNDP that handles this. So all the placement, creating the platforms, building the platforms, creating the opportunity, connecting, industry leaders to these young people. It's all done by orchestrated, by UNDP. So UNDP is playing a very important role in ensuring that the smooth implementation, and thankfully, even if we had funded from the EU, at the time, the program was for 3 years. But then, the conversations that we had with EU at the time, and then they said it was a good one, and then said,
the federal government putting any money in it as partners?
Yes. There was initial seed funding counterpart funding that came from
that's what
the federal government, at the time. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We just talked about Lagos before Doctor asked you a question, and it just clicked to me. Is it that NGFP is limited to just Lagos and Abuja?
Oh no. I mentioned that before. It is implemented across the 36 states and the FCT. As we speak to you now. Now, even as a program, what we have been able to do is also institute what we call an equity placement for these young people across the country.
Federal character.
If you want to use that.
No, that's equity placement. That's the other language for it.
So again, what we've been able to do, because we also...
Is it by residence or by state of origin?
Oh, no. We were very careful. Residents.
Okay.
The residents. I mean, we've had a couple of cases and say, indigents, we need to, but then we're very insistent on we are looking at if you pay your taxes, you live in the state, you pay your taxes, you are an obedient citizen, and all of that.
Shouldn't be discriminated.
And it shouldn't be discriminated against, and all. So this is 36 states and the federal FCT. So again, going back to the equity placement, we've been able to institute a 650 placement target for each state. Now, the idea is that you'll also agree with me that some states are more economically viable than other states. So what it means that essentially you have more opportunities, and you have more people tilt to these places. But what we've been able to do is to institute a 650 placement target for all the states, including the FCT.
Okay.
Right. So what it means is that as we are driving, I'm sure you're asking, Lagos, what about Lagos? Lagos has surpassed the 600. I mean, I think they're hitting over 250%, in Lagos. As I speak to you at this point, we have 3,000 young people that are totally vetted that are currently in the pool for Lagos. And just about 15 or 20% of them have been placed in Lagos State. Right. So what we've been able to do is to institute that 650 placement, equity placement across the states, just to also create representation.
Okay, Chedu, you have been talking with the federal government, like you said, starting from the past president, the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Why are you limiting just talking with the federal government? What happens to the state government, the local government?
Oh, no. There is a broad conversation that we still have, that we are continuing to have even with the state government, right? Again, like I mentioned, the program sits under the supervision of the Office of the Vice President. But we've been having extensive conversation even across the states, right? In terms of the sustainability, what the transition plans of the program will look like, and all whatnot. So there is a conversation that we have been having. There is a conversation that we have been having with, the state government, and then as much as possible, we would like, that they sort of integrate NGFP, into their state projects, and then find a way to, as part of the sustainability and transition plan, take it forward in the state. So there is a system of conversations that we're having.
So can you perhaps leave a message with employers, institutions?
Doctor, before he leaves a message quickly, you said UNDP has been sponsoring the project, or UN has been sponsoring the project.
I think I would say implementing
the project.
But then it's
the implementation partner.
Yes, funding the project. Okay, so when is the ending, and who is going to continue to fund the project if they end their own part of it?
So again, like I mentioned, that there is a broader conversation, that was had at the time in 2020. The idea was to place 20,000 young people in jobs across 5 years, right? And what the EU has done is to say, we hope to support, or we want to support this initiative. We think it's a fantastic idea, and then we are giving our seed funding. But then, it's the EU also. This is a project, right? So it's definitely going to have
an
end, at the start date and an end date. So the end date for the EU-funded component is for 2027.
Okay.
2027. Now, as we begin to also have conversations with other development partners, we're hoping that they see the need to also continue, these fantastic initiatives. Also, as we're having these conversations with the state governments too.
Doctor?
Yeah, so would you want to leave a message with employers, citizens, and young people listening across the country today? Maybe just address them.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. The young graduates, it's an opportunity. For me, it's an opportunity that you have to take absolute advantage of. Please head on to www.njfp.ng.
You don't want to make that mistake again.
www.njfp.ng. If you're a host organization,
.njfp.org.
No, .ng.
.ng rather.
Okay. If you're a host organization and you are committed to building a national workforce, it's a need for you to also get involved. www.njfp.ng is a single platform. Both host organizations can register, and also fellows can use that platform to register too.
For graduates, the same platform.
Absolutely, one platform.
Those are the fellows.
Those are the
You
fellows.
become a fellow at the end of the program.
Oh, once you get into the program, you pass through the vetting process.
Okay, then
you
you're
get
a fellow.
into the pool, and then when you start your placement, you become a fellow.
Is there a certificate issued at the end of the 1 year?
Absolutely. Yes, there is.
And can you pass on the psychometric test for future employers if and can the candidates request for the results of the test?
In fact, there's also part of what we're looking at. We want to integrate the reports on the individual fellows
in their CV,
their
the
dashboard.
yes.
Again, like I mentioned before, the fellows will be required to complete a CV builder and then also have access. So the idea is also to have access to the psychometric health. Absolutely. Now, the beauty of the platform that we have is that as you're coming into the program and we understand, sort of get insights in the psychometric assessment reports that you have at the beginning of your placement, same psychometric assessment you will be required to take it at the end of it, and then we can compare just to see if you've made progress or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chidun Nwokolo. It's been a fantastic time with you, and I'm sure our viewers out there got your email how they can apply and become a fellow and also become a host organization with your platform. It's a fantastic platform, and I just wish that the youth out there are listening and seize this opportunity to apply and try to get something doing. Thank you so much, Mr. Nwokolo.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
It's been a great pleasure meeting you, and thank you for all that you do. And I'm hoping that our young people take advantage of this.
I want to apply also, so I probably will have to quit my job for 1 year. Go for 1 year vacation, do that side hustling, and come back. I'm going to reduce my age. Never mind about that. I'll reduce my age. It's been an amazing time out with you. We hope that the youths out there are listening and then grab this opportunity to do the right thing. Thank you again for joining. We're going to be having a short break. We'll come back for the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. Welcome back. It's still the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. Okay, so this is a part 2 of This Morning on ITV. We have our guest in the studio. Before I introduce our guest, I still have my senior co-anchor seated here, Dr. Victor Ohai. Doctor?
Happy to be here as always, and the conversation is continuing. I can't wait to speak to our next guest, and I think we're going to have an exciting time.
Our next guest is Chief Officer Godi Ofose. Even though he has said I should remove that chief, I know when he told me to remove the chief, but I've refused to. So our next guest is Chief Godi Ofose. Chief Godi Ofose is the editor-in-chief, the Industry newspaper. Godi, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Patience. It's nice to be here. Thank you to see Doctor. I was actually asking Doctor whether he's not contesting this year. He says, talk to me.
Behind camera, he's going to talk to you. And so this morning we're going to be looking at the national insecurity. Is it going to be tackled collectively and nationally? Responsibilities? Are we going to tackle it together? Will that solve the problem? Doctor, I'm going to leave the floor for you.
Okay, so the reason I'm particularly excited to discuss this with you is that we look at the stories, we cover the stories, we hear or we're privy to a lot of information left, right, and center. Even when you don't want information, also see the information comes to you about the situation. And we've passed through several administrations, and there are people we have vilified and said they are incompetent, they are incapable, and then we have seen people who have promised all the solutions in the world, and then they've been given an opportunity, and yet things are not even better. Where do you think the problem lies? Is it with us as a people? Is it with the government? Is it the system? Or is it that we have been so desensitized now that death doesn't mean anything to us anymore, it's just statistics?
Well, thank you very much, Doctor. I think first and foremost is what's the insincerity of leadership. Okay, I don't think as us as a people is the problem. We've been one persons for a long time, and there was a time in this country that you could move from Akwa Ibom State to Sokoto without being attacked.
True.
In fact, it's so bad that if you have a problem, as at that time it was so good that if you had a problem along the way, you will see people helping you.
Yes.
Now you find out that in Lagos, just in Lagos, if you drive around Lagos and you have a flat tire,
you're in trouble.
I will see people coming out to demand who's supposed to help you, asking you to pay money. Why is your car getting bad at this place?
If they don't collect your phone afterwards.
In fact, if you go to where like places like Igomu, Ipori, all right, you find out that they will be coming in batches. All right, this one will come and call. I said, that guy, go on your own. When you look for us, go and collect your own. So that's how bad it is. That's how our leaders, the psyche, our leaders are subconsciously driving to us. All right. Why do we always have heightened insecurity when a president wants to seek for a second term?
That's a big question. Yeah.
Why? Why do we, when the president is serving out his tenure, why don't we have the same amount, the same volume of insecurity across Nigeria than we have it when he was seeking for his second term? So it's about his sincerity. The same people who thought Goodluck Jonathan couldn't do anything, criticize him, are the same people who came to power thereafter. And they are facing the same problem. So the long and short of this is that the leadership...
Is it karma?
It's not karma. Okay. The leadership, because the people who you fed with stone would also come back and feed you with stone. All right?
So that's a strong parable.
So I think the solution lies with our leadership being sincere, understanding that insecurity doesn't have political coloration. Understanding that insecurity affects all of us. If in this country, when I was in the village, when I was growing up in the village, something happened. A military guy came to our village and got drunk, as I was a young man, got drunk and messed up, and he got beaten up. In fact, the entire village was sacked by that just action. A military guy do not have a rank. So when information got back to the barrack and they came to the village, everybody ran away. So it was unheard of in this country that a senior military officer will be killed and nothing is happening. Both serving and retired. That forest has not been combed down, has not been bulldozed, that the government has not sent, that there will be no forest in the northern Nigeria anymore. If forest is the reason why insecurity is heightened in that area. So it was unheard of for you to hear that something like that happened to a military man and everywhere is calm. So my question is, how did we get here? Did we subconsciously sign up to it by thinking it was a problem of one leader, not our problem? Because every other leadership in other political parties have left this problem to Bola Ahmed Tinubu to solve. And only him cannot solve it. Because insecurity is not environmental degradation, where you have erosion in Enugu and you have to solve it as a leader by yourself. It is a collective action. Every leader must come to the table. That's today. If anything happened to the Americans, other former presidents other leaders will not leave it to, especially when it happens on insecurity, terrorism. It will not. You saw what happened in 9/11. Everybody came to the party and solved the problem. They found the person who did it and they nib it in the book. But yeah, what they will do is issuing a statement. So the solution to this problem is that everyone, and the president, who is the current leader of the nation, must give everybody opportunity to contribute his own quota to solving this problem, not sitting down or demanding solution like an emperor.
Okay, sorry. There's something you said that I just want to dig a little into. The fact that in the past, remember Odi?
Yes.
You touch one, they wipe you out. This was what happened in Obasanjo's time. And then the rest of us are bloody civilians. If anything touches one military man. But it's not just because it's a military man, because these are our national treasures. They protect us. It's in America, it's even veterans are well respected. Not even talk about those that are serving. And now,
all that.
Generals, the one that happened in your place, I don't know what state or where, so what village that is, but the one that happened in your community, he didn't have a rank.
He didn't have a rank.
He was drunk.
He was drunk.
Which means he was obviously in the wrong
place.
Wrong place and in the wrong, being drunk too. And yet, the whole village ran away.
The military came
now,
to
let me ask, what is that thing that has now brought us to a point where generals can be slapped? Is there something somewhere that is holding back the hands of the top hierarchy of the military? I say so deliberately because civilians cannot fight this fight for them. Is there something that's holding back their hands? Is it that they cannot see what is wrong? They can't even. Even when a general can be there for so long, nothing happens. I want us to really take, even if this is what we are able to look at today, how did we get to this point? What can we sort of break it down and see how we got to this point where you can now kidnap a general and put in your boot and just move away and nothing will happen.
Even when he dies,
and you show your face in the video and nothing will happen.
And I have never seen where, even at the point of, for the lack of a better word, for the point of death, I've never heard a military officer beg for his life. He has never, when I was growing up, he has never.
Never.
Right? A military officer, if he needs to die, he will die standing, not on his knees.
Yes.
But today, we see military officers put in the video by terrorists, they have to even beg for their own life. Now, one of the factors where we have our military in this position right now is because military has found themselves mixed seriously with the civilians. Now, in terms of governance. Now, military was known for discipline. The discipline is that my yes is my yes, my no is my no, even if you put a gun to my head, right? Now, you see a military man who is taking bribe. Military were not known to take bribes, were not known to give bribes.
You can't even approach him.
You cannot even approach a military man on the road that you are driving, unlike other paramilitary services, and offer them something and they take, right? So, but you cannot see military asking for those things.
Why?
So
is it that they are not properly taken care of now?
Listen. Please, there is what they call in the Yoruba folklore, this a king and the servant that always stay with him.
Until it's time.
It's time, and
it's not just in Yoruba; it's in many cultures. You will enjoy everything while he's alive. But the day he goes.
So the military has also become like that to the democracy. They see a civilian who do not have the power of the gun, who do not have the power of the command that they have, enjoying themselves with the Commonwealth, frittering away our Commonwealth, stealing money. So military has also joined. So if we need to, if I'm protecting you, and you are doing like this, so let me also partake so that whatever comes to you comes to me. So all of those things has been put together to water down the kind of respect, the kind of respect that we have for our military. All right, you see military now frolicking with politicians, going around. What military used to be, and no longer what military used to be. The man that had just been killed, the man that had just been killed in captivity, was a military spokesperson.
Defending this.
Defending. Now he saw it that what he was paid to do, that he was not doing it well. Because if they were all doing the truth, then they wouldn't be a victim. They would have tackled this problem from the root. So why they regard that we now have our military? Why has it come down to this level? It's because the military has left the barrack and now mingle with the people in the place where they shouldn't be.
Oh, unfortunately, Chief Body, I've just been told that our time is up. Very, very unfortunate, yes. We're going to be having you next week, Wednesday, to conclude this. Please. So we'd like to have you back next week, Wednesday.
I hope the traffic I saw on Adejo Street.
You're going to be leaving your office or your house early. We clear the road for you. We send a convoy to pick you up. So you're going to be joining us next week, Wednesday, just to conclude this that we have started. Doctor?
It's been a brilliant time talking to you. Quite frankly, I can't wait for the next time we're going to talk. And this is an ongoing conversation. For as long as we have military challenges, we need to keep, this is an agenda we must keep setting. We must keep putting on the front burner until we get to a solution point. But because time is not always...
we don't have the time.
Yeah, we'll say thank you for being with us. And,
Thank you, Chief Godi, for coming. We hope to see you next week. I'm Patricia Urumu Gabriels.
Hello, beautiful people. It's another beautiful Wednesday morning where we talk on trending stories on social media and, of course, to get to hear people's reaction on a particular story. All right, trust you guys are doing good. Our first story this morning, we would be looking at, we saw a trending video on social media, where the River Police Commissioner confronts some officers over illegal roadblock and other immediate clearance. This particular video has been trending on social media, where different persons have been reacting, saying that, it is not proper the way he approached these police officers. And of course, the way we did to TMI Socials, different people with their different reactions. Let's take a look at the video before we go to the reaction.
Is that why you wear slippers and you're on the road?
Because of the rain. Because of the rain.
Let me see your belt. Let me see the belt you are wearing. Let me see the kind of belt you are wearing.
Because of the rain.
Let me see the kind of belt you are wearing to your uniform. Wait. Is this policeman?
Is it Ania? Ania is
You are a very responsible officer. Get his details. You are, where are you serving? Don't talk in no. Where are you serving? Where are you serving, my friend? Keep quiet. Stop that nonsense.
Safe highway.
They tell you to be disgracing yourself. You are disgracing yourself. You are not fit to wear that rank. Get his details for me.
What's your AP number?
You. Why did you block road? Go and remove those things first. Why did you block that road? I'm talking to you. No crest, oh.
He's not a
policeman. No, are you a policeman?
He's not.
No, it's not
a
you.
policeman.
Let me see your crest.
He's not a policeman. He's not a policeman.
What's your first number?
2417.
When did you join the police?
Come on.
Is he a policeman?
No. Come on again. He's not a policeman. Come.
24.
17.
34. Look at his own name tag. He's woven. He's cursive. This one, they are not in the police. Are you a serving policeman?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Let's take a look at the reaction. All right, this user says, we should learn to treat police with dignity and respect. Everything in this video is wrong. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. Godson says, this commissioner of police is doing a great job, and activities like this should be their normal routine though. Going around the state, all will ask, going around the state you're serving, not just sitting in the office doing nothing. All right, this other user says, all we ask for is transparency and accountability in all governmental fields. If this is done consistently and appropriately, our officers on the road or anywhere will be at their best behaviors. The government should also pay these officers a good salary to keep up with their needs. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. This other person on the on X says, look at how a senior policeman, a commissioner of police, is speaking too aggressively and displaying impatience. Nigerian is tearing up. Interesting. In the tearing police. Let's take a look at another reaction. The other user, Alexander, says, he never asks of where they're staying, how do they feed and rest and the rest, only to shout at them. How much be their salary compared to what it usually gets as a commissioner of police? Okay, some persons say yes, same way, some persons think they are doing the right thing. All right, still on TMI Socials, let's take a look at the next story. We saw a trending video of a man and his wife. You know, the man assaulted his wife, and some persons came to the rescue, you know, to arrest the man, and the wife was seen apologizing to them not to take the man. I mean, after an assault and all of that, saying that the mother doesn't like her, that if they should arrest him, the mother would think that she's the cause. And those persons were just there, you know, to help her. And it was said that she's 18 years old girl. And of course, different people with their different reactions. So persons are saying that, oh, this is child abuse. You need to take her, you know, out of that place. You need to arrest the man. But on the other hand, the girl was seen apologizing to them not to arrest the man after assaulting her. Let's take a look at the video, of course, before we go to the reactions.
How to kill? Leave her for me. Which wife that you're about to kill? Then let us see your wife's face. Let us see your wife's face. Leave her. Look at the person that beats him. Look at it. It will be as if it's my fault. The mother don't like me, please. Please. Let me just carry myself and be going.
I mean, different people with their different reactions. Let's take a look at their reactions. This user says, when did they start dating her? I'm only sure when she was underage. They should arrest the guy, I beg. Okay, another user says, it is actually not about her anymore. Government or authority is involved. She has no say. When the case is taken to court, it becomes the city versus the man. Any video, pictures, evidence is enough. She doesn't also need to testify in some cases. Okay, let's take a look at what this other user has to say. This other person says, she knows she's dead when he's bailed out, unless he's going behind bars forever. She's Igbo. It's almost impossible to return to her parents, unless, of course, they have the millions he paid to marry her. She's been sold. No return policy. that is evil for you. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. This other person says, I feel for her. Imagine having a bad husband and a mother-in-law that doesn't like you. Even an adult woman won't survive, not to talk of an 18-year-old. Interesting. Let's take a look at what this other user has to say. Must everything be agenda for you people? You're seeking a child, you're seeing, a child abuse, and this is all you have to say. Interesting. Let's take a look at another story on social media that is also trending. We saw that the Senate had an emergency plenary session yesterday to talk on state policing, and here is what the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has to say. He said President Tinubu sent a constitutional amendment bill to the Senate for establishment of the state police. The Senate will consider the constitutional amendment bill for establishment of state police. Let's take a look at the video, because this video has different reactions from different persons. Take a look at the videos before we go to the reactions.
Constitutional alteration and state policing. So if you have anything to add to the state police, we have distributed the journal, the National Journal of the Gazette, to you. So please study it. And then we have also distributed the report of the Constitutional Amendment, but maybe we distill it instead of taking everything. We just take one or two items so that they can go fast to the state, and before we come back, they are ready. The states are promised to take it on the same day once they receive it. So I just felt.
Interesting. Let's take a look at the reactions on this particular video. This user says, if approved, state policing could change how security is managed by bringing law enforcement closer to local communities. The key focus will be accountability, coordination, funding, and ensuring it serves the people effectively. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. The other user says, every bill that is sent to the Senate, especially on borrowing of loans, did not delay. The state police bill too should be urgently passed because of its need for safety and security of the nation. Okay, another user says, let's face the truth. No other president has received as much legislative support as Tinubu. This places him in an advantageous position to fix the country quickly. Okay, this other user on X says, the problem with state police is that governance will abuse the privilege, but if the state police will be managed well, they will reduce insecurity. Okay, that is all for that. I mean, all the people want, all Nigerians want, is just a lasting solution to insecurity. What will help curb insecurity in the country? Anything and everything the government needs to do, they need to do, and do it fast. Okay, thank you so much for joining our Lagos Network Studio this beautiful morning on CMI, Abuja Network Studio, and also our Benin Network Studio on CMI. I'm Marcelina. Do have a beautiful day out there.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Since May 29, 1999, Nigeria has had 27 years without military interruption. And of course, that's the longest stretch that we have had in our history. Nigeria marked 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule on June 12, 2026. And it is the day we commemorate the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election won by Chief MKO Abiola. And in that regard, 27 down the line, we're going to be surveying and talking about the gains, the challenges, and the current demands of citizens to know what we have benefited 27 years down the line. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
If there should be anything to celebrate, is the gift of life. But for now, in terms of our democracy, there's no dividend to celebrate about. We got our independence about 57 years ago, in 1960, 1st October in 1960. And the democracy lasted for about 6 years, being truncated by the military government. In the First Republic, then the Second Republic started in 1978 and truncated in 1983. So in that Second Republic, at least Nigeria have a feel of democracy. At that time, we operated in the region, middle region. Then under we have Bende State that time. Those parties, UPN and NPP, they have manifestos. The UPN being headed by Bruce Ali. And what are the first manifestos? Talking about free education, free healthcare, social welfare, and employment for everybody. And that time, I also benefited. I benefited, I feel. I was including those they have entitled to free educations, have entitled to free books. Then after that time, it was truncated by the military. In 1998, we got the Fourth Republic. From Fourth Republic till now, which making 27 years of unadapted democracy. The people representing us are not representing the masses. The true democracies enthrone citizenship. You enthrone the office of citizenship. It gave us ownership. As of today, the 215 million Nigeria, we are not claiming ownership of Nigeria because the government supposed to belong to the people, according to Abraham Lincoln. He said democracy is supposed to be the government of the people and for the people. If we must ask a question, even people that listen to me, is the democracy belong to you? Does the power afford to you? We're supposed to employ the people. But in 1999, or this Fourth Republic, so the democratic system, people that represent us in each of the parties, do they have a manifesto? Go and check. Harry S. Truman, the President of America, also told you, say, how do you know a democracy that is working and the one that is not working? He said nobody can get rich in politics. He said when the society, when the wealthiest and the richer people in the societies are politicians, he said that society is fundamentally corrupt. It's not democracy. What can we say we are benefited in Edo State or in Nigeria? And you know, Setman was kidnapped at Airport Road, no security. What offense does he commit to be in Nigeria? In Nigeria, were traveling for vacation in Kevel. They were deported, called green passport. Got a call from Tripoli. They say all Nigeria must go because of our green passport. So number one, true democracy is and true citizenship. Anywhere we go. But as of today, nothing to celebrate. And if I must give advice, any people that must come into the system, in those days for you to become a representative or candidate for any party, you must have something to offer, will be educated. But today, what can we say? Out of the 36 states in the country, how many governors can you say is representing actually the true color of the citizenship? Where your governance is never what the gate man. that could be teaching your children. Go and find out the issue of Abu Saleh in his days. Nigeria, they benefited it. Go to the West, a lot of people feel them. When the government was toskated, do you see any Abu Saleh having the house? In present day, they go and see all people representing all the governors, even for the House of Senate. The bill they are passing to favor them, don't favor the citizens. So we need to advise our people. In 2027, actually, I'm still worried if the democracy can still work, because the people that are in charge of the elections, who planted them, who mandated them, it's the same people. So I just pray that in 2027 we'll have a good democracy. But this 27 years of democracy not to benefit. Not to benefit. I cannot to benefit. The only benefit we can benefit is the air we are breathing, which is given by God. All the political children that are in university, the governors' children that are in university. What can you talk about? Primary health care. Go to private government hospital. You can't pay the bill. My father retired as a military officer for 30-something years in the military. What does he benefited? But now today, people now this Fourth Republic, what we practice today is not democracy. We practice 3 types of democracy in Nigeria now, which I call not democracy. 1, we practice bureaucracy. 2, we practice lootocracy. 3, tifocracy. They borrow, they loot, and they use it for their family. That's what we are practicing today. That is why Harris Truman told us, he said you can't get rich in politics. And when the society is full of your wealthiest people in societies are politicians, he said that society is corrupt. So what we are seeing in Nigeria is corruption, nothing to celebrate apart from the gift of life. We just pray and hope for 2027 for a better country, so that the citizens who voted for the people, because the power belongs to the citizen. And when the government fear the people, there's democracy. And when the people fear the government, it's tyranny. Today, what are we talking about? Can you speak out? In those days, in America, we say we the America. We the America. Why? Because the power belongs to the citizen. Can Nigeria say we the Nigerians? When you speak against the government, before you know, they say so you would DXS and arrest you. So democracy belongs to the people. But in Africa, in Nigeria, it doesn't work. No need to celebrate. We hope for better country. We want transparent election. We want fairness, equity. We want security. We want social welfare. And the only thing we also benefit before, which was the subsidy, it will be removed to benefit the people on top. So if we can have a credible election, when the people were elected come through a rightful process, they will have interests of the people at heart, which have given mandates to the citizens and the right of the people.
We are not enjoying anything from the democracy. This is not democracy at all. Because why? The democracy we know before, you can travel around 3, around 4, around 5. People are no longer traveling through the land again. Everybody is not taking flight. It's not everybody that have money to avoid a flight ticket because the road is not safe. If you travel by the road, maybe in the 2 hours or 3 hours time, they will start calling your family for ransom. So we are still begging the federal government and the Edo State government to please, they should beef up this security so that we can be able to sleep with our 2 eyes closed. Well, we can still thank people like the OC Anti-Kidnapping and the DPO Urban Market and New Benin for still providing security to still make sure that people are still coming out to do 1 or 2 things. The OC Anti-Kidnapping pin it down somewhere in a black spot to make sure that they can solve most challenges that we are facing this period. At least we are still begging the Edo State government to please to mobilize people like the vigilante and the rest. Even as I speak with you now, people are dying somewhere. It's like there's an uprising in Nigeria just because our own zone is very comfortable for us. There are some places that people are running for their dear life. People are dying as I'm talking to you now. So we are still begging the federal government to look into this insecurity matter. Not only at those states, not only Benin, everywhere.
I want to tell you say congratulations to Nigerians for 27 years of unbroken democratic or civil rule. Let me not say democratic rule, civil rule. Because to say democratic rule, you will mean that there are all the indices of a democracy are there. What I see here is we have had civilians in charge, no doubt about that. So we can say 27 years of unbroken civil rule, but to say 27 years of unbroken democratic rule, I would think that would be a stretch. A democracy actually entails a government by the people, where the people are the ones in charge and in power. The question is, in the last 27 years, have Nigerians been in power? Can we say that we have a say in what happens in our government? Because the government where those in charge can tell you that this is what will happen, and whether the people agree or not, it doesn't matter. I do not think that is a democracy that we should be celebrating as a democracy. How did June 12th come about? Because we are celebrating June 12th as our democracy day. They even mentioned the late Chief MKO Abiola and celebrated him, but they didn't mention the issues that led to Chief MKO Abiola being celebrated as June 12th hero, as democracy hero. The man is being celebrated because he won a very democratic process of election, a people decided election. He won that election, but the powers that be did not allow him to sit on his seat as the president of the federation, as it were then. So that is why we are celebrating June 12th as Democracy Day today, to commemorate, to remind us of that day, so that we make changes, so that when we want to go astray, we remind ourselves of what has happened before and what should not be allowed to happen again. Because these days, I see a lot of factors that are repeating June 12th every day. We repeat every time we want to do election, we do everything to frustrate the will of the people. And exactly what the military did then. We are only calling June 12th and celebrating MKO Abiola because it was a military government that frustrated the will of the people. What about the civilians that are frustrating the will of the people today? Have we talked about them? Are we dealing with their issues, how they are frustrating the will of the people? What about the courts? Are we also looking at how they are interfering with the will of the people? Because if we say the military interfere with the will of the people, that is why we are celebrating June 12th, to say it should not happen again. Have we put in place, machineries in place to say other institutions, other powers, other factors should not also interfere with the will of the people? Because presently you have cases where everybody is saying we voted for Mr. A, but when the court decides, you see even D, it will not even be B or C, you see D sitting there in power. And you need to ask how he got to that stage. You don't know. It's factors that vitiate democracy have interfered with that process. So I think it's high time we look at those factors, correct them, so that people can actually be the source of power, not power being the source of power. Because what we have today is, once you win election, you become the source of power. You are the doer and say, oh, you are an emperor. We have emperor kind of system, government, where no matter what the people want, it is nothing compared to what the government says. For heaven's sake, if we were running a government, a people-powered government, a people-backed government, where people's will actually count, you won't be hearing of trillions of naira missing, and NPC cannot account for it. A senator will speak about it. That senator will be the one that will be vilified. Now the entire Senate that is supposed to be the conglomerate of the people, the representative of the people, who will leave the issue, which is our missing trillions of naira that has not been accounted for by NNPC. The Senate will now concentrate on who's going to say it. How did he say it? He said it in a way that cast doubt that rubbish NNPC. A senator stood up and said, oh, NNPC is a representative of Nigeria. If you say NNPC is a thief, Nigerians are thieves. So that's what the senator was concentrating on. It's not the fact that trillions of naira, monies that is enough to take care of a whole generation of Nigerians, is missing. That's not what is bothering senators. What is bothering the representatives of the people who say they are the arm of the democracy, that represent the people, because the National Assembly, the legislature, is the arm of the government that represent the people. So if you say you are representing the people, as a representative of the people, would it be your place? Would that be your issue? What you should be worried about? That they talked about you in a defaming manner. They talk about NNPC in a defaming manner. And for heaven's sake, if you steal money, you do not have character to be protected. So this attempt to, don't defame somebody's character. For heaven's sake, if you steal money, you are a thief. If you cannot account for money that is placed in your custody, you should be called a thief, nothing less. That is the truth. If trillions of naira pass through your hands and couldn't get to where it's supposed to get to, for some reason or the other, it has not been accounted for, you are a thief. People should be allowed to say it. And until we get to that stage, we are not in a democracy. There's a place where democracy operates. You look at the person who is ruling and tell him you have not done well. You tell him, the people say you have not done well. That's where we say democracy is actually taking place. But when we have government that the government is the law, is the Lord, whatever they say becomes the law, it's a problem. So it's high time we redirect ourselves. No country has ever sat down to say, oh, let's fold our hands and pray. No country has done it. The way it is done, the government, the public institutions act with facts and figures and their hands, their tools. That's how they make progress. We have security challenges. The Minister of Defense is telling us that, oh, because there's a war, there are so many wars all over the world, we cannot buy weapons. Why, for heaven's sake, after the first, second World War, every nation went into weapons building, weapons development. That's why you have R&D department in every sector, every nation. How to build your own weapon. You don't hold on to the weapons that you collected from the British in 1950 something and 1960 something. As at this time, you would have improved so much so. We have immediate problems. See, it is a man that has solved today's problem that will live for tomorrow. If you don't solve today's problem, you can't live for tomorrow. Insecurity is expounding every day. It's as if the criminals are learning that, oh, nothing will happen, so let's just take the day. How many people will die in kidnappers' custody before we wake up and say, no, enough? For heaven's sake, I do not see any reason why we still have military men and policemen paid by taxpayers escorting VIPs. It's high time we would have opened up some private security firms that are attached to the military and police. They must be guarded and attached to this national security institution that will have the ability to carry weapons, and they will be well trained, so that those are the ones that will guide VIPs. They should guide VIPs, our courts, our banks. Let them go and guide, so that the police and the military can face their core duty. The citizens are not asking for too much. Give us security. If you give us security, Nigerians are ingenious in themselves. They will fight their own fight. See, Nigerians have started solving the problem of power, even though it is the government that has to solve the problem of power. The primary problem Nigerians are facing now, which they cannot solve by themselves, the primary problem is insecurity. That one, governments must solve it for us. There are secondary problems like roads, power, health. Those ones come next. If you solve these first four, the other peripheral ones, the tertiary ones, they will follow naturally. But solve these first four.
1993, June 12 was a milestone. I recall leaving Benin that day by 12 o'clock to help woman to go and vote with my 504. There was an expectation it was cancelled, fair enough, for whatever reason. There were protests here and there. At the end of the day, Abacha stepped aside. Democracy was restored 1999. I can assure you, what we had before 1999 is better than what we have today. There is no progress. It's retrogression. You can't from here go to Abuja now by road. Kidnappers, insecurity. A liter of fuel is now 1,350 something. Many people cannot ride motors. Children are now roaming the streets. No school. It's a sad development. Yet we are making money in this country. Who is eating the money? What's the senator do with 50 million? Children now here hawking pure water in the street. Is that democracy? That's why fella call it demonstration on Chris. We are not moving forward. We are backward. Is it the life Awolowo plan? Ezekiel plan, Ojukwu plan, Ali plan, Ugbamurian plan. Today we are no road, no water, no light, no security. That's the worst of all. They come to your house, they go to school and carry children, go to church and carry church member, go to mosque, and we say we are security. But as far as I'm concerned, the word democracy is a fraud in Nigeria. We are not moving forward. Instead, we are backward. The present administration have no reason to address your demand because they are not interested, man. It's not their business. How can they are kidnapping children in detention in Bomosho and over. President Buhari went to East and distributing vehicles to women leaders. Instead of giving money to release the children, he went to distributing motor in the East. Where is he working? Where's his salary, man? Is that democracy? Is that representing the government? It's a government of retrogression and backwardness. As far as I'm concerned, we are not making any progress. Where we were is better than where we are now.
In the past 27 years of democracy, we have seen some, positive aspects, and then those positive aspects have to do with something like, for instance, in the first time in our, democracy and in Nigeria, we are having 27 years of civil rule, which has never happened before. It has always been coup from one coup to the other. And now it is very clear that people understand very clearly that it is no longer, a military regime as usual. So it has also given people, freedom of expression. Unlike before, Sani Abacha regime where you don't have freedom of speech, but now you can speak to the government as you like. So all these are part of the democracy that we have. But for me, I think democracy is working, but it's not giving the dividends, effect that the citizens deserve. To be sincere, I would say that civilian regime is far better. Yes, we know that there have been so many, disappointment for the citizens, but I can tell you for a fact that if in a society where you do not have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, where you cannot do anything except a decree is made, or when a decree is made you cannot go against it, that is not a society, and we should be living in a more civilized society now. So I believe that civilian rule is far better. Basically, I want to talk about the challenges. I did mention that yes, we have made some good headways in civilian rule, but we have some of this disadvantage that has actually tried to put the citizens on their nails. For instance, let's look at economy. Economy happens to be the highest of it all, because economy has made so many things to go far higher, beyond the common man's reach. If you take a look back in 2023 or 2020 or thereabout, you find that the economy was far better than this, 100%, because as at that time you could get a bag of rice for just 8.5, and now a bag of rice is 60,000, 65,000, and 70,000. So you could see that the decay in the economic system is so bad, and that has actually eaten so deep, and it has actually made the citizens not to have that trust, not to have that strength and that belief for the government, because all they've been saying all along is to see that the government is not putting the policies that could affect the poor people, and some of these policies that the government put in place do not really affect the rich. It only affects the poor. So all these things put together are reasons why you tell that the citizens are feeling very, very bad, and the citizens are really not asking for much. Nigeria is a very, very hard-working country. We all know. If the government is able to provide just few things, like for instance road, security, electricity, I'm sure that can go a long way. I mean, you could imagine that for the past 1960 point, we've not been able to get 24 hours electricity, which is so bad. We don't have road. Insecurity everywhere. Because of this road, it also contributes to insecurity, because if all the roads are good and people can move freely, and you find out that these bandit or whatever they are, they cannot be easily they cannot easily come out, because it will be easy for the security agent to get to them immediately. So all these contribute to some of the the pains that the Nigerian people are feeling, and it's a big disadvantage that I believe that the government should look deep into that.
Well, so far so good. We have seen the bad, the good, the ugly, and we are still surviving. We cannot actually say it has not been good, but rather it has not been a bed of roses, because looking at from 1999, we have had change of government from one party to another as well. Authoritatively, I can say that Nigeria has fared better, because the best is still yet to come, because democracy as it stands is still better than military dictatorship rule. Be that as it may, Nigeria, under this present democratic rule, which have lasted for 27 years now and is still counting, I would say that the citizens have enjoyed the dividends of democracy to some extent. Take, for example, from the time of now former President Olusegun Obasanjo, came with the use of mobile phones. And I'm very, very
pleased to say that that was a plus to that government. And then, as President Olusegun handed over to Yar'Adua of blessed memory, we begin to enjoy the dividend of democracy as it relates to reduction in fuel pump price and what have you. But unfortunately, that regime came to an end by reason of the death of President Yar'Adua, and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan took over. And again, we were enjoying it. I could remember vividly at the time before the election that ousted Jonathan, cement, a bag of cement was reduced to even 1,000 naira as at that time. So I can also say that is part of the dividend of democracy, even though it was a pre-election year or before the general election of 2015 that we enjoyed that. I think it was then the batting was taken over by a new political party headed by President Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. Well, I can say from there on, we all know the story. From one turbulence time to another, and then came the insurgency, the banditry, the kidnapping, and what have you. It has not been so palatable. Again, one would have expected that Nigeria, with its democratic system, things will be going from bad to good, from good to better, from better to best. But the reverse has been the case. For example, in this country, you sink borehole just to get water for yourself. You pay a exorbitant price in getting generating set and fuel to power it. To mention but a few things you do for yourself, and at the end of the day, you will still pay tax. I pay tax. So I know for sure that it has not been easy. And the citizen expect the best from our government. Looking at the way those who govern us live in a kind of flamboyancy, they have a lot of assets to have money and spend at will, and they live in affluence. And that tells us that Nigeria is good, but the citizens are not looking good on it. So I want to say here and now that if the government actually wants to make democracy enjoyable to all of us, they should make things better, which I know they have the power to do because they themselves are enjoying it. So we, the citizens, need to enjoy it too.
June 12, 2026, considered as a day for reflection, honoring June 12 heroes and renewing our commitment for democracy. But the dominant public conversation is what has democracy delivered, with security, accountability, transparency, national unity, poverty, and economic major demands of citizens, which is expected to be addressed and tackled as soon as possible by the government in order for us as citizens to be able to live and enjoy our lives as Nigerians and be able to say we have a country we call our own. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
School teachers in Auchi condemn security call for restoring confidence amid kidnapping concerns. Edo residents back Inspector General of Police cracked down on illegal police checkpoints. ECOWAS court awarded 10 million naira damages on Nigerian government over assault of journalists. Commandant NACOM hosts operational level logistics training in ECOWAS PSO. Many thanks indeed for joining us on the news broadcast on Independent Television. I am Ogani Victor. I am presenting from Abuja Broadcast Studio. I've got my colleagues in Lagos and of course at Benin Broadcast Studios. First, I have Anuoluwapo Stevens, who is at Benin Broadcast Studio. Hi and welcome, Anuoluwapo.
Hello, Victor. How are you?
And at Lagos Broadcast Studio, I've got Patricia Stevens. Gabriel Sadeghi, father.
Hello.
Good evening, Pat.
Hello, Victor. Good to share this screen with you tonight.
I can barely hear my colleagues across the broadcast studios, but let's bring you the news. But first, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.com/live. Also do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Let's now begin this story from the National Assembly, where we hear that the Nigerian Senate on Wednesday deliberated on and passed the bill seeking to establish state police services in Nigeria. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, said passage of the bill will help address the nation's security challenges more effectively. Senate correspondent Charity Tanko reports that the Senate resorted to manual voting after the electronic voting system failed.
The bill, titled A Bill for an Act to Alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the establishment of state police and for related matters, scales third reading on the floor of the Senate. Some governors and members of the Executive Council present to witness the process include Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani, Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, Ondo State Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa, and the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, amongst others. Before voting begins, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, explains the electronic voting process to lawmakers. However, the electronic voting system fails, forcing the Senate to resort to manual voting. Speaking on the merits of the bill, Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele says it seeks, among other things, to provide a constitutional framework for the establishment of national minimum policing standards. Lawmakers speaking in support of the bill say the creation of state police services is necessary if Nigeria is to tackle insecurity effectively.
Establish state police services for states that choose to create them. 3. Provide constitutional safeguards against abuse and political manipulation.
Today, we know that we have very serious insecurity problem that can only be solved by thinking outside the box. Support state police, because I believe that that will also be a major leap into entrenchment of federalism in Nigeria.
The Senate thereafter resolves into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration and passage of the bill.
And enact the Nigerian Police Trust Fund External Bill 2026 to provide funds for training, security equipment, machinery, and improve the general welfare of the Nigerian police force to ensure accountability and effective service delivery, and for related matters 2026, SB 1030. Third reading taken.
From the National Assembly, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
Another minister of the Federal Capital Territory and People's Democratic Party leader, Nyesom Wike, says the worst is over for the PDP and urges party members to unite and work towards rebuilding the party ahead of the 2027 general elections. Joseph Kadri report that Wike stated this on Wednesday in Abuja during the 109th National Executive Committee meeting and inauguration of the party's National Executive Committee for the 2026 to 2030 term.
Leaders and members of the People's Democratic Party at the 109th National Executive Committee meeting and inauguration of the party's National Executive Committee for the 2026 to 2030 term, the Minister of FCT, who is the national leader of the party, Nyesom Wike, says politics comes with challenges and that those seeking leadership position must be prepared to struggle for power rather than expect it to be handed to them, stressing that the PDP now has an authentic leadership capable of conducting credible internal elections.
This is an authentic place that you can run election. As far as PDP is concerned. So don't be worried. Don't be thinking, oh, don't know what will happen. Nothing again will happen. The worst has happened. Nobody touches power. Nobody has done it. Power is taken.
Also speaking, the national chairman of the party, Abdurrahman Mohammed, and the chairman of the BOT, Senator Mao Unhuabua, say the party remains committed to fairness, justice, and rule of law. They call for reconciliation and unity among party members.
Our objective is not merely to win election, but to offer visionary leadership capable of addressing the pressing challenge facing our nation, delivering tangible benefit to all Nigerians, inshallah.
That with unity, determination, hard work, and by the grace of the Almighty God, our great party shall emerge victorious in the forthcoming election.
A major highlight of the meeting is the inauguration of members of the National Executive Committee for the 2026 to 2030 term. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Away from that now to some judicial matters, the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice has awarded 10 million naira in general damages against the Federal Republic of Nigeria over the physical assault, unlawful arrest and seizure of property belonging to Jide Oyekunle, a journalist with independent newspaper. The landmark ruling was secured by Advocates Sans Frontières France, Lawyers Without Borders France, on June 22, 2026, under its E-Right project supported by the European Union, which focuses on defending human rights in the digital space. Oyekunle, the secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists and UG Federal Capital Territory, was physically assaulted and unlawfully detained. His camera was damaged and his mobile phone was seized by armed police officers on the order of the former FCT Commissioner of Police, Bennett Ibe, at Eagle Square, Abuja on August 1st, 2024, while he was covering the End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest. The court agreed with counsel to the applicant, Collins Maido Anene, Esquire, that the Nigerian police's detention of the journalist and seizure of his mobile phone were excessive, unjustified, and in violation of international law. The ECOWAS court subsequently found the Federal Republic of Nigeria liable for violating the applicant's right to freedom of expression, personal liberty, dignity, and property under the African Charter. President Bola Tinubu has assured residents of Abuja that the construction of the two service carriageways along the Southern Parkway will significantly ease traffic congestion, improve connectivity, and accelerate development across the southern district of the Federal Capital Territory. LCT correspondent Joy Gushi in a report that President Tinubu, represented by the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Professor Nantayawe Yewada, performed the official flag-off of the project in Katua district in Abuja.
President Tinubu described the initiative as a critical component of his administration's infrastructure renewal program and implementation of the Renewed Hope agenda. Represented by APC National Chair Professor Lentawe Yewada at the ceremony in Gadowa District, Abuja, the president said the project is part of a broader infrastructure revolution aimed at enhancing mobility, stimulating economic growth, and improving the quality of life for residents of the FCT.
These service carriageways are not a luxury. They are to ease and to give access to our people. Why does this matter to the citizens? Because today, the residents of Durumi, of Gudu, of Gadua, of Dubois, and the mass housing estate in Phase 2 face heavy vehicular congestion daily in S2, Abdusalami Abubakar Way, and S2, S20, Oladipo Dia Way, especially at peak periods.
Earlier, the Minister of the FCT, Yeson Wike, dismissed concerns that infrastructure development in the territory could slow down due to the approaching election season, assuring residents that ongoing projects will be completed as scheduled.
Because so many people have been asking questions, are you saying that after commissioning of these projects, now that we are going into politics, there will be no more projects to be embarked upon? We said no, politics or no politics, we must continue to do that which Mr. President has directed to make sure that we change the entire landscape.
The president also flagged off the construction of Collector Road CO1, an institutional research district linking Now University to Ring Road 3. From Abuja, Joy Igoche Herkina, ITV News.
One story concludes the package from here. Let's now take you to our Benin broadcast studio for more.
Many thanks, Victor. Here in Edo State, where stakeholders in Benin City have called on the Edo State Commissioner of Police to enforce the directive of the Inspector General of Police, ordering the dismantling of illegal roadblocks and unauthorized checkpoints across the country. The call follows recent actions taken against errant police officers in Rivers State by the Commissioner of Police in compliance with IGP's directive. Jonah Omorua has the details.
Why are you blocking the road? That one man not asking you whether you have.
The recent crackdown on unauthorized roadblocks and police misconduct in Rivers State has continued to generate reactions from stakeholders across the country. The operations led by the Rivers State Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, was carried out in line with the directive of the Inspector General of Police aimed at dismantling illegal checkpoints and promoting professionalism within the Nigerian police force. Speaking on the development, Sonny Ugiagbe, Ima Aigbogun, and Osaro Oko Obaraye urged the Edo State Commissioner of Police to replicate the initiative in Edo State. They noted that removing illegal roadblocks would help curb extortion of motorists, improve public confidence in the police, and ensure officers comply with professional standards, including the proper display of name tags and identification.
It's a welcome development. I will still beg the Edo State Commissioner of Police to do the same thing that other CP are doing in their state.
They should stay and keep a watch, not just to be mounting roadblock, demanding for all sort of levy.
Policemen are also not well dressed on that issue. You see them wearing normal uniform, and you cannot even differentiate them between those that really block the road for negative issue and those that block the road for positive issue.
However, offering a different perspective, legal practitioner Barrister Gentleman Amigo argued that the directive should be reconsidered, citing security concerns and the need for effective crime prevention measures.
Literally, I will not support that because it will instill some fear in the criminals on the roads. Then it will give some safety to all of us. We begin to think, oh yes, we have police on the road.
Reacting to the call, the Edo State Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ikedom, maintained that there are currently no illegal roadblocks or unauthorized checkpoints in Edo State.
The checkpoints you see in Edo State is security assessment.
The IGP's directive is part of ongoing efforts to strengthen professionalism, accountability, and public trust. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Meanwhile, residents along Siloko Road from Eweka to Ogida Barracks, as well as Ugwola and Akube Street in Olia Quarters, Benin City, calling on the Edo State government to urgently address the persistent flooding affecting their communities. The residents say blocked and poorly maintained drainage channels are responsible for the flooding, which recently submerged homes and damaged property worth millions of naira. Patient Usaragiwa has the details.
Heavy rainfall has once again left a trail of destruction across parts of Benin City, with homes, filling stations and business premises inundated by flood waters. A visit to the affected areas revealed drainage channels clogged with sand deposits, refuse and overgrown weeds, restricting free flow of water storm and causing water to overflow into surrounding properties. Residents whose homes and businesses were affected lamented the loss of valuable property and the disruption of their daily economic activities. They appealed to Edo State government to immediately embark on the desetting of drains, channels, and clear all identified blockages to prevent a reoccurrence as the rainy season intensifies.
The problem is that the gutter has filled up. Government need to help us because we are suffering.
I've been here for the past 4 years now. I have not experienced it before. It was seriously devastating. All my materials, my documents, my system, my computers, everything was submerged in the water.
I was able to raise some of my things up before you get to the counter.
Once rain fall, even station cannot sell fuel. Motor not fit enter our shop to do. The erosion is too much for here.
The residents also advocated the establishment of an environmental task force to ensure routine maintenance of drainage infrastructure and enforce compliance with proper waste disposal practices.
Any small rain wey just fall now, we no go get peace. Now so we go stand for inside rain or inside water until both people wey dey throw away dirty, both shit and everything. Now so we go dey inside until it go dry. E no be like this before.
The sand don overfull and the erosion dey pass sand come. Now so they carry am down to barrack side.
The residents maintain that regular desilting of drains, improved environmental sanitation and stricter monitoring of waste disposal remain critical to tackling reoccurring flooding menace. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, CFR, the SMR of Benin, has congratulated Agarese Idubo, a distinguished patriot and respected elder statesman, on the occasion of his 71st birthday. In a statement issued on behalf of the House of Igbinedion, the SMR Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, described Agarese Idubo as an accomplished and highly regarded personality whose commitment to service, excellence, and societal development has earned him widespread admiration and respect. The SMR Benin noted with pride the numerous achievements and contributions of the celebrant, commending his dedication to nation building, hard work, integrity, and selfless service to humanity. He fondly recalled Agarese Idubo's long-standing relationship with the House of Igbinedion and prayed that God grants him continued good health, happiness, strength, and many more years of fruitful service to humanity. You're still on to the main news on ITV. We now move over to our Lagos studio where Patricia is on. Over to you, Patricia.
Many thanks, Anu. Here in Lagos, the Commandant Nigeria Army College of Logistics and Management, Major General Adewale Collins Adetoba, says for peace support operations to succeed in its mandate, the logistics support for all components of the mission must be well planned and executed. Major General Adetoba stated this during a 5-day training on operational level logistics in Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. PSO organized by ECOWAS in collaboration with NALCOM. While delivering the open remarks during the event, he disclosed that the ECOWAS sub-region has continued to face persistent political instability and complex security challenges, including terrorism, armed conflicts, and transnational crimes. This threat, he said, could undermine regional peace, stability, and development. He said these challenges has often necessitated the development of PAOS as mandated by the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government, as well as the setting up of mission headquarters and sectors headquarters in some instances. In another story, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, says it has struck another decisive blow against transnational drug syndicates following the discovery and dismantling of a fortified industrial-scale clandestine laboratory operated by a Nigerian-Mexican cartel deep within the forest of Tapa Village, Ibarapa North Local Government Area of Oyo State. The NDLA said the arrest of a foreign cartel specialist on a Nigerian soil underscores the transnational nature of drug trade. It said that the laboratory was fully stocked with a frightening array of chemicals, industrial catalysts, and heavy-duty processing equipment.
We now take a short break. Please join us again. Welcome back. On the political front, member representing Ovia Northeast, Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Omosede Igbinedion, has joined the campaign train of the All Progressive Congress APC chairmanship candidate for Ovia Northeast local government area, Mr. Christopher Urubusa, and councillorship candidate ahead of the July 11th local government election. Patience Usaragiwa reports that the rally attracted top party leaders and hundreds of supporters in Okada.
The APC campaign rally in Okada witnessed a massive turnout of party faithful, community leaders, women and youth who gathered to mobilize support for the party's candidate ahead of the forthcoming governorship election. Among dignitaries present were former Deputy Governor of Edo State, Honorable Lucky Imasuen, and the member representing Ovia Northeast Constituency 2 in the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Andrew Uzame.
We are here to bring to your attention that in the political dispensation that we are in now, the election when we want to reach in turn, I believe first, what we call local government elections.
Addressing supporters, Right Honorable Omosede Igbinedion highlighted some of her constituency intervention in the area, including the provision of a transformer to improve electricity supply in Okada. She also reaffirmed her commitment to facilitating the dualization of the Okada road from the junction to enhance transportation economic activities within the constituency.
It's important that the road is opened up and we have a wider road that will be safer for everyone that's plying the road, and also it will help to open up the townships as well too as you're driving along.
The federal lawmaker urged residents to sustain their support for the APC while commending Governor Monday Okpebholo for his efforts in addressing security challenges across Edo State.
As you can see, as we say, Edo is shining. Indeed, the council will also do the same. By the grace of God, Edo people will experience the dividends of democracy and rapid development. The council also have to take it upon themselves to try and see how to clear areas that were used as hiding places to ensure that Edo State is very secure, and I know that that will also complement the efforts of the governor.
Also speaking, Chairman of Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Solomon Odenwigie, appealed to voters to turn out in large numbers and vote for all APC candidates in the July 11 council election. The APC chairmanship candidate Christopher Eriamiatoy, alongside councillorship candidates including Endurance Osawe, popularly known as Parasco, solicited the support of the electorate, promising responsive, inclusive and people-oriented leadership if elected. From Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Pueblo has commended the people and leaders of Ewu community in Esa Central Local Government Area for maintaining peace and order despite the lingering kingship dispute involving His Royal Highness Barrister Razak Ojiafor and Prince Jafaru Israel Ojiafor. The governor's commendation was conveyed by his Chief of Staff, Honorable Musa Yakubu, when a delegation of leaders from Ewu community paid a courtesy visit to Government House in Benin City. William Siamar tells us more.
Jubilation rents the air when a delegation of Ewu leaders arrived at the Edo State Government House, Benin City, singing and dancing. Addressing the delegation on behalf of the State Governor, the Chief of Staff, Honorable Musa Yakubu, praised the maturity, restraint, and peaceful disposition demonstrated by the people of the community throughout the period of the dispute. He said the Governor values the concerns raised by the Ewu leaders and will give them the attention they deserve.
We want to appreciate you all to continue to maintain this peace that you have maintained. If any of the slightest provocation, just maintain peace and remember that we need peace and we need each other to be able to live and develop our community.
Earlier, the Secretary, Ewu Development Association Worldwide, Dr. Uzoya Okugbosu, expressed appreciation to Governor Pueblo for the various developmental projects being executed in Ewu community and other parts of Esa land.
According to our tradition and customs, there is no other body in existence, be it official or traditional, aside of the Egwene, the kingmakers, that can crown and restore the king Onuchi in Ewu Elu Kingdom.
Dr. Uzoya Okugbosu, an associate professor of history and international studies, head of department, Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, appealed to the governor to intervene in the kingship tussle in order to bring about a peaceful and lasting resolution to the dispute between the two royal contenders. According to the leaders, Ewu has been peaceful for 29 years, pointing out that any action from any quarters that could trigger violence or unrest in the peaceful community should be avoided. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories, where Edo State Coalition of Civil Society has expressed concern over the silence by the Christian Association of Nigeria and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria over the lingering disagreement between Apostle Johnson Suleiman and Dr. Azeme Azena, without the Christian body calling both to order, which has culminated in a police case. The coalition made their stand known during a press conference in Benin City with an advice to both parties to shield their sword and remember they belong to the Christian community. Efesa Ewangwe has more.
The disagreement between Apostle Johnson Suleiman and Dr. Azeme Azena was said to be attributed to the resignation by Dr. Azena from Omega Fire Ministry in January 2026. The situation is, however, becoming messier as some external parties are meddling into the affairs, which has resulted in a petition against Dr. Azena at the police force headquarters. Expressing dismay over the unhealthy development, the acting coordinator at the State Coalition of Civil Society, Agati Serapha, says they can no longer fold their arms and watch respected men of God who were close allies exchange banter publicly.
Of particular concern is the fact that Apostle Johnson Suleiman, founder and president of Omega Fire Ministry, has publicly spoken on several occasions of Dr. Azeme Azena as a spiritual son and has repeatedly declared that he could never fight a man who calls him father. It is therefore painful to many believers that a relationship spanning nearly 2 decades has degenerated into police proceedings rather than reconciliation and dialogue.
The legal advisor, Edo State Coalition, Kingsley Okorie, and a member of the coalition, Comrade Waya Oganevo, said their mission as an independent body is to call for peace between the Warri pastors.
We as Christians, we cannot subject our religion to public ridicule.
Our concern is the preservation of unity, love, and the integrity of the church.
Counsel to Dr. Azeme Azena, CEO Igogu, said although they are not against what the coalition has done, however, said a petition has already been written against his client at the police force headquarters in Abuja. He said they are prepared to reply the petition since the hands of his clients are clean.
What is annoying is that the same ministry or the president who have acknowledged his work has now filed a petition at First Headquarters Abuja against our client.
It is the hope of the public that the disagreement will be resolved amicably. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
As part of ongoing efforts by Edo State government under Governor Mondo Kwebolo to provide reliable and efficient electricity supply to residents and businesses, the State Ministry of Power has intensified strategic engagement with key institutions in Nigeria's electricity value chain. The latest is an interface with the management of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, and the Nigeria Independent System Operator, NISO. The report by Donlad Eyemie is presented by Usemudiame Osage.
The delegation of Edo State Ministry of Power, led by Commissioner Barrister Paul Usembo, met with the management teams of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN Benin Region, and the Nigeria Independent System Operator, NISO, Benin Region, to strengthen collaboration aimed at improving electricity supply across the state. While TCN transmits electricity through the national grid to distribution companies, NISO coordinates grid operations to ensure stability and reliability. The partnership underscores Edo State's commitment to achieving reliable and efficient power supply for residents and businesses.
The Edo State government have been engaging with both local and international global leaders within the energy and power sector in the last couple of months to ensure that we can have provision of better power supply for our people. And even within the state today, power supply to our people have improved. We're exploring alternatives to enhance rural electrification within our state, as well as to reduce the pressure on the grid.
In their separate remarks, the General Manager of TCN Benin Region, Engineer Charles Iwuamadi, and the Regional Operations Manager of NISO Benin Region, Engineer Anthony Akinuli, reaffirmed their commitment to supporting Edo State government's efforts to enhance power system efficiency and electricity delivery.
What we are generating, the percentage Edo States we get is not enough, but they have to put it rightly so that some people will not get excess while others don't get at all.
It is a joint responsibility that all of us need to be disciplined. We need to be governed by the rule of engagement.
At both offices, the management teams took the delegation of Edo State Ministry of Power on a guided tour of facilities, while also acquainting them with their level of involvement in the operations in the electricity value chain. Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
Still on to the main news on ITV. We now go off on a break. Please stay.
ITV.
Thank you so much for staying with us. And in Delta State, where the newly elected executives of the Nigerian Bar Association, Udu Branch Delta State, led by their chairman, Barrister Edoho Albert, have paid a courtesy visit to the national chairman of the Human Rights Defenders Association of Nigeria, Barrister Kingsley Omoirabo. The visit was aimed at appreciating his fatherly support and leadership role before, during, and after their election, as well as seeking guidance on moving the association forward. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the visit was witnessed by members of Omoirabo's chambers and other senior legal practitioners in Warri and its environs.
Speaking during the visit, the chairman of Nigerian Bar Association, Udu Branch, Barrister Adio Albert, accompanied by other elected officers, said the delegation came to express gratitude to Barrister Kingsley Omoirabo for the encouragement and support he provided throughout the electoral process. He noted that the newly elected executive also sought his prayers, counsel, and support in fostering unity, peace, and progress within the Udu branch of the association.
My advice for my members that are aggrieved is that they should down their tools. That in democracy, the few have their say, the majority have theirs. But this is a professional body where leadership, seniority at the bar is sacrosanct.
Responding, the national chairman of the Human Rights Defenders Organization of Nigeria, Barrister Kasti Omoyirabo, urged the new leadership to embrace an inclusive style of administration.
As an elder of the bar, I am highly honored that the newly elected executive of the Blue branch will come and seek advice from me. If you have your own manifesto, your own mandate, go ahead, but do not disrespect the elders.
Also speaking, legal practitioner Gio Otiripe, Esquire, and Barrister Ete Ijoma, head of chambers at Sebra Consult and chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum, MBA Udu branch, encouraged the newly elected executives to remain focused, committed, and dedicated to achieving their objectives.
I want you to take everybody as your own.
The visit ended with a reception hosted by Barrister Kasti Omoyirabo in honor of the new executives. From Warri, Benga Hamed, ITV News.
Back here in Edo State, where the basic medical students of the University of Benin, Ugbowo campus, have organized a free medical outreach aimed at promoting health awareness and providing essential healthcare services to members of the university community. Esther Ogoro reports that the outreach held on Wednesday at the open field opposite Hall 1 and in front of Festus Iyayi Hall was conducted with the approval of the university management. The report is presented by Oluwafemi Fariola.
Access to quality healthcare remains a vital component of a healthy society. In line with this, and as part of activities marking the Faculty Health Week, the School of Basic Medical Sciences, University of Benin, organized a free medical outreach for students and staff within the institution. The outreach featured a team of healthcare personnel drawn from 3 clinical departments who provided a range of medical screening services. Beneficiaries were screened for blood group, HIV, malaria parasites, hepatitis B, and blood pressure levels, among other health checks. The initiative, according to the organizers, was designed not only to promote preventive health care, but also to encourage members of the university community to take greater responsibility for their health. Speaking at the event, one of the organizers, Comrade Osayi Balak, emphasized the importance of the program, noting that it aligns with the Faculty Health Week's goal of promoting health consciousness and community service.
Webfront University run tests and other things. We help them check their blood glucose, their blood type. So this is our little way as a faculty and as an association of giving back to the university and the society at large.
Also speaking, a medical laboratory science student, Comrade Eware Ogosa, urged members of the university community to make regular health screening a priority, stressing that early detection remains key to effective treatment and disease prevention. Beneficiaries of the outreach expressed appreciation to the organizers for bringing healthcare services closer to them. They described the initiative as timely and impactful, while encouraging others to participate in similar programs in the future.
Regular checkup is very important and compulsory, so it's proper and essential. You actually have regular checkups.
I want to say a big thank you to the organizers for this wonderful event.
I learned that I should eat more fruits and do more exercises.
Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
His Royal Majesty Elia II, Oba of Benin, has convened a crucial meeting with community heads known as Odiowere and youth leaders known as Okaigele from communities across the Benin Kingdom to address the growing security challenges in Edo State and the country at large. Jonah Homorwa reports that the community leaders gathered at the Ober's Palace for the crucial meeting. Details of the story would be brought in our subsequent bulletin. Moving on, with Nigeria grappling with economic challenges, rising insecurity and emerging public health concerns, stakeholders have stressed the need for strategic interventions aimed at boosting national development and improving citizens' well-being. These issues form the focus of the discussions on the breakfast program this morning on ITV. The report is found
in Benin. The Director General of the Edo State Tourism Agency, Lady Vivian Elabo, identified tourism as a critical driver of economic growth and diversification. She noted that increased investment in the sector would stimulate local economies, create jobs and generate sustainable revenue for government at all levels.
Like the Gele community, we have white sand in that community. So once we open up that space, we are looking at a beach there, so we can have a tourism zone. What does that also do for us? It opens up the state completely. And the tourism sector is very fertile in Edo State, and there's so much that we can do.
Joining the program virtually from Abuja, National President of the Association of Medical Laboratory Sciences of Nigeria, Dr. Kasmi Ifeanyi, highlighted the vital role of medical laboratory sciences in disease surveillance, diagnosis and response efforts, particularly in the fight against Ebola and other infectious diseases.
Over 70% of clinical decisions of any kind is predicated on data generated by medical laboratory scientists. Over 70% of revenue deriving in the health sector is derived from the services rendered by medical laboratory scientists.
Meanwhile, from Lagos, the Impact Monitoring and Learning Lead of the Nigerian Jubilee Fellows Program Initiative, Dr. Chiedu Nwankolo, spoke on efforts to empower young Nigerians through skills development and access to meaningful employment opportunities. The editor-in-chief of the industry newspaper, Chief Godi Ofose, examined the growing challenge of insecurity in the country. He emphasized the need for collective responsibility, stronger collaboration, and a united national approach to addressing security concerns. Oluwafemi Fadayola, ITV News.
Teachers and students in schools located in vulnerable and remote areas of Alchi, Isako, West Local Government Area, Edo State, have commended operatives of the Edo State Security Corps for their sustained effort in tackling insecurity and safeguarding lives. The commendation comes amid growing concerns over incidents of kidnapping in parts of the area, which had created anxiety among residents and disrupted normal academic activities in some schools. Edo North correspondent Anthony Igbano has more.
Speaking on the impact of security presence, the assistant headmistress of Usugu Primary School, Mrs. Gideon Comfort, said the deployment of operatives from Edo State Security Corps, Isako West Sector, has significantly improved safety around the school's environment. According to her, teachers and pupils now carried out their daily activities with greater confidence, knowing that security personnel are on ground to respond to potential threats.
And with the teachers, the children of this school, we are safe. And we don't have any fear.
Also speaking, a student of Comprehensive Secondary School, Miriam Abdulatif, and the Vice Principal of Auchi Arabic Secondary School, Mr. Mahmoud Ismaila, noted that the fear of kidnapping have previously affected the morale and concentration of both students and staff. They, however, expressed satisfaction with the increase of security patrol, saying the visible presence of operatives have helped in restore peace of mind and encourage regular school attendance.
In a very, very bushy area. Some of them have been here throughout to take good care of us.
This kidnapping and bandits, parents are afraid, but vigilantes are always with us and we are in a safe hand. That's why we're always writing our mind.
Responding, the Isako West Sector Commander of Edo State Security Corps, Mr. Lawan Aliyu, reaffirmed the command's commitment to maintaining law and order across Auchi and surrounding communities. He assured residents that the Corps will continue to strengthen surveillance and patrol operations to ensure the safety of school children, teachers, and the general public. Mr. Aliyu also urged residents to maintain security consciousness and support ongoing effort by providing timely and useful information to security agencies.
Security in everywhere. And by the grace of God, I believe the children here in the school here, they are very safe for insecurity.
Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
We now take a breather. Please stay. Welcome back. A four-story building under construction has collapsed along the Odili Road access of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. The building, which eyewitnesses described as either a proposed hotel or shopping complex, reportedly collapsed in the mid-morning hours on Wednesday, causing panic among residents and workers in the area. As of the time of filing this report, emergency respondents and local volunteers were intensifying efforts to clear the debris and search for persons who may have been trapped beneath the rubble. Eyewitnesses said the structure was already at an advanced stage of construction before the sudden collapse. However, the exact cause of the incident remains unknown. Although no victim had been recovered at the time of this report, witnesses insisted that some persons were inside the building when it collapsed, raising fears that people may still be trapped. Rescue operations are ongoing as authorities work to determine the cause of the collapse and account for all persons believed to be on the site. In entertainment news, entertainer Charles Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, has urged men to prioritize their health and embrace preventive care. Charlie Boy described proactive health care as essential to mitigating major health threats and reducing disparities that affect men's overall well-being. He noted that men live above 10 years less on average and are significantly less likely to seek preventive medical attention. Charlie Boy also addressed the emotional burden many men carry, encouraging openness and support. He emphasized that men face numerous challenges and should share their struggles, assuring them they are not alone. We now join Tolulokpe Ogutime for update and sport.
England will assess the fitness of Reece James and Declan Rice before their final World Cup group game against Panama. 27-year-old Rice limped out of the Boston Stadium after England's goalless draw against Ghana on Tuesday with heavy strapping on his left calf. Sources have indicated that there is no major concern the injury could impact his involvement on a longer-term basis here in the United States. But it is understood the issue requires assessment and rest before a decision can be made on his availability for Panama on Saturday, with England manager Thomas Tuchel and his staff needing to weigh up the risk of playing him. Olympians will be able to apply for a new grant of $10,000 for each games they compete in, says the International Olympic Committee. The Fit for Future Olympian grant has been established to support the sporting career of Olympic athletes or their career transition. A fund of $140 million will be set aside for each Olympic Games, with the athletes who competed at this year's Winter Olympics the first to be able to apply. Around 10,000 Olympians per games are expected to be eligible for the grant. It should not be available to any athlete who commit an anti-doping violation or violate the IOC Code of Ethics, the condition of participation, or the Olympic Charter. And finally, Leeds have agreed a 4-year contract with Juan Mataka Harry Wilson to become their first signing of the summer on a free transfer. The 29-year-old Wales international is out of contract next week, although the move remains subject to medical and formal signing of terms in the coming days. It will represent a major coup for the Yorkshire club if completed. They face competition from Premier League rival for his signature. Wilson has been a long-time target for Leeds, who attended to sign him on a deadline day last summer before the move collapsed. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime to Loco Ogutime.
And that ends the main news on ITV. On behalf of the team, I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Many thanks for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the Toro cultural princess command. On the other side, we have the gymnastic boys. Gymnastic boys, we don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do in the second floor.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. Since apologies for starting slightly behind schedule. We're trying to make one or two things work to give you at least near a perfect show. When I've heard that phrase, the oil can now flow. Yes, and that is what I've been waiting for, to hear from number one man in the world. We're talking about Donald Trump, the United States of America president, as there is a plan, so to speak, or an agreement being reached right now for a ceasefire. All right, he said a couple of days from now, maybe on the 19th or thereabout, they will sign the agreement. And amongst the terms is that Iran will never ever think about producing nuclear weapon. And after that, talking about $25 billion US dollars, talking about Iranian assets have been frozen, the release to them, part of the deal. And of course, Lebanon also issue was, in the deal. All these and more. We'll take a look at on today's installment of International Forum. What does this mean for the Middle East? What does this mean for the world? What does it mean for energy crisis? With me here in the studio, I have a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Abayomi Thomas. It's a pleasure having you here in the studio, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to viewers at home.
And sitting very close to him, he's a human rights activist, a political analyst, an entrepreneur also, the chieftain of the APC. Join me to welcome Honorable Etiosa Igebo, also known as Sunny. Hello, Sunny. How you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon, viewers. I never knew I was a human rights activist. I keep adding more titles every
Your work speaks volumes, Your work speaks volumes.
Thank you.
All right, so let's put the show on the road. Let me start off with Barrister A.B. Thomas. Were you relieved when you heard Donald Trump in his truth account, saying, yes, they've struck a deal? This time, ceasefire of a sign on the 19th of thereabout that the oil can now flow, as in ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz unhindered. What do you feel about this situation?
Well, my fingers are still crossed. My fingers are still crossed because American administration under Donald Trump are full of surprises. This is a president who has enjoyed holding meetings with opponents and at the same time planning to strike the opponents when they least expect it. He did it with Venezuela, he did it with Iran last year, he did it February 28th this year, while meetings were going on and people were trying to find solution to the Iranian nuclear problem. So if he says there's a deal right now, well, you can even see the Iranians are not even too enthusiastic about it because they are not sure. But they have agreed that they want to settle, they want to go on with their normal lives, they want the Strait of Hormuz opened, they want everything to go on peacefully as it used to be before Trump came in. But I'll be glad if there is a lasting peace in the Middle East, lasting peace in the Strait of Hormuz, lasting peace in the Gulf. But for now, Trump is full of surprises.
Full of surprise. I mean, you're having doubt in this new deal that will be signed on the 19th of June. Anyway, I'll come back to you, Barrister A.B. Thomas, so I can to expatiate on the reasons why you're having doubt. Well, do you have doubt, Honorable?
Well, I don't think I do have any doubts. I just believe that the Islamic Republic has been exporting a lot of negative energy out of Iran because they've made plenty of money with the sales of crude. They've charged tolls through the Strait of Hormuz when they ordinarily shouldn't. They lay ownership and claims to on international waterways. They had their indigenous Persian citizens in Iran hostage many years ago. They overthrew and became the #1 superpower, acclaimed superpower in the Middle East through very notable actions of overthrowing a constitutional monarchy. So and you can see the brutality in the Islamic Republic, how they go after the people to use assassination attempts, killing and slaughtering of their people to constantly sit on their desire to be free, if you know what I mean. Iran before now was not an Islamic country, it was a Christian country, very open, had good relationship with Israel. The minute it came about, theological, ideological radicalists, they started to export that satanic and evil actions across board, took it to Hezbollah in Lebanon, took it to Hamas in borders with Israel, which is the Hamas in I can't remember.
In Palestine and Gaza,
Hamas in Gaza, and obviously other the Yemen and Houthi rebels. So when you look at what those people has done over the years, you can agree with me that the methodology and the strategy that Trump has been applied is in two folds. One, to get the result of what he wants to make the world freer, and two, to constantly remind these nonchalant lunatics that they cannot continue to work their way into power by being violent to people who are lesser less ideological variations in terms of thinking to them. So for me, I can understand why Trump is playing those games. You know, it's like a stick and carrot approach. I want to speak with you, yes, of course, but if you want to constantly show that desire of being stubborn and that I can have your way through the battle of the gun, from using power to oppress your citizens, just like the Iranians killed over 50,000 of their citizens, forever rising up against the Islamic State. So for me, I don't think it is in my own opinion, to sympathize with the backdrop of what affects the Islamic State. I would really love to see them toppled, while the country can come back to the normal life whereby they can live like the Gulf states, whereby people can express their desire freely and they are not being told to wear or to do things that are not of this modern world, whereby their hands are tied and that they cannot do what they need to do. So Trump coming on board, for the first time, I actually see a different foreign policy that helps to nip it by the ball, to get rid of an institutionalized, deep-rooted ideology that has created fear across the Gulf and elsewhere in the world.
All right, Professor said you love the game Trump is like, playing, using the carrot and stick. Caprice talked about how would I put it now, even right now, perception of what you have about the Islamic Guard in Iran. Anyway, let's get to it for Barrister A.B. Thomas. You've heard his own views and opinions saying that what Trump did is the right thing, a carrot and stick approach, talking about Iran being a patient, Christian state, and all of that. But what is going on right now? Do you think that the Iranians are being twisted, or will I say the regime of the Ayatollahs are being twisted to really agree to this particular deal? Remember, they insisted that having a nuclear armament or possessing a nuclear weapon is their right.
Straight away, I will tell you, having a nuclear weapon is the inalienable right of any sovereign nation. But what you do with it is a different issue. Israel has never agreed before any country in the world that Israel has nuclear weapons. They found an ally in a businessman called Trump, who pretends to be a Christian, and he's not a Christian. Before Trump came into our American presidency, we have had people like Obama, we have had Biden. Biden did not see any sense in any invasion of another country, destruction of another country, insisting that you must change the regime of another sovereign country. Imagine somebody telling you you must change the government of Nigeria. Whether we like it or not, Nigeria is a sovereign country, for God's sake. I won't accept any foreign power telling me that, oh, we don't like your government in Nigeria, the Christians are being killed or Muslims are being killed, we want to come and change your government in Nigeria. No, leave it to us. If you look at it right now, Obama and European countries, Obama, that's America, Obama leading European countries, leading America and European countries, collectively had a joint agreement with Iran. Then you came in after Biden. Then you came after Obama. The next thing was to cancel that Western agreement with Iran in your first term. And when you came back on your second term, you completely wipe it off. I mean, are you saying that you, as Trump, you are wiser than all the other Western European countries that agreed with Obama to seek a peaceful way to negotiate with Iran on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons? Are you saying you are wiser than all of them? And if you look deeper, in everywhere you have crisis that concerns oil, We must not look at one man because the man is making noise. I will expand on what I mean by is making noise. We must not say because one man is standing there and making noise because his political party has majority in the Congress and the Senate. Therefore, nobody can stop him. America is not a democracy right now. It's almost a one-party state. Now, you went ahead, because of oil, you invaded Venezuela, removed the president there, whether you like him or you don't like him. As against international law, you removed the man, arrested him, took him and his wife to New York, your country. Then, you said the next is Iran. At the beginning, he had two objectives. One, to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons. On the prompting of Israel, there must be a regime change. Now tell me, which of these two has he achieved after expending over $600 billion of American money? Today, the inflation rate in America is 4.9%, the highest in the past 5 years. The American taxpayers are paying for it and they are suffering. Then, by extension, all the Gulf states that has been able to manage their relationships with Iran, they are all suffering. Just because of this man, who is a businessman, the only interest he has got. Go back and look at all the delegations he has sent to Abu Dhabi, to Qatar, to Iraq, to Kuwait, to Pakistan. He must have his in-law, Krishna, a businessman. If you extend the visits to Ukraine and Russia, he must have his in-law, who is married to his own daughter, Krishna, in the game. And they have joint businesses they are pursuing in all these countries that he's funding the embers of war. And at the same time, he came into power promising that the era of war is gone. America first. The America first that he told the Americans was not America will first go to war. The American first was that the interest of the Americans to improve the economy of the average American. But now he has dragged America into a war than Joe Biden, than Obama. So what we are saying, he is not only dragging Americans into a war, the economy is not only affecting the Americans, the economy is even affecting the entire world. Particularly the Gulf states that produces this oil and natural gas. It is affecting other countries in East Asia. They are all now suffering. They are going on economic meltdown just because he will not listen to good advice. As long as Israelis are able to push him, Netanyahu has been there for many years. He tried to push Obama into a war. Obama refused. He tried to push George Bush into a war. George Bush is a Republican, refused to go to war. He tried to push Biden. Biden refused to go to war. That is why, even after campaigns has ended, he is about going into the second half of the second term.
All right.
He is still talking about politics, about Biden and Obama, all because he has gone into a selfish war that is not benefiting anybody, not even those Americans.
Okay, so I'll come back to Barrister before that. You heard him in a series of points. He talked about the president of Donald Trump being a businessman, of course, after the oil in this Gulf state. Talked about Kushner's presence. Talked about also neighboring Gulf countries suffering the impact of this particular. I talked about Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, influencing Donald Trump's, decision, or will I say psyche, to wage war against Iran. Do you have anything contrary to what he just opined?
I completely disagree with all the points he's made, with all due respect, because he spoke on about a sovereign nation.
Yeah.
In Nigeria, we have democracy, we have successive presidents in different people. With Iran, you have a supreme leader, a radicalist with a theological idea who believes that he needs to sit there as a supreme leader and rule over people. He overthrew their constitutional democracy government many years ago, constitutional monarchy many years ago, and he has no problem with our command is sitting on that position exporting terrorists all over the place that's even affecting us in Nigeria. This Boko Haram business all came from funneling funds and Islamizing people, believing that they want to come and take over their land. He doesn't have a problem with that. I can't understand how, with all due respect, Barrister will sit here and speak on Obama and Biden. Obama came to Africa and never even visited Nigeria. Obama was one of the worst news. To me, he was one of the worst presidents of America. I'm not his fan at all, because you know why? The deal he did with Iran, he gave them so much money. That is why Iran was able to develop these ballistic missiles and long-range missiles and drones that they've used to bomb their so-called neighboring Gulf states countries that had no problems with Iran. When the U.S. was to go into war with Iran over this issue of nuclear weapon and the production of uranium, the Gulf states was not allowing the U.S. to use their base. That is why they had to bring in those vessels like the carriers, aircraft carriers. In our two eyes, you sit down and want to defend the undefendable. By the time the war kicked off, what did Iran start to do? They started bombing the same very countries that went against the U.S. going into war with them. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would bomb them with a nuclear weapon. You see what I'm saying? Likewise, in every aspect, there were so many points my big brother here has made. I don't know which world he's living in. Because for me, from what I know, you cannot have a situation whereby, yes, there's a problem between Israel and the Palestinians. I know that the fault will not lie on the Palestinians alone. Israel also has their own fault. But when people are living together and you want to create a two-party state, how do you find a lasting solution? The Israel conflict, which is the Holy Land, has been a problem even before we were born. Finding a lasting solution does not necessarily mean that Palestinians will go and strike people at, holidaying somewhere, adopt so many and kill so many. That led to the flattening and the recent bombings of Gaza, the Gaza Strip. So I understand the mindset of some of these Palestinians, because I've happened to live with them. They will tell you, well, we have enough kids. No matter how many people you kill, we continue to bear more kids and the war will continue. How can you be crying more than the bereaved when you're getting bombs dropping from the skies? And yet you're firing rockets and you want the war to linger on. It's like penny wise, pound foolish. It doesn't make any sense. With this particular war in Iran, I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that the Iranians, IRGC Malaysia, that is ruling the country, should be totally wiped out. I believe without them, the world will be a safer place. It is better to deal with the problem now than to allow these infidels who constantly fire bombs to countries that has no problems with them. They bombed Dubai. Dubai had no problems with them. They bombed Bahrain. They bombed Qatar. These countries never even allowed America to launch their war from there, apart from having a base in that region. They bombed Saudi Arabia. Today, the Gulf state is against the same Iran that my brother here is defending on national TV. So I don't know where I should start from, looking at all the points my brother has made. Biden was pretty much, he was losing it. He never really knew what he wanted. He went to war, they went to war with Bush, they went to war. I remember what happened in Georgia. I remember how they used NATO. You're speaking about NATO and the agreement they had. Trump was almost assassinated by who? The same very people who has laid the bad foundation from the time of amalgamation of these countries. What makes you think that the problem has lingered on and is even spread further without having a source of where these terrorists are funneled, channel resources to? Why would you think that such things will continue to expand and start to create a situation whereby countries, sovereign nations, never have peace? People are getting killed every day. You see what I'm saying? If you look at what Iran has been doing in this region, from the Islamic guys in Palestinians to the ones in Yemen, to the ones in the Houthi rebels, and the ones in the country that Israel is bombing at Beirut and whatnot, Lebanon, you realize that Iran needs to be removed from the equation in order for these people to seek peace. If the Israelis are occupying your land, there are many ways and diplomatic ways you can deal with this.
Is it Iran or the regime?
I mean, the regime itself. When you say Iran, you mean the regime. The regime has never been they've never been good people. They're just the sort of guys that has created funneling and allowing these people to feel that they can bomb you and throw missiles at you, to speak about the issues of land acclimation. How do you achieve an aim when the purpose of achieving those aims is coming back at you? I don't understand that. So my own take on the matter is we can argue back and forth on the issues to do with Trump and the position he has taken. I have never seen an American president so determined to make and create a lasting peace by the way things are established from the foundation like Donald Trump. Trump might have his funny sides. I'm not saying that he's a saint. However, he coming into power now, the sort of things he engaged with, like for example, he tries to solve the problem between Russia and Ukraine. The Russia and Ukraine team was sponsored and supported by NATO. And before you know it, the Ukrainians are getting millions of people getting killed because Russia is way more powerful than them. How do you now justify Trump's effort to find peace within that framework? And the Europeans are telling them, don't stop. But don't stop. A comedian is their president, Zelensky. And Russia has really taught them a lesson of why the little brother don't mess with the big brother. Before that, Ukraine was benefiting from Remita, from the Nord Stream pipeline, which created a cheaper energy to Europe. When you go to Europe, England, France, Germany, all these countries, they pay higher taxes because the European and the NATO as a nation created that war that Trump is trying to stop. Biden was there when the war was created. Bush tried to create the same problem when he wanted to put a missile defense in Georgia, 2008. So when you look at the ideology of the Biden and Bush and Obama's lineage in terms of governance and whatnot, and the way they went to Ukraine, for instance, to create a problem and use a revolution to get rid of the president there because they were pro-Russia, knowing fully well that Ukraine was once a USSR state. When you look at the behavior of those governments and compared to the behavior of Trump, who is anti that idea, you will agree with me that what the world is suffering today was at the idea of the way those governments have dealt with Iran, the sort of powers and money they gave to them, the sort of missiles they built because of the money they had without proper checks. So go to a point, Iran doesn't want the people that checks for nuclear enrichment to come in.
All right,
so
you just hold on.
Just a minute, just to run up.
We need to go for a break right now. We'll return, we'll continue this discussion. You see, both gentlemen here in the studio, they're having their wonderful points, marshalling out the point to let you know the reason why they are standing behind their own ideas. Okay, we'll be right back after this break. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, taking a look at the peace deal struck between the U.S. and, of course, Iran that will be signed on the 19th if everything goes according to plan. Remember, if everything goes according to plan. Join us right now from the U.S. is Honorable Ehi Egareba. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you join us virtually.
We'll say thanks for having me.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's like, can you hear me?
Yeah, very clearly.
All right, I believe you've been watching, been listening thus far. We want to get to hear your views and, of course, your opinions about this particular peace deal. Can the U.S. be trusted? Remember, while they're busy extending the ceasefire deadline, according to what Donald Trump said, they were siphoning oil from Iran.
I believe the United States can be trusted in the sense that for now, no one has really seen the terms of the deal, you know, and though there are several versions available, but going by the words of President Trump, I think the most important ingredient that most people were looking at for are twofold. One is the discontinuation of the Iranian nuclear pursuits. And secondly, we are not going to be looking at the nuclear facilitators, especially the uranium enrichment, which for now has been taken off the table and is going to be discussed within the next 30 days or so. But it is understandable why that was taken off the first deal, because according to reports coming from Donald Trump, most of those uranium were hidden by Iran, you know, deep down in bunkers and all of that. And, you know, remember the first airstrikes against Iran, you know, last year, some of those sites were bombed. And so some of those things have been deep down in areas in the Rocky Mountains in northern Iran. So they are going to need a lot of expertise. He has said to the effect that only Chinese and Americans have that expertise to extract those uranium. Coming back to the peace deal itself, it's a huge relief for the entire world. You know, global economic instability has been the bane since the war started. You know, there's been several countries been caught up in inflation, and again, some other countries have had very difficult economic times, especially in Africa and all other countries who are not oil producing. Take, for instance, Nigeria. You know, look at the spike in oil prices and petroleum prices, which has caused a lot of pain for Nigerian citizens. We'll only be very happy now that things can begin to return to normal. The Strait of Hormuz is being opened, and we can eventually achieve that global economic stability, which has eluded most of the world's economy in the last 1 or 2 months. So with that being said, I think we should just keep our fingers crossed and see the details. But one thing is certain, I listened to President Trump speaking to the Emir of Oman at the sidelines of the G7 meeting in Paris today. And he said to the extent that there is a $300 billion reconstruction fee that is being branded around for the reconstruction of Iran post the war. But he said that not a dollar of the U.S. Funds are going to be a part of that. That's perhaps a conclusion or an input that was made by the countries in the Gulf who have probably committed to, putting those funds together, perhaps also over a long period of time, just to ensure that there's stability in that region. So I think, for me, it's really for the entire world. Let me say, people, strengths have been tested on the battlefield, and everyone by now clearly knows what they are capable of. And one thing is certain, I want to call this a victory for the United States, because if you go to war and you lose your entire leadership or most of it, I think that's a defeat in itself. And if America was able to insist that there should be a stoppage in Iranian nuclear weapon pursuit, and they have agreed to that, I think that's also another point to be called for the Americans. And so I think the whole world is better for it when there's peace in the Middle East. But, I think this has also taught everyone a lesson. And I think though the Iranians are saying we are going to continue with our missile capability, they are entitled to building their military to defend their territorial integrity. However, I think also from the deals that most of the Gulf states have entered with Ukraine, and I heard that from President Trump too, it will appear that there's been rapid production of cheap missile interceptors as against the very expensive ones that was being used in the past. So I think maybe before the end of this year, Iran will not have that capacity again to, even when they launch missiles, those missiles will be cheaply intercepted, and that will not pose any threat to most of the countries in the region, because I saw most of those signed deals with Ukraine to help them develop.
I will come back to Honorable if time permits. I believe time is going to permit. I will definitely come back to you. But Saidi Thomas, you heard Honorable Ehi Gareba joining us virtually from the U.S. Now, Iranians will last say the regime do not trust the U.S. and they have good reasons for that. After Donald Trump came out to tell the world that Iranians are not even aware that they are there piping their oil until he said so. You talked about the oil, you talked about Kushner, you talked about the business drive of Donald Trump. Is this all about business for Donald Trump?
I will repeat. Donald Trump is not a statesman. He's a businessman. And if he can come up now to say Iranians were not aware that America was tapping Iranian oil, if this happens in Nigeria here, what will you call such a person that takes your oil without your permission and is now coming up to say, I took your oil while you were sleeping? You are a thief. That's what we'll say here. Ghana will say, oh, they were taking our oil while we were sleeping. Ghana must be a thief. Under international law, we must respect the territorial integrity of any state, whether in terms of war or not. Don't forget, there's no declared war between the United States and Iran, and between Iran and Israel. There's no declared war. The U.S. Congress or U.S. Senate never granted permission to Trump to go to war. So he sidelined the Senate and the Congress and started his bombing raid. Netanyahu, we can understand. Netanyahu knows very well that he has so many criminal cases waiting for him in Israel to answer. The best thing for him is to continue ad infinitum to be in a war. So he does not approach the magistrate's court to face his criminal charges. Trump, on his own, has the Epstein case files. And this is one of the diversion to avoid the scandal, the Epstein scandal. America was not prepared for this war. The only country that was prepared for this war was Israel. And that is why Israel has refused to obey America by continuing their bombing raids in southern Lebanon. Because Israel's preparation has always been, we want a greater Israel by having Gaza, having Lebanon as part of their buffer zone. So they have a perfect plan for the war, and they went into it. But America has not been prepared. That is why when Trump makes announcement on his Truth Social, you find that it is different from what other Americans are hearing. There's always a conflict between what Trump announces during this war and what is going on. 2 days ago, I was hearing him say, we're going to sign this deal on Sunday. We're going to sign, but the Iranians knew what they were doing. They said, this agreement, this deal will not be signed on Sunday, but it will be signed some days later. And what has happened now? Today is Tuesday. It has not been signed. It will be signed on Friday. So when you look at the character of people who are making noise, or character of people who are making statements, you look at the other side, and what happens after the statements are made will convince you as to which side is saying the truth. If I tell you this agreement will be signed on Sunday, and my opponent is saying, we will sign an agreement too, but it will be Sunday. And at the end of the day, my opponent is saying, has won by saying it will not be on Sunday. So what we are saying in effect is this. You went into Venezuela. Your case was not that Venezuela was making nuclear bomb. You have thrown the whole of Cuba into darkness. It is not that Cuba is making bombs or ballistic missiles. You want to seize Grenada from Belgium. Your NATO members are saying, look, Belgium is a member of NATO. You can't do that. You are saying they must do, you will do it. Then you first came into power. The first thing you did was that Canada should apply to become the 51st state of America. Is this how a statesman behaves? Everything is just about how to strike a deal, business deals that will benefit your companies, benefit your son-in-law Krishna. Everything is about a deal.
All right.
One day we should come to you here and tell you, come and do a deal, or he will take this out from you.
All right. I'll come on to you, Bryce, if time permits. Well, Honorable Achosa, you heard him say it's all about deals, business for Donald Trump. And it's like the Iranians are the ones calling the shot in terms of signing this peace deal. What's your angle?
Bro, like I said before, I don't understand how you will speak on being a Christian for somebody like Obama and the Bush and the Joe Biden, who will tell you a male and a male getting married is Christendom, whereby Donald Trump, who's not supposed to be a Christian, will come and tell you he should be a male and a female. I don't know in the kingdom of God what satanic actions could be bigger than being a homosexual person, whether a female to female or male to male. I'll give it to Trump. He was the first president of America who went against such very, funny attributes that children that was growing up in this modern day was now finding to be a norm in the society. which you know that God, the Creator, will never be happy with such. I mean, my big brother spoke about the approval to go to war in Iran, with Donald Trump not listening to the Congress, but he forgot that the Bush and the Biden and the Obama never listened to the United Nations. So the American Congress and the United Nations, which one was bigger? Bush and Obama and Biden vetoed the United Nations position on those aspects. So trying to make Trump, I'm not saying he's the best guy in the world, trying to make him look like someone who doesn't understand what he's doing because of my spread in terms of organogram of what I know about his world. Believe me, that guy, Donald Trump, has turned out to be one of the best presidents that ever come out in America. I know that, I mean, we are not in America now. I know we speak to people in America. For some people, what Trump came with is bad. He took out Obamacare. Yes, of course, everybody feels and wants relief. In England, in America, in all these Western countries, people still lose their job and live in the subway. A man that has a job or a woman loses a job, he lives in the subway. You cannot do much harm to a country in Europe, like European states, as much as what happened between Ukraine and Russia. When energy was cheap, the minute Russia and Ukraine fight started and the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up by the same Biden that my brother is defending, the cost of living went up in Europe. That is why you see that many Europeans can't support their families back home in Africa. How much evil can that be? One action in Ukraine, more pains to Africans because they are dependent on the people there. And we are talking about Donald Trump, who is fighting with an Islamic State, a terrorist organization that is killing Americans and killing Nigerians. You know, with the Boko Haram and all these people spending money to buy sophisticated weapons from the fall-off of the war in Libya that was carried out by Obama and his culprits, Hillary Clinton or Condoleezza Rice, I don't know what you call them. They bombed Gaddafi and allowed those NATO weapons to flow into the sub-Saharan Africa. With so many Christians killed and all these people slaughtered in Africa, it was because of the errors of the very regime in the US that my big brother is trying to defend and make Trump look like the bad guy. But I'm not telling you that Donald Trump coming to stop the EB-5 program that they did and said they were taking out NGO jobs to Africa to help Africa grow. The more the NGOs are somewhere, and the Nigerian armies, for example, cannot go to a place, or the other countries in Africa cannot go to a certain area, the NGOs will be there operating. What are they doing? They are stealing our minerals. Why is they paying dollars to those bandits? So when you look at this formation of what is happening in the world, they said in our adage, when you grow up, it is your height where you get tall up to. Your height is where you produce your eyes. When you know what is really happening in this world, you will know that Trump has his errors, Joe Biden and Obama has their errors. But if you want to measure it in the scale of 1 to 10, when Trump error is 2 because he's so outspoken, you look at the quiet ones like Obama and the Biden and the Bush error is like 8 or 9. Because they've actually established a system that has kept Africa perpetually poor, that everybody that speaks about liberation, whether you are speaking about the Iranian behavior and what has happened, if Iran can be bombing other countries that have no problems with them, what would they do with a nuclear bomb?
All right.
They will bomb anybody that they feel is not their friend. So for me, I don't think the world is any safer today, and I believe that whether or not the IRGC were very divided anyway. They had a different Malaysia group who will come up and say one thing. If the US is dropping bombs and they can even get rid of all their anti-aircraft missiles, get rid of their vessels, their ships in the water, they can get rid of their planes, and the Iranians are still talking about winning the war, it's like you're getting confused growing up with your mom kissing a girl.
All right.
So for me, everybody has their opinion. I strongly believe, from what I know, that the position that Trump has taken with fighting wars, yes, there's always interest. It's across board, but he's doing better than the so-called previous governments, whether Obama is a Democrat and Bush is a Republican.
Thank you.
They had the same attributes.
Thank you.
Me, Trump is a better president you can ever wish for.
Now let's go to U.S. where Honorable Ehi Eyariba is standing by. Honorable, you know that this peace deal, ceasefire deal, some are saying it's a fragile deal because of the trust issue. And some are saying for Trump to really sweeten the pie, choose to release the frozen asset, $25 billion to Iran. Do you think that is a bribe on one hand, or it's all about the stick and carrot approach? Honorable, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, loud and clear. Please respond to the question.
Okay, before I come to that question, I would like to respond to our...
Yeah, the 25 billion US dollars are set given to Iran to gain access to. Is it a bribe for the Iranians to accept this ceasefire deal, applying the stick and carrot approach? That's the question.
Well, it's their money in the first place, and I believe it's part of what was negotiated, because for all that we know, Iran has been badly having their nuclear programs have been shattered, and it's going to take them quite a long time to come back to the levels where they were becoming a threat to, imagine a country's leader, the late Ayatollah Khomeini, coming out to say that they are going to annihilate Israel. And they were in the process of making that same weapon. And some persons in the world think the United States and Israel should have waited for them to carry out their threats before acting. You've got to be proactive if you are going to if you are a global leader. I think what the challenge we do have most times in Africa is that our minds have been groomed to be reactionary instead of being proactive. We wait for things to happen, then we start running head-to-skelter. And again, in Africa, the minds of most leaders have been primed, not to have any national interest whatsoever. Nigeria don't have a national interest, for instance. We don't have a national agenda. We don't even know what we are doing in global politics, I have to be honest. But for the United States, I see a co-discussant talk about Cuba, talked about Mexico, and talk about a lot of countries. Take your mind back to centuries back. The Great Benin Kingdom. What made Benin Kingdom tick? It was in conquest. It was in taking of territories. And not a lot has changed. If you look at the global map today, most of the countries where they reside now were areas where they conquered during wars and ceded those territories to themselves. Ukraine did it. Russia did it in recent times and took part of Ukraine. It's still the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be national interest. People are going to expand their coast and their sphere of influence. Nothing is going to stay the same. It's better within the international framework that our country too locates themselves and determine for themselves what is our national interest. What's the path where are we just going to look at what happened with South Africa? We put in billions of naira in there, but did we establish ourselves in South Africa so that we can benefit post-apartheid? No, we did a Father Christmas, and at the end of the day, it's boomerang now, and the people say, get out of our country. Look at what we did in Liberia. Wasted a lot of money. If that's what you wasted money that could have been used for your development without pursuing your own national interest when peace arrives or returns to that country, that is poor leadership and having no national interest, wasting your national resources. All of the monies the U.S. is spending in the war, tactically they're telling Iran that we almost have taken those money back from you through your oil. We didn't really lose, we didn't spend as much as you thought we did. And though they rubbed it in their face, it's just to tell them, look, we are always going to win, head or tail. So I don't believe that it's a carrot and stick approach. The U.S. still have the largest and most powerful military in human history, and they can mobilize and start to pound Iran as quickly as or as early as tomorrow. And therefore, I believe that Iran lost this war. If you know the damage that was caused to Iran, because this social media has been blocked in that country, there's no reports coming out of the country of what has happened, only what they said. And so they control the information narrative and tell the world, oh, we are still okay. We have a missile train capacity. But you've been taken back over 50 years in terms of development. All your military infrastructure has been taken out. Almost your entire navy has been taken out. Your leadership has been taken out. And that should count for something. But what is certain is, I am happy that global peace is being restored, via the agreement that will be signed on Friday in Geneva, Switzerland, and so that people can begin to get oil. The world runs on crude oil. That's the truth of the matter for now. And therefore, disrupting a huge percentage of its flow would have adverse effects on nations as it's been having. And therefore, it's just a big deal.
Thank you so much, Honorable Price, for time. We are pressed for time. You've made a lot of points. You've made your point. Thank you so much. Well, Bryce Ebitham is going to have the last line on this discussion. I know you have so much to say.
I don't have much
to say. But please, that we are pressed for time right now. Do you see this agreement coming true?
I still have a great deal of doubt over this agreement. First and foremost, 60 days of ceasefire. Israel is not on board. They've said so clearly. And Israel has they have their own territorial ambitions outside the defined area for Israel. They're interested in annexing West Bank. They're interested in annexing Gaza. They're interested in annexing southern Lebanon. And Israel dragged Donald Trump or America into this war. America is going into a deal with Iran. Iran has one eye open, not trusting America. So whatever is happening right now, I still say Trump ought not to have gone into this war because majority of Americans do not support this war. And if might is right, then Russia should not be blamed for invading Ukraine. So next time Ghana or Benin Republic decides to offend Nigeria, if we can't even finish with Boko Haram, we can also expand our territory.
Thank you so much, Bryce Ebitham. Thank you so much, Honorable Echiosai Gibbon. Of course, Honorable Eyegariba, thank you so much for your opinions. I know you have so much to say about it, but we're still watching to see if 16th will truly come into fruition. Ceasefire agreement.
To say.
Said everything. Okay, fine. Let's just keep our fingers crossed and see how all those will pan out to do it again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kì ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agimag bota. Ota omere ota nyowa. Nle magwa kanene na. Okay ya gboso we ama mufua aimerie. Uma dole ni yi yaki uni enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki ere we mi no poloro amamfua amieri ibota e manadwe na ya ye ne de ai to kwawo wa no pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebo wa ya kwe iswe ina tabi bota eniki o de fie o sa ba ja mi ebe okun ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma de ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we ya no awe ya na iwe no ko ko ge do e iwe no ba we ya na we no de wo ye ibota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o e mo rede emi yoko no agba ko wa o no mario ìwòrán tí ìmá tí èmi wọn ò nà mario sópin rà mẹ sópin ilé rẹ ni màá gbẹ kó wa ò nà mario ẹmẹdóyà ta ìgbéka ìdò àkúgbe nọkwa ẹnu àádáre họ bí nìyí yàrá yẹ amamufua màá yé nani wọn ni wọn má dọ̀lẹ̀ mi yí ìwé wíyàmì ò nà má ò dá o. N'odo lẹ́yìn yìí ọmọ ma ọ̀dà ìmàlú yàgòá amamufuahi wáyé ẹ̀ẹ́nìkèrè ìyànrẹ́kèrè gwa ìyànrẹ́kèrè wà mẹ́mìí wáyé nà kọ́kọ́ gwa èyí ọ̀bẹ ní ọ̀hún èyí náà yà dọ̀lẹ̀ gbọ́n wáyé èyí nà amamufua àmìrì ìwà ni agbọ̀n ẹ̀gbọ̀n yẹ ẹ̀rẹ́ náà wò tánà ọ̀dẹ́ náà wọ́n tánà Victor Ibisugbe ọ̀bọ̀kìyà. Baba
àtọ ìkó ẹ wò aláwòdà àmàyàkẹ́ àmì sẹ́yìn máa yá àmàmà náà wẹ́ àádùgé náà ní máa yà ọ̀tà mẹ́ẹ̀dọ́ ní ló wà kẹ̀mí ní sí wẹ́n náà fi wèrè rárẹ̀ dàgbé máa yà ní máa mẹ́kẹ́ náà yìn rí mẹ́ ní ọ́ dẹ̀rẹ̀ wòye ẹ̀rọ rí mà ẹ̀rọ náà gbéra ẹ̀rọ rí mà máa yẹ òsábà gẹ̀gẹ́ Maria ọba àtọ ìpẹ́ o.
iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wa tẹ̀lé ilẹ̀ pásọ̀ kábàárì ìhùnàmúrẹ̀.
ìfẹ́ dùn lọ́wọ́ mi wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkẹ́ ká yìí wà bí dáhìn rọ ọ̀fun gbọ́sọ̀ àgbàgbọ̀ ya rọ ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
iṣẹ́ níwọ̀n zẹ́rẹ̀ ni màá ta dé sí wẹ́ amamufua àìmẹ́rẹ́ èmi náà yà ẹ̀ ká ẹ̀ náà wẹ́ ń dọ̀lọ̀ dá òye èmi ní yà ń wú ẹ̀sẹ̀ wà ọ̀mà náà bòyẹn wẹ̀ bòyẹn ẹ̀ má ta wà ọ̀mà náà rí ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀ náà wà ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀ náà rí ẹ̀ náà jà ẹ̀ má ta wà ọ̀mà náà gbogbo nùgbé jà ẹ̀ má ta gbèsè mekena mi yi kɔnɔ ma yɔrɔ ube tɛmɛ ta se dɔɔnin na ma fɔ mi ye alo de kan o to so bɛ bo ni ma yi miɛ na ɔni awo politicians imuna ni awuna ya amu fɔ yɔrɔ irimu ni ya wɛ ɛwà ni vote ni ya ɛwà ni ladiya ya wi kuro sege ni ya ye mu ya se ya nɔma miɛ nɔ ya wini no ya me komu bonye kega oni ayehie na no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wani hi amu na he wo seti mu na he wo tuwere ha seti mu na he o ha no re awe na eni bon na no mamufa amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe seti we ma meyi no a seti arioba yete mu ina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya wọ́n tó bọ́ ìmọ̀ ọgbà yóò wá wọ́n tó bọ́ ìwé mi ayéwìdó mi ọ̀rẹ́ yọ ọgbà mú yóò wá èyí àgbọ̀n ìyá àgbọ̀n ìrì àṣẹ èrò ìrì èyàn ṣẹ sábà ní ẹgbẹ́ àgbọ̀n lọ́wọ́ máa yìí amamufu amẹ́rẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ́ Ibisugbe amamufu amẹ́rẹ́ yẹgun ayọ́ èyí ló ka ẹ̀ ní búnẹ̀wọ́ èkéne kìnnàkánná.
ẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀dùnẹ́wù wà wàyáwẹ́ sí wàmọ́gẹ́lẹ́mú fún àmẹ́rẹ́ ni o ikọ́bọ̀ wẹ́ wì ni mú ẹ pèsè fùá ní amamufu amamẹ́rẹ́ náà ẹ̀rì náà yà ẹ̀ka amamufu amẹ́rẹ́ ọmọ anọ́mọ́rú èmi èsì ẹ̀rẹ́kẹ̀ ní èsì wò dá o wẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn èmi èsì yóò tọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ èmi èsì ọ̀ká bẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa gbowó ẹ̀ omi ó bí yé oge vàmù dẹ àmẹ́gbẹ́dẹ wẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ kára unabi ame rọ́bà náà yà gùn ẹ̀ unamọ̀ panẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ́ sì wẹ̀wù nẹ́ni ọ́ní ẹ̀gbọ́ ẹ̀ o ọmọ yìí mú gbọ́ ẹ̀ o òsàgbà dẹ̀rọ̀ nínú ẹ̀ èmi kí á sùnú dàgbà ẹ̀ wá pọ̀ ọ̀dí gbà náà gbógè bà dé yàrá mi ẹ̀ wẹ́ ọmọ sọ̀rọ̀ àrẹ mọ́tò ẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀nà àlàyé mọ́tò ẹ̀rẹ̀ igi mọ́tò ẹ̀gbọ́ ọ̀làyé mọ́tò ẹ̀gbọ́ abẹ́ òyì ní àdúrà ìwò ní ìnẹ̀bẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ yà àrẹ park ọmọ yẹn yẹn rí fẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ hẹ́ àṣà ọmọ mi wọ́n yìí rí ìwò náà ìkẹ̀wò gbúgbẹ̀ ọgbà ọ̀rẹ́ ni una ààyè ni iná ìwẹ̀ mú fùá ni ṣùgbọ́n ìlú sábà ayé àwẹ̀ ìwèrè pé ọtí gbà sọ ni mẹ́yẹ́rẹ́ ìkàyọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ àwẹ̀ igi èrè iná làdì àrùn pò
mo Lagos road ne wi je ba la moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan e han yan rubu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe na mo total ko gbebe ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school de wa de moto e ha ta de wa ya ne wa ni go na the driver I hope all of it. I wear your money, make 20 naira way. I want to give you as change. I don't get it. You know what? This change. I need not to talk about without. You know we yarn.
Only no to try power.
You go in. I think more no money in your body. You are tamanwe or repedeva. Ina pa ina ari ogida. Ina la moto. O ma pa na rugu moto ni. Magi gbera kena Ogida Junction. A boy now what to the motor. Awa okpia ehwe hadi ya ni yekeni. Ala wa di go ga o yin hata ni aya. Awa di che we carry go. Ala wa pa lo pa today. Ije. Ni me wa hu na aja na. Ama ko ri hadi me ni be.
Oh my God.
Amamu so bo a. Ayi ya mi imi ami e deri. Na wa age kaka. Awa we hata ni me ni. Mere hanu ma na dia. Ama na wa hadi me na ina we so. Fu do ni. Take Mariana. Mami abi oseja wo ni ma agbona yi na. Owo paro no mo agbona ri wa. Omo pare ya si wa. Owo zuwo o with am agbojo wa. Ai mu agbojo wa. Yi ko duwe ku yan na. O ge ba ri o ya. De we agogo yo we ko eyepo. U ya gbe so yi woto. Yi ko ni de buke. E de wa do ara e. O so lo bo ma. Sorry, but don't feel my yabo. Feel my yabu for my making a minute. My way, Gele. I'm a for a gele near. Oh, one day when you see that man, if you see the Sunu Diane. You know, I'm a for a minute in Maguana where a Kidana Nana, Anabi, sorry, but no day by man. My red vehicle. Talk about a friend woman about talk by.
Sir, anyway, Yawa, Diane, I'm for Mammy, and I'm for a mere. I Pastor Cavalry. Amamu family here we no e ba e yare bible e ya ta amamu fo ameri e ma wo no e to do ba ibot amayena ibe do no pe o zemi na dey sin o deni mi ala ge ohun tana amamu family ya gwe ibo emugun anokan me odun we o kaigele ya be gue ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije a ivira we ukunaga ikwe mo mu family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akia what so egbe sokun mege na yasini ge mu akia osaloba gi maya iye webo e po na wete no ge mu akia iye ti yun ki oye Oti mane Jonathan carry over to Nigeria ya wa election e mama te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa gani owa esagie owo omakoma ose agani ye ki amu de sagie anu pa no to yo to mu da ye o ni e o ta ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbeyo awa na ya mi andani ebo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no dodo de reservoir na aba mi ewe magi obi ra ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na eri o gbege grenori agberi agbe amamufua amirie eri wa no o mani media adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e wo ju ku yo e o eko no amani o mo ni wuyo eko o kan be yu ke ewebo amamufua amirie mami o mana wesi ni emi ona mi we mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya enu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan ba no kan me opopa na la te e jefta be bi no wan ka tayi era na te gile do oyoko ga no oyoko ona mo ko ni iye na bi e jokun yo ga omodin le jefta ne e gile di yaso ha bi omo so man ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele
ọmọnì yẹn jẹ tana bwere adi ọdọ bwere adi adọdẹ by monday ni yẹn bíẹ yorùbá ọdún ìjẹpọ̀ máa ń pẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ òpè ànìyẹ egiled ọ̀nàdọ̀ wu ọdún wu ìdí ẹ̀rọ náà gbàgbé ìwé ti gbé má lórí kù ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ ńdàbà mú ìwé yíyú ọ̀hún wù sẹ́tì yẹn náà gbé má yẹn náà kú ẹ̀ n'ọdún àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ yà mú fua yóò yà mú fua yẹn náà kú ẹ̀ fua yẹn náà gbà ọmọdún yà sí ni yòtí ọmọdún ọ̀ sọpọ́nmá sí ni ọ̀nàdì yẹn kpọ́nà zòzò la wà gbọ̀ ọdún sẹ́wọ̀n náà tẹ̀ mọ́ àbọ̀nà tó tàbọ̀ náà gbé zọ̀bù sọpọ́ nìyẹn gbé nìyẹn náà lélẹ́rìí yẹn yẹ ọ̀dàwọ̀ kó bẹ̀ sọ ọ̀gbọ̀ àgbọ̀ àgbẹ̀nà ọ̀nàdò sún ẹ̀ òtún ẹ̀sọ́gíà yẹn ìdó emani bùnà dò dé bàánà náà màáyé ẹ̀wìn náà màáyé ẹ̀ni ọdún sẹ́wọ̀ òkú ràrẹ́ rò náà dọ̀bọ̀ náà láti nà ọ́ ká ó yẹn náà yẹ pẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹ̀bùn náà kú yẹ fà òkú náà dé anága gbọ́dọ̀ nà ọ́ ká ó àmàmíyẹ anáwó gbé bualé yẹ ká dé èso náà wọ̀ ẹ́ mú ẹlẹ́nu wáyà yín ni ẹ́ wọ́n dàbí ní wẹ́ ọ̀tún àgbè yẹn náà ẹ̀wẹ́ ọmọ náà kéwé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀yẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rojú pò ìdòwò ayé ni ẹ́ ni edu ọ̀ka ìbò ìyáfẹ́ ní ọ̀ka ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ìbò ayé ayé ni ènìyàn yé wọ́n dàbí mú ìgbìnrin ẹ̀yà àbùfù àbẹ̀gẹ́ ni yẹn náà ìyá mi náà sẹ́ eré yẹ bòdà o àgbọ̀nàdó máa yẹ ìsàyọ̀ òdùpò mọ́kòókò àyẹ̀ ìdá yẹ amámúfọ́ àbí ẹ̀rù dọ́lọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹ̀bọ gbẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tu gìẹ́ yín ni yé náà wẹ̀sì ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ òkè ọ̀sà àbò yẹn ìyẹn lè má gu ẹ̀ ọdún òwe èdùn à lóòdà ìgbìnà nọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà ẹ̀bùn náà ló ká ẹ̀mú wù n'ọkpa wọ́n yẹ olùkọ́sẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wẹ́ ẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ wọ́n mọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀wẹ́sẹ́ unu nọ náà nà ìmọ̀ ànẹ́jẹ́ náà nà àrùdà èvì osisi yẹ ige ló bọ́ wọ́n gbọ́sà ìyá wọn yà gbọ́ wà dé àrà gbẹ́sọ́ akẹ́dọ́ gbẹ́sọ́ yẹ police station ayà sàbújá igbó nà ẹ̀mọ́ ni yẹ múrìyà nù dẹ́sọ́ wúwú nọ́ọ̀mà sẹ́ni àràdọ́bọ̀ yẹ kẹ́nàkánà igbó nù wà yẹ zẹ̀ yẹ police station iho ni ẹgbàáyé bàkí sinmi náà dáàbí mùẹ na zi òwe ọma sísè má nọ wàgíàgà náà sẹni kẹyàní náà ẹgbẹrẹ zọ ní gbẹmíye náà ọkọ ìdọmọ àdọgẹ sọkún gbẹgbẹ ẹrọ yíkúnyọ ẹgbẹyọ yíkúnyọ ayà àtìyẹ nà nọrọ òtú ẹkọkọ ya fẹ ìdí àfi osisi àgà lìgì ọjọ náà mi ẹwẹ ọwọ ni ọbẹ là ẹkẹ náà mọjọ rẹ bó ọmọ òun mu nà sùnú náà nìyà ibi ẹ̀bùn mọ̀ bọ̀rọ̀ ọwọ́ ìbùsẹ̀ náà ni ibi ẹ̀bùn mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ fi osisi na lọ́yà gbìnú wù yà ká wẹ òkò yà dùn dẹ́mà wẹ wà lò dẹ́sẹ̀ náà làdó sí èsì òtíẹ́ wà ní ìpẹ́kọ́ náà bó wà yẹ egbú yẹ ọ̀wá rẹ̀ bó ibi ẹ̀yìn sẹ́wọ̀n rẹ̀ wò wà yà dùn ẹ̀mú wúre wà ní ìgbé wà bèbí mẹ́wò. níwọ̀n ẹ̀ amamufu ama àmì ẹ̀rí ẹ̀.
ní gẹ́gẹ́ wa tọ́ payọ mọ́mí ìwé wa gùn àkànnà bá ẹ̀ ní àsìní òtọ́ náà gbìdìgbìdì ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà ìwà màkàrà sí àyí èrè ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà èyàn sí àyí èrè ìmọ̀ àdó báyìí ẹ̀rẹ́sẹ̀ màláwì dó báyìí màkàrà mú àrí wà ilé wa ẹ̀gbọ́n ìwé kábẹ́tù ìwé ìkólé ìwé ọ̀fun egbè ìwé ògbà wàkùkù wàkẹ́ ìgbìnà wàkẹ́ ìkàn dọ̀lẹ̀ wọ́n ni yìí
n'òdà
amamufuwa àmì ẹ̀dẹ̀ kẹ́ni ó sọ wẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ̀dìyẹ normal dọ́wọ́ ní fìànẹ́ n'ofu gbogbo ma ya arọ ìdọkùn ọba àtọkù.
wẹ́sì àwọn náà jùlọ ta ìyẹn wẹ ìwọ́dà ìrùnú yọ náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dẹ̀fẹ̀ amámúfúà àmì èrè ènìwọ̀n ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀ o ló wà dàrẹ́ rẹ̀ màtá náà èso rẹ̀ ọwọ́ ọ̀rìmàwọ̀ ata ni èmi ní nya àwọn ìdòmú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ náà màtá ẹ̀mọ́ta wẹ́rẹ́ ta ni wẹ́ náà mọ̀ ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ náà.
ìṣó ẹ̀gbẹ́
sopa wẹnu ẹwu ma nya ẹ.
rabọ ìwọ.
àti wọn wé by force.
rabọ ìwọ ẹyìn náà mi ẹ ń gbẹ̀sọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màtá náà nà ọwọ́ ẹwu náà sẹ́ àdìmọ̀ ẹ̀yin ló máa yọ ya amú ẹ. ǹda ẹ̀ ọwọ́ ẹ wẹ́ ni ǹdọ̀ mi ẹ wẹ́ ìtọ́ à ẹ̀ ní àwọ̀ eré ẹ̀bẹ́ ẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yin ló máa nya yasẹ̀ gbọ́ inú ka pásọ̀ inú ka ẹ̀ bá yasẹ̀ gbọ́ ní ọ̀wẹ́ ní àìsírin náà ló yà fẹ́ ọ̀wọ́n àná ẹ̀rọ amábí ìyẹn orí ẹ̀wò ọdún àṣìyàn ọdún òrí ẹ̀wò ẹ̀dọ́ ní násùnù ẹsẹ̀ sísè ló tẹ́ wọ́ bí ẹ̀wò náà orí ẹ̀wò òun wà sí ohun mọ̀dọ̀ máa wọ yìí ìlànà ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́ pàmò yìí ni kò tẹ́ Yorùbá kò tẹ́ Ìgbò kò tẹ́ Haúsá ọmọ náà bí ẹ̀rẹ̀ wò náà nyà wò ẹ̀ẹ́rẹ̀ àmábí ẹ̀rẹ̀ wò anábìwẹ̀ wa era wo amupari ewo we ewu no kere ya bere we yere ba odun we se ti su eje igbe were ba
to na bere ra
awo ta mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we ibuhi ewedo omiti so egbe we na ngari owo na ana we nu wewe era mo epa so pa we amuwe ye ba ọ̀wáwé ràrí ọ̀wáwé òyìnbí yan oníwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ilé wọ́sọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ a máa mú fún àmì eríè nígbà ọmọ ìrìn àmú fún nígbà èmi sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ dó ní màálù ayàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí ńlá gbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí èmi náà wọ̀ iye kẹ́rẹ́ ẹ̀mà nígbà ìmà tàníyàwó náà họ̀rọ̀ ara wò but mama ha we emi no we nu yosisi yeti ya mi omai nu ye udeko de ya mi omai nu zigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abe ulapa ya ze ne ya fe arimu uto mero ala oda ero my god no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo yawo da ya mamufua amere oruwe boten oruwe bo bi rawiye yobo na uno wa amamufua hi uga owano ruse useso ogwaleri ohamegbe unari ene era ni wori ene tu wa lo mufa umaide mufa yeye owano yowe ha ugbera uwe ni uyobone yobonu ne egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umi ewe ye ile school no ri ene mo oha ina ni ya owa ri na do ha ni no makwe de yeye amamufwa amiri edolopo ibude mai unuwawe na lao na arubo negbe na emi maya wige na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
RTV, certainly the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the Toro Cultural Princess Tonight. On the other side, we have the National Boys. The National Boys, we don't know what we want to do now. We are building upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know if we are going to do the second floor.
Go,
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Àtọ́pẹ́.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, there has to be somebody that will some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio here, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds. And from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yeah. The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because with due respect to women, I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US. Without understanding that the scenarios are different.
Okay.
That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as love. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of controlling. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her, and in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something, and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to, because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, you know, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' codes.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuff and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will. Okay. You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand? Okay. So now, he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
them, okay.
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word con, we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's really the problem.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now.
Okay.
And I think I currently have one as a friend.
Okay.
That I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you
are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you, because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help, because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself out.
To suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, he went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church,
Okay, with Churchill. Okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt.
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking. Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real. Although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored.
Okay.
That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there.
Okay.
She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she has a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the lessons they took from Toto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing
you. Okay.
Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
You don't have any business being in a relationship.
Young lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening legs to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her. I won't be able to guide her. I won't be able to protect her just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
She has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get she's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
Material investment. You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Superficial reasons.
Well, is that a bad reason to love someone though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochago for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up. while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone has flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the the side of the chest. You understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. ITV, certainly the best.
is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them over, dragging on both sides, you cannot. You cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Urumu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.